Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Thursday, January 19th. Taking a Live Now look from the White House, we are following several top stories during our 5 a.m. hour. Happening today, we do expect the United States to hit its debt ceiling limit. Today is when Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen announced that she expects the United States to reach its cap, and while she can only maneuver some things, it will only hold out for so long. So we'll dive into those details in just a bit. We're also continuing to follow the World Economic Forum as it continues in Switzerland, and happening today, prosecutors will announce if Alec Baldwin will face charges in that 2021 movie set shooting. But for now, let's begin with the top story coming out of Washington, D.C. The White House, again, remaining pretty quiet about what they know when it comes to the investigation into classified documents found at various locations connected to President Biden. Lawmakers have even more questions as a new report shows the Justice Department decided to stay out of the search for more documents. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
I am going to refer you to the White House counsel.
President Biden's team continues to pass on questions over his handling of classified information. Now, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer wants visitor logs and foreign donation records for the Penn Biden Center in D.C. That's where the first batch of documents were found in an office once used by President Biden.
I think this is where you're going to see a very aggressive Republican House coming after them to hold them accountable, because everyday Americans, we're sick and tired of this double set of standards.
The White House says while searching his home for classified documents, his personal lawyers would set aside any they found and alert the Justice Department. The lawmakers want to know why lawyers without security clearances were even involved. According to the Wall Street Journal, for the initial searches at his homes, the Justice Department decided not to have agents present because they were worried it could later complicate the investigation and because the Biden team was cooperating.
Well, certainly it's an embarrassment. Yeah. Is it a big one? Is it lasting? I don't believe so.
According to a new Quinnipiac poll, almost 2/3 of Americans say President Biden acted inappropriately handling the documents. 46% say he should not face criminal charges. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that update. We'll have more on that story throughout the duration of our show, but let's talk about the debt ceiling limit, because again, today is the day that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected the United States to hit its debt limit. Like a family moving money between bank accounts before payday, she has some maneuvering that she can do, but only for so long. And once Congress comes up with a way to hike the limit before the nation's debt goes into default. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively is reporting from Washington.
The U.S. is set to hit its debt limit on Thursday, a number so high it's hard to fathom, $31.4 trillion.
That's a lot of zeros. I think anything over $1 billion, I can't process.
The right-leaning Heritage Foundation came up with this chart that says if a median income family spent the way the government does, they'd spend all their money and have to put more than $46,000 on a credit card, even though they were already $474,000 in debt.
If I have to control my budget, then yes, I think Congress should as well.
So how did the federal government run up its credit cards?
They wanted to have a spending party, and it wasn't just Democrats in the Senate. Those bills passed with a lot of Republican support.
Like a family in financial trouble might try, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says she can take extraordinary measures, like selling off investments or suspending reinvestments in government retirement funds. But that would only put off the crisis until June.
How many times have we seen this? They take it right to the 11th hour, and then they come to a deal. They know they've got to raise the debt, so they've spent the money.
A less likely option is making painful budget cuts to Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
We're not getting rid of anything, and you can't scare the bejesus out of people saying we're going to get rid of Social Security.
This is not a new problem. The U.S. got so close to defaulting on its debt in 2011, the government lost its perfect S&P credit rating. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And in other news, the Federal Reserve policymaker says that a sharp interest rate hike has helped to slow down high inflation rates. Consumer price increases have eased from about 9.1% in June to 6.5% in December. Policymakers plan on continuing rate hikes in order to get the Fed's target inflation rate of 2%. Increasing rates too much, however, could result in the economy going into a recession. The Fed's current interest rates is in a range of 4.25% and 4.5%. That's the highest levels in 15 years. The time is now 5:09. Let's take a quick break. We'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's continue on with our top stories this morning. Overall, inflation is trending downwards, but many Americans may not even notice. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
I don't feel the easing. It just feels high.
That sentiment all too familiar for Americans across the country still dealing with high inflation. The good news, December numbers show wholesale inflation before it hits consumers fell 0.5 percentage point from the previous month. Still, the producer price index is 6.2% higher than a year ago. The extended wallet pain has caused retail sales to slump.
I'm pretty frugal, so I just kind of like buy what I need. It's less spending.
The Commerce Department shows retail sales fell 1.1% in December, more than expected. Economists say this shows consumers are tightening their budgets.
If you're not spending at Christmas time, when the heck are you going to spend?
And more employees are being handed pink slips as companies prepare for a potentially painful year.
President Biden knows firsthand the impact of losing a job and what that can have to your entire family. This is something that he knows and understands.
Microsoft announced they're cutting 10,000 employees, joining others like Amazon, which is cutting 18,000, the largest round of layoffs ever for the e-commerce titan.
We are going to have a recession. The only question is how big, how severe, and quite frankly, what we need is the government to stop spending, to hold the line on spending.
The Federal Reserve is planning to meet in just 2 weeks. It is expected they will again raise interest rates, though only by 0.25 percentage point. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Inflation affecting everyday life for many Americans. Egg prices nationwide are still on the rise, forcing more farmers to increase their cost. A farmer in Nevada, for example, shares why this is happening. Here's more from Fox's Joe Vigil.
They lay eggs every 21 hours. Sharon Linson-Bart loves her little chickens and the eggs they lay.
They're still warm. And beautiful eggs.
Why do you love chickens so much?
They are so personable. The chickens have personalities. They have absolute little societies. They have amazing interactions with each other. If I had every man prior to marriage come and see how a rooster interacts with his ladies, the whole world would be better. Because they do, in fact, they have kindness, they have gentleness, they have power, they have strength, they have compassion, they protect, they will die for their ladies.
Linson-Bart is founder and owner of the Las Vegas farm. Her egg business started by people peeking over her fence to get a look at her chickens.
And I'd sell them a little bag of eggs, and the next thing you know, they'd be back at my gate, and they'd have their neighbor and their mother and their cousins.
52 years later, her egg business is no yoke. Workers bag up many farm fresh eggs for the public. The eggs have pretty much stayed the same over the years, but the prices haven't for Sharon and other egg producers across the country. You may have noticed egg prices have jumped more than 18% in just the last month. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, eggs cost less than $1.50 in 2019, now around $4.25. That's triple in just the last few years. And $4.25 might even sound cheap at some stores around the valley.
You could go back a couple of years to get the total picture of why.
Linson-Bart says regulations were changed for how large farms house their chickens.
At the end of the day, all of the farmers had a huge cost to make new facilities for their birds.
Then there was a big avian flu outbreak in 2015, which hit supply.
Anytime you have that kind of a problem, you might not lose every bird in the nation, but you lose 50, 60 million. That's a big deal.
Now there are more avian flu outbreaks, which are happening during inflation, a perfect storm for higher prices. Linson-Bart says she pays $9,000 a month for feed for all of her farm animals.
How much was that a few years ago, that $9,000 bill?
Probably 3 or 4.
Oh, what, so triple?
Oh, it's at least 300% over the last several years. It's gone up.
Gas to get that feed to the farm is up.
So my power bill is up to $3-4 grand a month. So every time you touch anything that has to do with producing an egg, everything's up, 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 up.
Including her eggs.
I had to bring mine up $2 a dozen. So now that I'm up over, I've been at $6 a dozen for years. I've had to kick it up to $8.
So what would bring prices of eggs down? The price of gas. She says if that comes down, the price of eggs will go down. And Linson-Bart says the next time you pay more at the store for eggs, try not to be too critical of the farmers who are working to pay their staff, facility, feed, utility bills, and on to get eggs to your table.
Everybody is doing their best to get a product out there at as reasonable a price as they possibly can.
Switching gears here, we do have a live event coming to our desk. We're looking live from Switzerland. We have here Greta Thunberg, a familiar face when it comes to climate action. She is one of the few big names speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. She's going to be joined by other youth activists, all again urging for world leaders to address climate change. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Enough. The climate crisis is evident in the areas that are most impacted. In most cases, these areas are least responsible for the crisis, where people are stretching their livelihoods, people are trying to survive, clinging to their lives and just trying to make it for another day, to make it for another week, to make it for another hour, another minute. So for me, my message is the climate crisis goes beyond statistics and data points. It's about the people, and very so often in this place there is a disconnection between what is being discussed and what is happening on the ground. There is a mismatch between how people understand the urgency of the crisis here and what is happening in places like Turkana, one of the regions that is being impacted by the drought in the Horn of Africa, which I was able to visit last year. And I met different mothers, different children that are suffering from severe acute malnutrition. And it is devastating to continue to see what the climate crisis is doing to communities and doing to children and different mothers across the world. And one specific child that stood out for me is a child that I met with his grandmother in a hospital where cases of severe acute malnutrition are referred for treatment. And I remember meeting the grandmother and her explaining how, it took them long to find the treatment, and by the time they brought, the child to the hospital, he was in a wasted situation as described by the doctors and the nurses, and she was just praying that the child would survive. And I mean, a few hours later, we learned that this child had passed away, and this could have been a preventable death and a preventable crisis. So I feel frustrated I don't know what else to say, because the urgency of the crisis is evident and people are dying, and it's like our leaders are playing games and they don't see the challenge that's happening. I am frustrated and I'm so hurt by what is happening and the inaction. Why is it so hard for people to understand the urgency of what is happening? We could save very many lives, because so many people are stretching to try and survive the next minute, the next hour, the next week, the next day. And here the discussions are on growth, development. Why don't we slow down a bit and talk about lives and people? It's just frustrating.
Vanessa, thank you very much indeed for that. Helena.
I come from an indigenous community in the Amazon rainforest, and for decades we've seen how our forest has been cut down, again in the name of development, for oil exploration, for extractivism. The same industry that has caused the climate crisis is also destroying our territories. And while they're at it, they're also committing human rights violations. We don't see the sense of urgency reflected in action. Indigenous communities, indigenous peoples, youth, scientists, we've all been pointing towards a direction where the oil industry they're not going there. They're not going there, the world leaders are not going there. And something that Vanessa said, like, we're frustrated, but what else can we do? We've said everything, we've done everything we can, and still we're going into this really dangerous direction. We're taking a really dangerous path, and we're already seeing how people are suffering on the ground. We see that every day in our lives, and it's completely insane that we are allowing this, and we have people here in Davos that are enabling that through government, through investing in fossil fuel, and at some point there needs to be a stop. This is criminal. This is criminal behavior, and it should be judged as so as well.
Yes, I'm a climate justice activist from Germany, and I spent the last week with Greta and many others defending livelihoods against coal diggers in the Rhineland in Germany, which is the largest single source of CO2 of the whole of Europe. And many people then said, oh, it's an interesting change of scenery coming from the mud in Lützerath to Davos, whereas we walked through the dirty mud in Lützerath, and now we're in Davos witnessing dirty deals being made, so I'm not sure how much of a change that actually is. Chancellor Scholz yesterday said that the future belongs to renewables, and I think there's one part of the sentence that he left out, which is the future does not belong to the fossil fuels. And if we look at the business plans, however, of the big fossil fuel industries worldwide, 96% of oil and gas industry plan to expand, even though we know that the science is very clear, the numbers are very clear, there cannot be any fossil fuel expansion happening everywhere. Yet the business plans and the investments plans, they tell a different story. And what does it mean? What kind of message is coming from that? And the message is, I think, quite clear. The future will not belong to the fossil fuel industries, but they won't lead into that future themselves. As long as fossil fuels get to make the rules of the end of the fossil fuel era, there will not be an end of the fossil fuel era. Someone will have to draw the line. Someone will have to say enough is enough and end the destruction. And that end, and I think we can be certain here, will not come from the industries themselves. And it will not come from slow plans to transition to somewhere. Right now we see that across the world an expansion and an intention is being planned when it comes to fossil fuels. So as long as fossil fuel industries are planning to expand, someone else will have to say no to that. That's why we're turning to the EIA, that's why we're turning to governments worldwide, that's why we're going to the streets. And we also know that as long as investors like BlackRock, like Deutsche Bank, like Qatar, who are the lead investors of RWE, who we fought against last week, as long as they plan to invest in new fossil fuels, they are on the wrong side here. And maybe they don't want to know that, but we can be very certain about that, and we're not going to shy away from spreading that message.
Thank you, Lisa. Look, one thing that's very clear is that seeing four very powerful activists here on the outside of WEC is very interesting, but in terms of bringing the dialogue with powerful institutions such as the IEA, I think it is absolutely fabulous that A, the four of you are here, but B, that Patty, you have come as well, because not only are you here, and I think it's great you are, but you've also got a view to what's going on in there. Now, the ladies have already said that there is inaction going on inside the halls of the Congress. They have already said that there is no sense of action despite the words, despite, we just had COP27, I was at COP26, and we're at COP21, 15. How different is what you're hearing here to the sense of urgency in there, Patty?
Thanks, Steve. First of all, many thanks for the invitation. I think me being here is already a very important signal that I wanted to give the word. But may I first things first, may I first thank to Greta. Vanessa, dear Vanessa, thank you very much. Helena and Luisa, thank you very much what you have been doing. Steve, my message is the following. Energy is responsible for about 80% of the emissions causing climate change. Okay? If we are not able to transform the energy sector, we have no chance whatsoever to reach our climate targets. So we have to transform the energy sector, making it clean, making it secure. And when I look at today the international agenda, the global agenda, including here in Davos, while we have to see that the climate change needs to get more attention, unfortunately, the attention to climate change is sliding down. I find it rather worrying, and it is the reason I thought it is now time to ring the alarm bells, bring the climate crisis together with other crises, the energy crisis, food crisis, at the top of the international policy agenda. And I think this is my main message. Climate agenda needs to get, it is a priority in the agenda of the decision.
Let me just get something straight, Patty, because the activists believe there can be no new fossil fuels projects in order to hit 1.5 degrees. You believe there should be no more fossil fuel exploration, production, new facilities to reach 1.5 degrees. Why is it that the most preeminent organisation, perhaps globally, certainly amongst consuming nations, is saying that, and yet new production is going ahead?
So, Steve, the issue is we have to keep the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. If it goes above that, the rather fragile equilibrium of our planet will be distorted. We'll be all in trouble. In order to do that, we need to get energy from clean, carbon-free energy sources. Okay? And to do that, the magic word is investment. Today, investment in clean energy. Today, the world invests about $1.5 trillion. In order to be in line with our climate targets, it needs to go to $4 trillion, clean energy investments. And most of them need to come from the developing countries, hopefully with the help of the rich advanced countries. Now, if we do that, if we bring our energy from clean energy sources, then we don't need any more coal, we don't need any more oil and gas, new investments there. But the point of departure is making clean energy investments and having a clean, secure energy future for all. And there is enough money worldwide, there is enough capital. What we have to do is capital and clean energy projects, especially in the developing countries, need to meet. And what is missing, in my view, is the international political will. If it was there, this would have happened because we have enough sun, we have enough wind, and electric cars are growing. There is a lot of technological innovation, and we have a lot of potential to see the clean energy to dominate. But unfortunately, what we are seeing today is there is a transition happening, but not at the pace that we would like to see, especially once again in the emerging and developing world.
Thank you, Fatih. Greta, you have spoken inside the realms of the COP process. You have spoken outside of the UNFCCC process. You have been inside where talking, and now you're outside. I've done a lot of work just looking at the way you've changed, and you just seem to be on the outside now rather than talking to people on the inside. And I think that's a great shame, because I've been speaking to some amazing people in there the last week, including the Pakistan Minister for Climate Change, who was incredibly powerful, about 1,000-kilometre lakes that just appeared, about farmers having to deal with 50-degree plus heat as well. Do you not feel that your very strong voice actually would continue to do good work if you were actually talking to those powerful people and to those people and just giving them some leadership?
Well, first of all, there are already activists doing that, and I think that if there should be activists inside speaking to these people, it should be those on the front lines and not privileged people like me who are not experiencing the first-hand consequences of the climate crisis. But then again, I think that right now the changes that we need are not very likely to come from the inside. Rather, I believe they will come from the bottom up, so to speak. Because without public pressure, without massive public pressure from the outside, at least in my experience, these people are going to go as far as they possibly can. As long as they can get away with it, they will continue to invest in fossil fuels. They will continue to throw people under the bus for their own gain. So I believe that the changes we need right now needs to happen on the outside. We need to build and create a critical mass of people who demand change, who demand justice. And of course, we could do that also from the inside, but yeah.
I mean, Helena, Ecuador is suffering its own concerns and deforestation and oil groups and gas groups and what have you. Just tell us again where you see the campaign going forward, because I think many of us feel that we have to be pragmatic in terms of working with and understanding the pressure from the outside as well. How do you see the campaign going forward from here?
I completely agree with Greta that we need to build a massive movement of people that are demanding change and are demanding justice. And when we are talking about the energy transition, when we're talking about the green transition, we also need to make sure that that is just. And I think that's really, really important, that we have voices from the places that are being affected both by climate change, but also by the place, what the energy transition would mean for communities on the ground, vulnerable communities. And I think that perspective really needs to be taken into account by the private sector, and it's a perspective that cannot be left out. Because if we do that, we're leaving out people again, just like we've done during the entire climate crisis. And I would like to, together with Greta, Vanessa, Luisa, and I, we've created a cease and desist letter to oil CEOs, urging the oil CEOs to phase out from new fossil fuel. We know that they knew. There's a report that's come out saying that they knew way before us what they were doing when they were exploring for oil. They knew what the consequences would be of CO2 gas emissions. They knew the irreversible consequences, the huge impact it would have on people's livelihood, the huge impact it would have on the environment. We launched this a couple of days ago, and we're almost reaching 900,000 signatures, which really shows the commitment of youth, which really shows the commitment of civil society and people, and the change that we are demanding. And this is a message to these CEOs and decision makers of how urgently we want and we need change.
And we are very happy to see that this message is in fact in line with what the EIA says very clearly, that there cannot be any fossil fuel expansion happening anywhere. Fossil fuel industries had 40 years time to prove that they're up to anything good. They clearly failed. And so the message is very clear, and this is not just clear to us activists, it is clear to people everywhere, especially those fighting at the front line. So we are very happy for you to be here today, and we would very much invite you to carry on this message with us, Mr. Bureau.
So we already have our open letter on 18th of May 2021, when we made the clean transformation of the global energy sector, net zero 2050. We made our report. So we are very happy to see that there will be a big increase, hopefully, for clean energy investments, not fossil investments, so that we can both have energy, because energy is a good thing. What is better is the emissions. So we'll have both energy, and we are going to reduce the emissions and their impact on the climate. So I am very happy that our activist colleagues here are pushing this agenda forward.
Luisa, let me just come back to you. A little gentle pushback as well, because I understand what's been going on at Guts Fight, and I understand why you were there as well. But when you look at the longer message from Herr Scholz, he said the following: we're going to be 100% energy from renewable sources by 2035. Wind and solar to reach 80% by 2030. Germany will be climate neutral by 2045. This is a good progression. This is a good result in many ways. There are other crises going on in the world. The catchphrase here, and they love a catchphrase here at WEP, is polycrisis. Keeping the lights on in Europe, fighting against the Russians in Ukraine as well. This has created new dynamics and other crises. And I understand what all of you are saying, including Patty, about climate initiatives slipping down the agenda, but actually the short-term remedies to actually keeping the lights on in Europe, action had to be made. And I know you're going to push back a bit there.
Excellent question. Well, what we see since really the climate movement started and really emerging at a different scale across the globe, there has been a response by leaders, and that was a friendly message to the PR departments for more green headlines. And so we are well aware that leaders across the world, and also Mr. Scholz, they know their vocabulary, and they know, where something net zero has to happen and something green has to, be put out. But we don't say listen to the science for a joke. We say, and I think that is clear to people across the world, what effectively counts is the numbers. It's a science. And when we look at what is behind all those big promises, in many cases, and that is the case in Germany, what we see is a public breakup with the Paris Agreement that is being performed. And when I look at countries like Germany, we are on the top 5 of global of the top polluters worldwide. There are a few countries that are as responsible as Germany and the G7, of course. Who would we turn to if it comes to sticking to pledges made in Paris? Who other countries are we expect to provide the finance, to provide the industrial transformation, if not those countries, if they don't, start to deliver? And so, luckily enough, the science is clear, the numbers is clear, and we don't have to be fooled anymore. And people are rising up everywhere. Just the other week, there were 30,000 people protesting with us against the extension of the coal mine, with support from across the world. And we're really seeing that the PR strategy that hoped you could just market away the climate crisis is not working out, whereas the people are there and they are willing to tell the truth.
Steve, can I say something?
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a live listen in the latest World Economic Forum gathering in Davos, Switzerland, which consists of youth activists all discussing the climate crisis that we are witnessing, and urging oil CEOs in particular to provide not just short-term but long-term solutions. The time is now 5:40 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue to listen in after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is here 5:41 a.m. We are continuing to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered from Davos, Switzerland. This is the World Economic Forum gathering, and we are currently witnessing youth activists, including Greta Thunberg, Vanessa Nakate, Helena Galinga, and Lisa Neubauer. They're all speaking on ways that we can mitigate the climate crisis. Let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Renewables, especially in communities that are experiencing energy poverty or that have been experiencing energy poverty for decades. So yes, there is a need for that finance for adaptation. There is a need for real money for loss and damage, because with whatever crisis that we see, it's multiple in the countries, for example, in the global south, and even the discussions of 1.5, as the ultimate space of survival, but at 1.2 degrees, it's already a living hell for so many communities across the African continent, across the global south. So when we hear discussions of 1.5 as the place that will save us all. Maybe it's a place that will save the Western countries, but at one point too, it's already catastrophic for so many communities, and that's why it's really important that we cannot have any new fossil fuel investment. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres announced that the business models of fossil fuel companies are inconsistent with human survival. They're inconsistent with human existence. He already said it's more an economic madness to make any more of these investments. So to ensure that people are protected, not just in the West, but the entire world, we must phase out all the fossil fuels, and that is coal, oil and gas, and massively support a transition to renewable energy, especially in the global south.
Thank you. Can I say something to support West Africa? Because Africa we don't talk much. Now, in sub-Saharan Africa, every second person doesn't have access to electricity. That's number one. Number two, 2 out of 3 households using primitive cook stoves for cooking, which creates a lot of respiratory diseases, especially for women and children, and it is the top 3 premature death reasons in sub-Saharan Africa. This can be solved, this problem, both of them, access to clean electricity and access to clean cooking, with a very small amount of money, enough money to pay a 1 LNG terminal in one country. You can solve the problem in entire sub-Saharan Africa, just to put in that context.
I think the only challenge is that we are only discussing about the energy crisis, and like you've said, we don't talk about Africa a lot. I really picked that, and I think it's really problematic because it's like Africa is an afterthought, or so we're busy focusing on privileged countries while leaving out communities that have been suffering for decades. The world doesn't revolve only around the West.
Yeah, and it's not just Africa or the West or developing versus developed, because the ramifications in terms of migration and social issues will affect the whole world if indeed it's unaddressed. Greta, a very difficult question is, how should the developing world be allowed to develop? Should we actually allow, but should it be okay for developing nations to use coal, to use oil, to use gas, to use fossil fuels, so they can industrialise, so they can keep the lights on, so they can provide feedstocks for agriculture? It's very tricky to know what developing nations should be able to do, rather than, again, the rich West that this concentration of a lot of this topic has been about.
First of all, I think that the term developing countries is a bit misleading. It's not like they are underdeveloped, it's more like they are overexploited by other countries like ours. And I don't think I'm in the position to tell others what to do. The climate crisis boils down to justice and what's already happened. This is a cumulative crisis. What we do, the emissions we emit stay in the atmosphere for a very, very long time and will continue to destabilize the biosphere for many, many generations to come. And of course, not only environmental effects, but also thus people. So who am I to say that I've had these privileges, but now others that haven't been able to do so shouldn't, because we are facing a crisis and so on. Of course, that's what the very roots of this crisis is, this mindset that some people are more worth than others and so on, that we seem to be sacrificing people for this. And this just, the thing that this does is that it only puts the so-called Western world in an even more responsible position. Not responsible, but you get what I mean. We have an even bigger responsibility. Because to compensate and to make sure that equity is at the heart of climate action, we cannot continue to overlook these effects, and it needs to be embedded in every conversation, every discourse, and yet it is still completely absent.
Okay, thank you. Right, okay, we have a limited amount of time left. I'm seeing all the hands going up. This gentleman's been very patient. He's put his hand up 4 times as well. If you just tell everybody what your news organisation, who you are, and then direct your question.
Thank you. David Gevis, New York Times. This November, COP28 will be hosted in the United Arab Emirates, one of the world's largest oil producers. And the UAE has selected its head of its state-owned oil company as the head of the proceedings. Greta, what does that say to you about the proceedings, about COP, and how does it affect your expectations about what we can expect?
Greta's just asked if we can make this an open question. Maybe if one of you wants to answer, maybe you could give a conclusion on it as well afterwards. Louisa, Helena, do you want to pick up?
Well, obviously it's ridiculous, and it's not new though. We've seen the last COP in Egypt and how fossil fuel lobbyists flooded that space. So why should that change if nobody who is in the position of power demands those places to be working towards justice and not just towards more lobby deals?
I just think it sends a message also where we're headed right now. If we're putting the heads of fossil fuel companies to lead climate negotiations. We've had them investing and in COPs for decades now, and we've seen where that has led us, which is nowhere. There's a huge interest of conflict there, and it just sends this message of actually not taking it seriously. And I think it's exactly what they're doing. They're not taking this seriously.
Vanessa, do you want to take on this as well? No? Just final word for your question.
I mean, lobbyists have been influencing these conferences since basically forever, and this just puts a very clear face to it. Yeah, exactly as previous panelists have said, it's completely ridiculous.
I think who's on the next question? The gentleman here.
Okay, my name is Hannes Koch, Tageszeitung Taz, Berlin, Mr. Bureau. Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz is in favor of exploiting new gas resources off the coast of Senegal, West Africa, and he argues these gas resources would be a bridge for developing countries to get rid of coal power plants. What do you think of that argument?
Now, first of all, as I said, Africa, we have to look at Africa very, very closely. Now, in terms of electricity generation, I believe almost all the new electricity generation in sub-Saharan Africa needs to come from renewables because it is cheap, especially solar. Let me give you one statistics which I find very disturbing. As I said today, in sub-Saharan Africa, 1 out of 2 people have no electricity, number one. Number two, sub-Saharan Africa has 40% of the global solar radiation, very rich. And number three, the solar is the cheapest source of electricity generation in Africa. Yet, today, the amount of solar power capacity in sub-Saharan Africa is, just to give a context, 1/3 of the solar power capacity in Belgium. Think of the map, global map. How big is sub-Saharan Africa, how many people live there, and how big is Belgium. So from that point of view, there is a huge potential for electricity generation in sub-Saharan Africa. Having said that, there are some applications, because the energy you don't need only for electricity generation, you need for other things. Food processing, desalination of water. For these things, you may need fuels which can create high temperature heat. And here you can use gas. And here I would like to say that Africa's share in global emissions is 3% today. Even if, I don't think that it will happen, but even if Africa would develop all these natural gas resources, it will only go to 3.4%. So from that point of view, I would be very careful to put Africa in a different context than other countries. You can't compare Africa with other countries here. Thank you.
Let's get a question from this lady over here.
Hi, Mariah from ITV News. This is for Dr. Birrell. We know that banks, despite their net zero pledges, continue to fund new oil and gas extraction. What's the IEA's view on this? Is it problematic?
So it is their money, first of all. It is not IAS money, but I think I see three risks there. And because banks and others are saying they are putting this because of the energy crisis we are in. The first risk is if you today decide, even decide today, to build a new oil field, the first oil will come to the market in 6-7 years of time. It will not come tomorrow. There is a delay here. It will not be immediately ready. This is number one. Number two, I am not sure. 7 years of time, the global oil demand will still increase and we will need more oil in the future because the electric cars are growing very strongly. There will not be demand, so there may be a business risk for those banks. This is the second point. And the third point is, it is a climate risk. From this 3 points of view, the timing doesn't justify this energy crisis doesn't justify this 7 years. This is a business risk, and there is also the climate crisis. In general, if I may, Steve, one shouldn't imagine to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine some large-scale fossil fuel investments. One shouldn't use it as an excuse.
Right, let's get a question from this gentleman here who's been very patient.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Uwe Häuser. I'm an editor with the German weekly Die Zeit. And I've been listening to you, the activists, and I got a little scared in the following way. Almost all of you said, we've done everything we can, which sounded like, you know, you're kind of reached an end, which I hope isn't true at all, because we keep needing you. And I guess my question is, which direction do you plan to take? I think there are two major weapons for to avoid, as Vanessa said on your t-shirt, these stupid bridges, as they are called, into nowhere. One is capitalism, sort of feeding the oil and gas industry with its own weapons, meaning with cheaper renewable energy, especially in the south of the world. We're far from that, but I think that's one way to go. The other is litigation. There's a lot of focus in litigation. So my question is, where this Fridays, where do you intend to go to make sure that your influence stays high?
So what I'll do is just to say I've got time for one more question after this. So one of you, I'm not looking yet. And what I want to do is, if I may start with all of you answering that question, if you would as well, and I'll start off with you, if you would, Louisa.
And should we take another question to answer two, maybe, or not?
Well, you've got two questions there anyway.
Okay.
Are you going down the
Yeah.
litigation route, and
Okay.
what other route forward?
Well, I think it's very clear that as an activist, what we do what we do not because it's easy or because it's convenient, but because it's necessary. And we don't do it despite it's hard, but because it's hard and it's a tough run. And what we see, though, is that we are joined by forces across the globe. And luckily enough, we are more than ever. And we see the most unlikely alliances are building up. Speaking of the protest in the coal area in Germany, we were joined by farmers, by churches, by grandparents, by people from really across the place who start understanding that this is their time to act. And the idea that, you know, the climate activists will save us all, it's another myth to reassure in a time where there can't be reassurance on things. So that I think is a very important message. And speaking as someone who has successfully sued their own government, I think litigation, of course, is something that we will look at again and again and again. This is a letter to cease and desist, and I think looking at the legal context of that, it is, of course, there are more steps that can be taken there, which I think is very important. I would just like to maybe say one more thing about solving crisis, because that came up from you, Steve, but also from the audience. It's a fairy tale to tell that new fossil fuels will solve any kind of crisis. The energy crisis we're in is a fossil fuel energy crisis. It is existing only because of a singular dependency on fossil fuels, in this particular fossil fuels from Russia. And what we're seeing is that new fossil fuels don't solve energy crises in Europe, but they produce crises across the globe. And whenever someone goes ahead and starts selling a new fossil fuel project as a solution to any kind of crisis, I think it's a journalistic duty, but also a public duty, to challenge this and to ask what kind of crisis to be solved and which new crisis is to be produced here, which, as we heard on the panel, is very obvious, I think.
May I add something here?
Not now, but
just one minute.
Very briefly.
I think that the lasting solution to our energy crisis go through clean energy investments. Just one minute.
Thank you, Daddy. Helen.
I think the reason why we do this is because we know we have something to defend. You know, I come from the rainforest and living there. When I go back here, I go back to a clean river still. I go back to a rainforest that is standing, that is living, that is healthy. I go back to a people that has been fighting for decades. I have that, and I have something to defend. What I can assure you is that it will be, excuse my French, a pain in the ass for everyone who's working towards the new exploration of fossil fuels and destroying our planet. And that, I think, I speak for all.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Well, I think that, you know, one of the challenges that I see is that there's so many people saying that they need us. There's so many people saying we are inspiring. There's so many people giving standing ovations, but few of them are joining us in our fight for climate justice. So I think that as we move forward, I mean, our activists are expected to be strong and all that, but it can be frustrating. You know, it can be frustrating to see the inaction and to see the crisis continue to impact so many people. So I think we need to move from a place of being told that we are needed to people joining us and working with us in, you know, whatever space that you're in, if it's in the law, if it's in the schools, if it's in media, whatever thing that you can do, like play a part in our fight for climate justice.
Yeah, I mean, we are nowhere near the end. We have only just begun. But no one said that this was going to be easy. It's we know that the changes that we are advocating for are not going to happen overnight, and that is why we have to stay strong during a longer period of time. But also, we cannot do this on our own. The climate activists currently need to multiply many times. We need many more because we need help. Right now, we are still moving in the wrong direction. We are speeding in the wrong direction. The global emissions of greenhouse gases are still increasing. We are heading completely in the wrong direction. We need many more, so we urge everyone to join the fight.
Okay, I have got time for one short question. I'm going to let the lady, and one short question, and I guess very brief answers, because I know you've all got to move on as well. So this lady there.
Really quickly, the Inflation Reduction Act in the U.S.
You are, sorry?
Madison Mills from Bloomberg. The Inflation Reduction Act is getting a lot of attention here at Davos this week, and other nations and global leaders are countering that legislation with their own. What do you make of that legislative tete-a-tete on climate change? Is that effective?
Why don't you start off what you see, positive or negative, from the IRA, and then we'll just move on and just ask if the activists want to comment on this one as well.
I was, first of all, I should say, Steve, that I am a man who makes his hands dirty with data every single day, as you know, the energy data. And I have definitely a view of a legitimate optimism as far as the clean energy is concerned today. It is growing, but the problem is it is not growing fast enough to reach our climate targets. So it is not something that it is stopping, it is growing now. In addition to all the market forces, government decisions and so on, the Inflation Reduction Act, in my view, is a very transformative move from the United States, giving about $400 billion, President Biden and his government, to clean energy sources. It is solar, it is wind, it is electric cars, it is clean hydrogen and others. So therefore, I hope other countries, and India is moving in the same direction, I hope Europe will come at a response to address the clean energy. They all together have to reach our clean energy goals. So this is my hope, and Inflation Reduction Act is a step in that direction.
So it's the public sector coming up with the carrot as well as stick. Does anyone want to comment on what's happening from the US government and what you hope other governments to do in terms of incentivising companies to look for more green initiatives? I don't think we do that. Yeah, okay, right. Why don't I ask a very final question then, and I would literally want a 10-second answer from all of you as well. I do want to end this and try and say, is there anything that you're seeing at the moment? I can tell you what I see as optimistic, but I'll tell you afterwards as well. Do you see anything at the moment going on that gives you a cause for optimism? We'll just go down the line very quickly. Greta.
The people standing up and raising their voices against all that is happening. That's the hope right now. The hope comes from the people.
Vanessa?
Same. Same.
And Louisa?
Yeah, I think that they were excellent last words. I think we keep it to that. The power is with the people, and as Greta said, we urge many, many more to join. The term activist itself hopefully doesn't need to exist at some point anymore, because people have understood that standing up for right and for the right to live and for livelihood shouldn't be an act of activism, but the most common thing of all.
And maybe I can add to the people when also people on the ground are not giving up. They're still putting up again hell of a fight.
Fatty, cause for optimism.
Now, Steve, what I see is that this challenge is really very huge. Transforming the entire energy sector, which has been in place decades and decades. And to do that, in addition to technology, government support, and so on, we need one thing, in my view, most important. To bring together a grand coalition of the people who are genuinely interested to tackle climate change, those governments, civil society, companies who are genuinely interested to tackle climate change. And I think this grand coalition is happening slowly but surely, and this gives me optimism.
And that is very similar to my optimism, the fact that we've got one of the most powerful men in energy sitting on a panel with four of the most powerful activists in climate change. So I just want to thank all of you. Dr. Fatty Birol, thank you very much indeed. It's been good to see you again. Louisa Neubauer, thank you very much indeed. Helena Gualinga, really nice to meet you. Vanessa Nakate, incredibly powerful. I mean, thank you very much indeed. And Greta Thunberg as well. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. A round of applause, please.
All right, you are streaming live now from Fox. The time is just past the 6 a.m. hour here on the East Coast, and we're taking a live now look from Davos, Switzerland. This is the World Economic Forum gathering in Switzerland. This particular roundtable consisting of youth activists. You can see Greta Thunberg there, a very well-known name, also joined by Vanessa Nakate, Helena Gualinga, and Luisa Neubauer, and they're all speaking on the growing climate crisis, discussing how the world can rapidly accelerate the clean energy transition. Okay, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now. The White House is remaining quiet about what they know when it comes to the investigation into classified documents found at various locations connected to President Biden. Lawmakers have even more questions as a new report shows the Justice Department decided to stay out of the search for more documents. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard joins us from Washington with more.
I am going to refer you to the White House counsel.
President Biden's team continues to pass on questions over his handling of classified information. Now, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer wants visitor logs and foreign donation records for the Penn Biden Center in D.C. That's where the first batch of documents were found in an office once used by President Biden.
I think this is where you're going to see a very aggressive Republican House coming after them to hold them accountable, because everyday Americans, we're sick and tired of this double set of standards.
The White House says while searching his home for classified documents, his personal lawyers would set aside any they found and alert the Justice Department. The lawmakers want to know why lawyers without security clearances were even involved. According to the Wall Street Journal, for the initial searches at his homes, the Justice Department decided not to have agents present because they were worried it could later complicate the investigation and because the Biden team was cooperating.
Well, certainly it's an embarrassment. Yeah. Is it a big one? Is it lasting? I don't believe so.
According to a new Quinnipiac poll, almost 2/3 of Americans say President Biden acted inappropriately handling the documents. 46% say he should not face criminal charges. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
The latest producer price index showing inflation is cooling. Prices at the wholesale level making their biggest decline since April 2020, down 0.5% in December. The expectation was a dip of 0.1%. Inflation at the producer level, which measures inflation at the wholesale level before it reaches consumers, rising 6.2% in the last 12 months. So overall, inflation is trending down, but Americans might not even notice a difference between layoffs, slumping retail sales, and persistent high prices. Many people are just trying to stay above water. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
The U.S. is set to hit its debt limit on Thursday.
I don't feel the easing. It just feels high.
That sentiment all too familiar for Americans across the country still dealing with high inflation. The good news, December numbers show wholesale inflation before it hits consumers fell 0.5 percentage point from the previous month. Still, the producer price index is 6.2% higher than a year ago. The extended wallet pain has caused retail sales to slump.
I'm pretty frugal, so I just kind of like buy what I need. It's less spending.
The Commerce Department shows retail sales fell 1.1% in December, more than expected. Economists say this shows consumers are tightening their budgets.
If you're not spending at Christmas time, when the heck are you going to spend?
And more employees are being handed pink slips as companies prepare for a potentially painful year.
President Biden knows firsthand the impact of losing a job and what that can have to your entire family. This is something that he knows and understands.
Microsoft announced they're cutting 10,000 employees, joining others like Amazon, which is cutting 18,000, the largest round of layoffs ever for the e-commerce titan.
We are going to have a recession. The only question is how big, how severe, and quite frankly, what we need is the government to stop spending, to hold the line on spending.
The Federal Reserve is planning to meet in just 2 weeks. It is expected they will again raise interest rates, though only by 0.25 percentage point. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
I don't feel the easing.
Right, huge thank you for Lauren Blanchard bringing us that update. Now, a Federal Reserve policymaker says that sharp interest rate hikes have helped to slow down inflation. Consumer price increases have eased from 9.1% in June to 6.5% in December. Policymakers plan on continuing rate hikes in order to get the Fed's target inflation rate of 2%. Increasing rates too much, however, could result in the economy going into a recession. The Fed's current interest rate is in a range of 4.25 and 4.5%. That's the highest that it's been in 15 years. And we're also closely following the debt ceiling limit As the nation reaches its credit card limit today, it could be the start of a protracted battle on Capitol Hill. Here's more.
The U.S. is set to hit its debt limit on Thursday, a number so high it's hard to fathom, $31.4 trillion.
That's a lot of zeros. I think anything over $1 billion, I can't process.
The right-leaning Heritage Foundation came up with this chart that says if a median income family spent the way the government does, they'd spend all their money and have to put more than $46,000 on a credit card, even though they were already $474,000 in debt.
If I have to control my budget, then yes, I think Congress should as well.
So how did the federal government run up its credit cards?
They wanted to have a spending party, and it wasn't just Democrats in the Senate. Those bills passed with a lot of Republican support.
Like a family in financial trouble might try, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says she can take extraordinary measures, like selling off investments or suspending reinvestments in government retirement funds. But that would only put off the crisis until June.
How many times have we seen this? They take it right to the 11th hour, and then they come to a deal. They know they've got to raise the debt, so they've spent the money.
A less likely option is making painful budget cuts to Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
We're not getting rid of anything, and you can't scare the bejesus out of people saying we're going to get rid of Social Security.
This is not a new problem. The U.S. got so close to defaulting on its debt in 2011, the government lost its perfect S&P credit rating. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Joins us now. He remembers those. David, thanks for being with us. Let's talk about this even further. You keep hearing many reporters cite extraordinary measures. Those are Janet Yellen's words. What would they be? What does that mean?
Well, it means just taking non-essential payments out of the cash flow right now. So, as she said, less investments back into corporate debts that they need to pay. So the basic functionality of the government is going to continue. They're going to take this to higher, predicting that they do get a deal on both sides of the House and Senate.
Yeah, of course, that's really the ultimate question here. But, you know, one question I had, and you heard there, we were really close back in 2011, and our credit rating was downgraded. And we know the dysfunction on Capitol Hill, especially and House Republicans are in the majority, and the Biden White House. You know, it remains to be seen how well or how not well they're going to be working together. But this is really serious. Do you think we could suffer another credit downgrade yet again because of this?
It's always possible, but the U.S. Treasury is the risk-free asset of the world, meaning it is the #1 asset, the debt of the United States. It's always going to be paid. It always has been paid. But obviously, anytime we reduce our credit rating, that increases the marginal cost of the debt. And every time we increase the debt, both from a payment standpoint and an interest rate standpoint, there's less money to go to other programs, to welfare programs, to defense programs. So keeping that credit rating as high as possible is good for everyone.
Okay, David, so two things are happening concurrently. The debt is going up, up, up. It's at, what, $31.4 trillion. It keeps going up as we speak. But according to Biden administration officials, the deficit has been brought down quite exponentially. I think it's at 1.4 trillion right now, and it was last year about 2.3 trillion. How do those two figures square?
Well, I think we have to decouple these two things.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about it. So you have a credit card balance of $20,000 on your American Express card. So that's one way of looking at the national debt. Now, the deficit is what you spend each month. So every month you're overspending by $1,000 a month, let's say. And all of a sudden we go to Christmas time and you spend $2,000 more than you have during the month of December. And then you come back in January and you say, I'm only spending more than I have by $1,000. So, yes, you've cut your spending in half, but you're still overspending. We overspent a lot during the pandemic. So a lot of the reduction in the deficit was from programs that were put in place during the pandemic that were supposed to be special one-time programs. That the deficit has come down is planned because extra unemployment, extra rent assistance, all of these extra programs to help everyday citizens get through the pandemic were planned to go away.
Okay.
So I go back to, just because it's not Christmas time anymore, I'm still overspending. That's not a good thing.
I see. No, no, that was a very kind of easy explanation, I think, for myself and for the viewers to understand those two figures. I want to talk about something that Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence was reporting about possibly a fix or an agreement when it comes to this debt limit. He says a senior GOP aide told him there are a number of Republican proposals being floated for ways to solve the debt ceiling crisis. One of the plans for Republicans is to replace the debt ceiling with a debt to GDP ratio and trigger. What do you make of that?
Well, I think, first of all, I doubt very seriously that will happen.
Okay.
Because trying to get full support of that is a long shot from this standpoint. But I do believe that when you look at economies that are successful, making sure that your debt is not outstripping what the overall GDP of a country produces is a valid argument as to, hey, we've got to make sure that the debt that we're incurring today is not preventing the long-term growth of the United States for us, our children, and our grandchildren. One of the reasons the United States is such a superpower is because of the economy and the ability to reinvest back into new technologies, new businesses. We want the economy to continue to grow. Businesses that are over debt laden don't grow, they go out of business. You look at some of the countries out there that have very high debt to GDP, they're not growing, they're in decline. So coming up with something that allows us to look at GDP and debt simultaneously has to be something that needs to be discussed at length.
Okay, David, so some Republican members on the kind of far right flank of the party, including Andy Biggs from Arizona, said as much recently, and I'm paraphrasing, to, let the country go into default and see what happens. Maybe that'll be a wake-up call to rein in some of the spending. The White House, balked at that. They said that's not on the table. Now, tomorrow is this deadline, David, but there's going to be, backups, triggers. The spending and the credit of the United States will not just end tomorrow, but this is going to be a can that is kicked down the road into the summer, is it not?
That is correct, because once you looking at it, it's almost going back to our example. We may be at our credit limit on our American Express card, but we may find other ways to reduce some of the spending that we have so that we go maybe more in balance from that standpoint. Or we may have an account at our local bank, our CD, that we go in and cash in that still allows us to overspend on a monthly basis. But eventually that CD extra money goes away. So the can does get kicked down the road till June. So in the short term, what changes? Nothing. In June is when the real nail biting will occur. And of course, as we predicted, and I think as most people predict, they're going to come up with a solution.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of noise.
Yeah. All right, David Ragland, as always, we appreciate your time, your insight into these financial matters, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Great to be with you.
Newly released documents shed light on the evidence against Bryan Kohberger, including what investigators discovered during their search of his apartment. Here's more.
Search warrants unsealed Wednesday in the case against Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. The documents contain new details about what investigators discovered after his arrest inside his apartment in Washington state. They found a disposable glove and possible hair strands, including one that may have come from an animal. One of the victims, Kayla Gonzalez, had a dog. They also found a pillow and mattress cover with dark red and brown stains. The crime scene where the victims were found contained a significant amount of blood, which police believe would have likely gotten onto the killer's clothing. Also seized was Koberger's computer. Investigators will want to look into his search history and whether he looked up any of the victims.
They're going to look for digital evidence. There's a treasure trove that exists. Are there direct messaging to any of the victims? And whether or not there was anything regarding disposing of evidence, some concealing of evidence.
A law enforcement source tells People magazine that Koberger repeatedly tried to direct message one of the victims on Instagram, but she didn't respond. Fox News has yet to independently confirm that allegation. The warrants also allege that the evidence suggests the killings were premeditated. An investigator saying, quote, these murders appear to have been planned rather than a crime that happened in a moment of conflict. Koberger has not yet entered a plea and will be back in court June 26. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
Brian Walsh back in court on Wednesday, arraigned on murder charges in the disappearance of his wife, Anna Walsh. The prosecutor is breaking down Walsh's movements and the search history in the days leading to his wife's disappearance. Walsh used his son's iPad to search for various information, including, quote, how long until a body starts decomposing, and can you identify a body with broken teeth? During his arraignment, Walsh pleaded not guilty to a charge of murder and improper transport of remains in the death of his wife. A judge ordered him to be held without bond, and her body, Anna Walsh's body, has still not been found. In case you missed the arraignment, let's revisit it.
Complaint 230318. You are charged on the first day of January 2023 with assault and to beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder that person. You're also charged with interring of a body, did without lawful authority, did willfully dig up or remove human remains. Not guilty, pleas will be entered.
Do you understand those charges, Mr. Walsh? I do. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We're not contesting bail or probable cause, so we would ask that he be released.
Thank you, Ms. Minor, but I have to satisfy myself with probable cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lynn Beeland for the Commonwealth. The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of a body. What I'd like to do now is just describe his actions on the days from January 1st. The defendant indicated on January 1st at 3 p.m. he did some errands and went to his mother's house in Swampscott, but got lost because he didn't have his phone. He said he knew he was lost when he saw the pirate ship on Route 1. Defendant stayed 15 minutes, then went to Whole Foods and CVS. Surveillance was checked and he did not enter either of those stores. On January 1st, defendant Googled using his son's iPad. Some of his searches are as follows. Keep in mind that the defendant said he left at 6 a.m. At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m. on the 1st, how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44, how to clean blood from wooden floor. At 11:56 on the 1st, luminol to detect blood. At 1:08, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia? At 1:21 p.m., is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? Those were on the January 1st. There was also information gained from the defendant's phone which showed on January 2nd he was at Home Goods in Norwell where he purchased 3 rugs. There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., Can you identify a boy?
Thanks for being with us. I know we've spoken with you about this story in the past, but that was the news just yesterday that that murder charge has now been filed. He was arraigned in court today. And I think a lot of people are wondering, the search for Anna Walsh, at least her remains, continues, yes?
Absolutely. I think anytime the government can and the state prosecutors can get access to evidence, physical evidence, that is what they want. That makes their job in court so much better and easier if they can actually have a forensic person come and testify as to the manner and means of death, for example.
And a lot of questions that I've been hearing asked is how difficult is the threshold to reach to file a murder charge if you have not found the remains or the body just yet? Not hard, right?
It's not hard, but it is definitely more challenging. And there are always unanswered questions when you don't have the physical evidence that shows exactly what happened. You're always worried as the prosecutor in a case where there is no body. If a juror is just going to have a question they feel is too important, yet unanswered in order to come to a verdict. So it is still a concern.
So, Nicole, a lot of evidence was presented today, including a lot of digital evidence and searches as far as what Brian Walsh was looking up on his son's iPad. Some pretty grim stuff. I want to go over some of it. His son's iPad had searches 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. Can you throw away body parts? What does formaldehyde do? How long does DNA last? And can DNA be made on partial remains? That's kind of a slam dunk for prosecutors, is it not?
It really is mind-boggling that a person smart enough to type in those words would think that somehow this kind of a search would evade law enforcement just because you use the iPad of a 6-year-old child or of a young child. Yes, these are very damning searches and will make the prosecution's job much easier.
Okay, so the flip side of that, how can the defense be mounted with such, glaring evidence like I just read out? I want to read out some more of these because they're really just really hard to believe. Can you be charged with murder without a body? That was one of the searches. What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? I mean, the defense has their work cut out for them, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, these are just absolutely horrific searches. And I think one of the first things the defense team will be doing is looking to see whether or not the police should have been in that iPad in the first place. So they'll be looking to determine whether or not this search was lawful. And I would imagine that's one of the first things we will start to hear about in this defense.
Yeah, and then just going into it a little bit more, because we know he was initially held on a charge of misleading investigators. But then the arraignment today was quite forthcoming about what investigators found as far as evidence, not just digital evidence. This included 10 garbage bags that included a hacksaw, hatchet, bloody clothes, bloody rugs, and personal belongings, including Anna's COVID-19 vaccination card and part of her jewelry as well. Is this all going to be admissible?
We think so. Certainly the prosecution presented it in court already, and the defense is not going to want it to come into evidence in a trial. So they're going to be looking for reasons that the judge should legally exclude it. I haven't heard anything yet to indicate, however, that this evidence won't come in front of a judge or a jury.
Okay, so we know in February there's going to be other hearings, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure. Trial date has been set just yet. We might be too early for that. But this is a very small community, an affluent community. You don't see this, obviously, every day. A husband being charged with murdering their wife, and her remains are not found yet. Do you think investigators can extract that information in some kind of confession with Brian Walsh? Do you think they will lead her eventually to her body?
This may be something that the prosecution wants to talk about with the defense team to see whether or not they can strike a deal, which will ultimately help them locate her so that her family can appropriately grieve and try to move on, as much as that's a very difficult thing to do in a circumstance like this. But it is something that the prosecution team and law enforcement may try to bargain with, so to speak.
Interesting. Nicole, I keep saying this, but last question, I guess, what will you be looking for as we go forward? Is this case kind of shut and over, or what?
It sure does seem like the case is open and shut just from the absolutely horrific nature of the evidence that we've seen so far. So what I'll be looking for as we move forward is whether or not law enforcement came by this shocking and horrific evidence lawfully, or whether or not there will be any constitutional challenges to the searches and ultimate seizures of this information.
Okay, Nicole DeBoard, as always, we appreciate your insight into these major crime stories. We'll check in again. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
And that judge has ordered Wash to be held without bail. The time is now 6:33 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Let's bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer to talk about this even further and more developments in the war. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. I want to go over some comments that Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, said today, speaking virtually at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He says this is not an accident because it has been due to war, and the war has many dimensions, not just on the battlefields. He says there are no accidents at wartime. These are all war results. What did you make of those statements?
Well, Andrew, a lot of people kind of read into that, and they were thinking, well, he's talking about possibility of an anti-air missile by the maybe Russian special operations like Spetsnaz or something, or some sort of covert operation. I would also point out, though, there's a lot of other things in wartime. Wartime tends to stress out all forms of equipment, particularly aviation assets. A lot of what we call rotor hours. These things are getting used constantly, particularly in a high-threat environment, and something what you see with the Ukrainian officials having to do just to get around the country during this conflict. They're using a lot of helicopters, and so there's just a lot of stress on the airframes themselves, the equipment, everything else. So all those things. You know, and if you look at the history of aviation mishaps, those are all contributing factors. So it could have been that. The other thing is the tactics they use is they tend to fly what we call nap of the earth. I've flown in helicopters many times where we're literally right off the ground. I can think of some stuff I did in the Middle East where we're flying probably 10 feet off the ground at a pretty considerable speed. And that was just what we had to do because of the threat environment. They're probably flying low, so there could have been anything with low visibility. You know, could have been wires. Apparently, there's reports of a lot of wires strung between buildings in Kyiv, so they could have hit that. And then, of course, it could have always been something like some sort of covert operation where someone puts an IED, improvised explosive device, on the helicopter itself. That's probably less likely, and certainly there's nothing to indicate that there was an anti-air missile that was used. However, there was interesting discussion from at least one or two of the witnesses that said that they saw the helicopter was on fire before it crashed. And I'm sure investigators are going to be looking very closely as to what would cause the helicopter to be on fire. Obviously, if it struck something like a wire strung between buildings, that might explain it. But that was a kind of an interesting statement by witnesses.
Yeah, it's just a very horrible event and a very sad day, for especially the upper echelons of leadership in Ukraine, as we hear from them almost daily about updates there to the war effort. Hal, I want to move away from that very, very tragic helicopter crash to some more details and information we're getting about possible new materiel being shipped to Ukraine. At least talks continue. The tank talks continue apace as well. But apparently the United States is considering a new package, and this will likely include a number of strikers as well as ground-launched small-diameter bombs, which have a range of roughly 100 miles. What are strikers? Are those tanks or no?
Well, they're not really tanks. They're light armored vehicles is what they are. They're originally made by Canada. They're a wheeled vehicle. I believe the Strikers have 8 wheels, as I recall. They have a 25 millimeter main gun, but there's different types of variants. You could put an anti-tank missile package on top of a Striker. There's some other variants that you can use with Strikers as well. I wasn't in Strikers, but I was in light armored vehicles, which was kind of the Marine Corps version of the same program. They're mostly used for light armored reconnaissance. They're used for screening operations going forward. They're very fast. Obviously, being wheeled, they're great to use on hardball roads because, unlike tracks, they don't tear up the roads every time they go down there. And they're quick. They're nimble. They can put small numbers of troops, or as we call them, dismounted infantry, into areas, or scouts to look for things. So it provides a tremendous capability. They're not tanks per se. And I can tell you that during the 80s, there were some of us in the Marine Corps and the Army that had to explain that to several generals. Yeah. No, they're not tanks. Do not fight them like tanks. But they augment tanks, and they provide a tremendous capability. Now, if I can mention with the missile that we're talking about with the extended range, that's opening up the ability to go in deep and interdict logistics, command and control much further than the current HIMARS missiles are using. There was also floated, and I think we talked about this earlier, there was floated earlier this week out of the Senate the possibility of eventually sending ATACMS. Now, ATACMS are very long-range missile, about 300 kilometers. And if ATACMS, which can be fired from HIMARS and M270s, which are both there, if ATACMS are put in there, that would give the ability to basically strike anywhere across the Crimean Peninsula. The fear that we've had, or the concern, has been that the Ukrainians might use them to strike well inside Russia, and that could potentially escalate the conflict. Of course, the overriding fear is that the Russians might eventually decide to use some sort of tactical nuclear weapon or something like that. But that's been part of the pushback on some of these long-range weapons. But as you can see, we're incrementally moving forward.
Yeah, totally. And the Wall Street Journal is reporting this, speaking of when it comes to tanks coming from our European allies, that Germany will not allow allies to ship German-made tanks to Ukraine to help its defense against Russia, nor send its own systems unless the United States agrees to send American main battle tanks. Senior German officials said to sources at the Wall Street Journal today. Those are those U.S.-made Abrams tanks. So that's a very interesting development. We're relying on a lot of our European allies, Britain, Poland, to send some types of tanks. But Germany seems to be, I guess, the holdup here. Now, Hal, you did kind of allude to this, I thought, pretty detailed, stunning report in the New York Times today when you speak of the evolution of what we give as far as military equipment goes to the Ukrainian war effort. According to the New York Times, this article says, after months of discussions with Ukrainian officials, that the Biden administration is finally starting to concede that Kyiv may need the power to strike the Russian sanctuary of Crimea, even if such a move increases the risk of escalation. So it seems like the position there is softening. Weren't we targeting, we meaning the Ukrainians, on the Crimean Peninsula already?
Well, they were, but they had limited means. One of the things they were using were these unmanned surface vessels. Very, very successfully went into Sevastopol, took out some targets. They were using unmanned aerial vehicles as well to go in there, and they were doing some longer range missiles. It looked like they had some of these longer range missiles that can be fired from HIMARS, but not a lot of them. Now they're looking at basically giving them the longer range missiles, potentially ATACMS at some point that would allow them to basically range the entire Crimean Peninsula. Now, we have been evolving our position on a number of systems. Strikers is one of those, and HIMARS was an evolution at one point as well. There's been a request consistently for tanks. Great Britain has said they're going to send a squadron, 14 of the Challenger 2 tanks. These are high-end main battle tanks. It's not a lot, but they are very capable tanks. The tank that everybody wants is the one that's most used throughout Europe and throughout NATO, which is the Leopard 2 tank, which is produced by Germany. Germany has a license on those tanks. Poland has said they will send about 14 of those Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine. However, all of that depends on the permission of Germany. Germany has been dragging its feet. Now, previously, the German position was, we won't go first. If other countries want to send main battle tanks, we will then probably follow suit, but we're not going to lead. They kind of evolved that a little bit. I think they kind of went backwards. Right, I know. The U.S. doesn't want to send its M1A1 Abrams because of the technology involved. We really don't want that. If they get captured and they get reverse engineered, a lot of concerns there that we have. Mm-hmm. So the Leopard 2 is a consensus tank that everybody would like to send. But the Germans kind of did a little bit of foot dragging in reverse and said, well, we're going to let the U.S. go first on this one today. They're all meeting in Germany this week.
Okay.
There's basically it's the coalition is coming together to decide what weapons are going to go forward. We've got a new package that's going to be announced fairly soon as far as what's going forward. And they're going to meet and decide this. And I can tell you that there will be concerted pressure on the Germans to evolve their position to allow Leopard 2s to go in. And I can't see a situation where Germany can maintain its current position for any duration of time.
Okay. Hal, as always, thanks for breaking all of that down. It's just interesting to see how that evolution has come to pass over this almost 1 year. We're about to hit the 1 year mark since Russia invaded, the 1 year anniversary. Hal, thanks so much. Talk again.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Let's bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer to talk about this even further.
All right, moving on to other top stories here at Live Now from Fox. This story coming from Florida. Residents in Volusia County, Florida, say they want to protect their coastal homes with seawalls after Hurricane Nicole. But they're telling our news partners there in Orlando that getting those permits has been a struggle. Joining us now live from Volusia County this morning is Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. Amanda, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So today is the day that these homeowners finally get to talk directly with the DEP about possibly getting the documents required to build the seawalls to protect their homes. We know that this, again, was a huge conversation following Hurricane Nicole. What updates can you share with us?
So residents have been frustrated for a little bit of time now, wanting to make progress on repairs. As you can see behind me in Daytona Beach Shores, we still have a lot of damage here, and it's just sitting, waiting to get done. So residents here say they just really want to get the ball rolling for these permits so they can start the rebuilding process. Now, state officials have been told they need to work quickly to grant these recovery permits. Daytona Beach Shores is still recovering from both Hurricanes Ian and Nicole. Governor DeSantis was here yesterday to present a check for $37.6 million, but people living here say that they need more to be done.
But those of us who want to build and protect our homes, we need to be able to do that right now, and we can't do it with $37 million because that, as I said earlier, that will only buy maybe 10 seawalls out.
Today, residents will be able to ask questions and receive guidance with state and local emergency permit officials for things such as seawalls, sand sources, and walkover repairs. Consulting engineers and contractors experienced with coastal construction are also encouraged to attend so that the Florida Department of Environmental Protection can guide them through this process. Now, residents living in the city limits of Daytona Beach Shores, New Smyrna Beach, Ormond Beach, or Ponce Inlet should contact their municipal government staff for local permitting requirements. Rain?
Amanda, I can only imagine how excited these homeowners are to finally get the ball rolling. So what are the details? What times and what place can the residents meet with these officials to learn more about the permits?
So today and tomorrow are what matter for residents wanting to move forward with getting these permits. They need to go to the Volusia County Government Building that is at 440 South Beach Street in Daytona Beach from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. today and tomorrow only. So these are the 2 days in which residents can ask these pertinent questions.
All right, Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joining us with that update. We'll keep you all updated on that story as well. Again, we have heard Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking on this very situation. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories and weather-related news in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're following these top stories and more today on Thursday, January 19th. Thank you all so much for joining us. Again, we are closely following the debt ceiling limit. The Secretary Treasurer has announced that the United States is expected to hit its credit limit sometime today amid a legislative standoff. So we're following that story as well as the World Economic Forum coming in live, raw, and unfiltered from Davos, Switzerland. And again, today we do expect a huge announcement to a story that we have been following since day one. Prosecutors to announce if Alec Baldwin will face charges in the 2021 movie set shooting. At this time, let's continue to bring you all the top stories from Washington, D.C., because there are a lot of questions surrounding the classified documents that were found at President Biden's former office and home. Here's more from Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard.
I am going to refer you to the White House counsel.
President Biden's team continues to pass on questions over his handling of classified information. Now, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer wants visitor logs and foreign donation records for the Penn Biden Center in D.C. That's where the first batch of documents were found in an office once used by President Biden.
I think this is where you're going to see a very aggressive Republican House coming after them to hold them accountable, because everyday Americans, we're sick and tired of this double set of standards.
The White House says says while searching his home for classified documents, his personal lawyers would set aside any they found and alert the Justice Department. But lawmakers want to know why lawyers without security clearances were even involved. According to the Wall Street Journal, for the initial searches at his homes, the Justice Department decided not to have agents present because they were worried it could later complicate the investigation and because the Biden team was cooperating.
Well, certainly it's an embarrassment. Yeah. Is it a big one? Is it lasting? I don't believe so.
According to a new Quinnipiac poll, almost 2/3 of Americans say President Biden acted inappropriately handling the documents. 46% say he should not face criminal charges. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Continuing to cover the latest inflation news, the latest producer price index showing inflation is cooling. Prices at the wholesale level making their biggest decline since April 2020, down 0.5% in December. The expectation was a drip of 0.1%. Inflation at the producer level, which measures inflation at the wholesale level before it reaches consumers, rising 6.2% just within the past 12 months. So overall, inflation is trending down, but Americans might not even notice. Between layoffs, slumping retail sales, and persistent high prices, many people are just trying to stay above water. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
I don't feel the easing. It just feels high.
That sentiment all too familiar for Americans across the country still dealing with high inflation. The good news, December numbers show wholesale inflation before it hits consumers fell 0.5 percentage point from the previous month. Still, the producer price index is 6.2% higher than a year ago. The extended wallet pain has caused retail sales to slump.
I'm pretty frugal, so I just kind of like buy what I need. It's less spending.
The Commerce Department shows retail sales fell 1.1% in December, more than expected. Economists say this shows consumers are tightening their budgets.
If you're not spending at Christmas time, when the heck are you going to spend?
And more employees are being handed pink slips as companies prepare for a potentially painful year.
President Biden knows firsthand the impact of losing a job and what that can have to your entire family. This is something that he knows and understands.
Microsoft announced they're cutting 10,000 employees, joining others like Amazon, which is cutting 18,000, the largest round of layoffs ever for the e-commerce titan.
We are going to have a recession. The only question is how big, how severe, and quite frankly, what we need is the government to stop spending, to hold the line on spending.
The Federal Reserve is planning to meet in just 2 weeks. It is expected they will again raise interest rates, though only by 0.25 percentage point. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
A Federal Reserve policymaker says that sharp interest rate hikes have helped to slow down high inflation. Consumer prices again have eased from 9.1% in June to 6.5% in December. So policymakers plan on continuing rate hikes in order to get to the Fed's target inflation rate of 2%. Increasing rates too much, however, could result in the economy going into a recession. The Fed's current interest rates is in a range of 4.25% and 4.5%. That's the highest level in 15 years. And happening today, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected today the U.S. will hit its debt limit. Like a family borrowing money between bank accounts before payday, she has done some maneuvering to help things to ease, but she can only do this for so long. So let's check in with Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively, who's reporting from Washington.
The U.S. is set to hit its debt limit on Thursday, a number so high it's hard to fathom, $31.4 trillion.
That's a lot of zeros. I think anything over $1 billion, I can't process.
The right-leaning Heritage Foundation came up with this chart that says if a median income family spent the way the government does, they'd spend all their money and have to put more than $46,000 on a credit card, even though they were already $474,000 in debt.
If I have to control my budget, then yes, I think Congress should as well.
So how did the federal government run up its credit cards?
They wanted to have a spending party, and it wasn't just Democrats in the Senate. Those bills passed with a lot of Republican support.
Like a family in financial trouble might try, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says she can take extraordinary measures, like selling off investments or suspending reinvestments in government retirement funds. But that would only put off the crisis until June.
How many times have we seen this? They take it right to the 11th hour and then they come to a deal. They know they've got to raise the debt, so they've spent the money.
A less likely option is making painful budget cuts to Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid.
We're not getting rid of anything, and you can't scare the bejesus out of people saying we're going to get rid of Social Security.
This is not a new problem. The U.S. got so close to defaulting on its debt in 2011, the government lost its perfect S&P credit rating. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Macklin joins us now. He remembers those. David, thanks for being with us. Let's talk about this even further. You keep hearing many reporters cite extraordinary measures. Those are Janet Yellen's words. What would they be? What does that mean?
Well, it means just taking non-essential payments out of the cash flow right now. So, as she said, less investments back into corporate debts that they need to pay. So the basic functionality of the government is going to continue. They're going to take this to higher, predicting that they do get a deal on both sides of the House and Senate.
Yeah, of course, that's really the ultimate question here. But, you know, one question I had, and you heard there, we were really close back in 2011, and our credit rating was downgraded. And we know the dysfunction on Capitol Hill, especially and House Republicans are in the majority, and the Biden White House. You know, it remains to be seen how well or how not well they're going to be working together. But this is really serious. Do you think we could suffer another credit downgrade yet again because of this?
It's always possible, but the U.S. Treasury is the risk-free asset of the world, meaning it is the #1 asset, the debt of the United States. It's always going to be paid. It always has been paid. But obviously, anytime we reduce our credit rating, that increases the marginal cost of the debt. And every time we increase the debt, both from a payment standpoint and an interest rate standpoint, there's less money to go to other programs, to welfare programs, to defense programs. So keeping that credit rating as high as possible is good for everyone.
Okay, David, so two things are happening concurrently. The debt is going up, up, up. It's at, what, $31.4 trillion. It keeps going up as we speak. But according to Biden administration officials, the deficit has been brought down quite exponentially. I think it's at 1.4 trillion right now, and it was last year about 2.3 trillion. How do those two figures square?
Well, I think we have to decouple these two things.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about it. So you have a credit card balance of $20,000 on your American Express card. So that's one way of looking at the national debt. Now, the deficit is what you spend each month. So every month you're overspending by $1,000 a month, let's say. And all of a sudden we go to Christmas time and you spend $2,000 more than you have during the month of December. And then you come back in January and you say, I'm only spending more than I have by $1,000. So, yes, you've cut your spending in half, but you're still overspending. We overspent a lot during the pandemic. So a lot of the reduction in the deficit was from programs that were put in place during the pandemic that were supposed to be special one-time programs. That the deficit has come down is planned because extra unemployment, extra rent assistance, all of these extra programs to help everyday citizens get through the pandemic were planned to go away. Okay. So I go back to just because it's not Christmas time anymore, I'm still overspending. That's not a good thing.
I see. No, that was a very kind of easy explanation, I think, for myself and for the viewers to understand those two figures. I want to talk about something that Fox Business correspondent Edward Lawrence was reporting about possibly a fix or an agreement when it comes to this debt limit. He says a senior GOP aide told him there are a number of Republican proposals being floated for ways to solve the debt ceiling crisis. One of the plans for Republicans is to replace the debt ceiling with a debt to GDP ratio and trigger. What do you make of that?
Well, I think, first of all, I doubt very seriously that will happen.
Okay.
Because trying to get full support of that is a long shot from this standpoint. But I do believe that when you look at economies that are successful, making sure that your debt is not outstripping what the overall GDP of a country produces is a valid argument as to, hey, we've got to make sure that the debt that we're incurring today is not preventing the long-term growth of the United States for us, our children, and our grandchildren. One of the reasons the United States is such a superpower is because of the economy and the ability to reinvest back into new technologies, new businesses. We want the economy to continue to grow. Businesses that are over debt laden don't grow, they go out of business. You look at some of the countries out there that have very high debt to GDP, they're not growing, they're in decline. So coming up with something that allows us to look at GDP and debt simultaneously has to be something that needs to be discussed at length.
Okay, David, so some Republican members on the kind of far right flank of the party, including Andy Biggs from Arizona, said as much recently, and I'm paraphrasing, to, let the country go into default and see what happens. Maybe that'll be a wake-up call to rein in some of the spending. The White House, balked at that. They said that's not on the table. Now, tomorrow is this deadline, David, but there's going to be, backups, triggers. The spending and the credit of the United States will not just end tomorrow, but this is going to be a can that is kicked down the road into the summer, is it not?
That is correct, because once you looking at it, it's almost going back to our example. We may be at our credit limit on our American Express card, but we may find other ways to reduce some of the spending that we have so that we go maybe more in balance from that standpoint. Or we may have an account at our local bank, our CD, that we go in and cash in that still allows us to overspend on a monthly basis. But eventually that CD extra money goes away. So the can does get kicked down the road till June. So in the short term, what changes? Nothing. In June is when the real nail biting will occur. And of course, as we predicted, and I think as most people predict, they're going to come up with a solution. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of noise.
Yeah. All right, David Ragland, as always, we appreciate your time, your insight into these financial matters, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Great to be with you.
Ragland joins us now. He remembers
new
those
evidence coming to light in the case of brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students. We are getting some newly released documents that shed light on the evidence against Bryan Kohberger, including what investigators discovered during a search of his apartment.
Search warrants unsealed Wednesday in the case against Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. The documents contain new details about what investigators discovered after his arrest inside his apartment in Washington state. They found a disposable glove and possible hair strands, including one that may have come from an animal. One of the victims, Kayla Gonzalez, had a dog. They also found a pillow and mattress cover with dark red and brown stains. The crime scene where the victims were found contained a significant amount of blood, which police believe would have likely gotten onto the killer's clothing. Also seized was Kohberger's computer. Investigators will want to look into his search history and whether he looked up any of the victims.
They're going to look for digital evidence. There's a treasure trove that exists. Are there direct messaging to any of the victims? Whether or not there was anything regarding disposing of evidence, some concealing of evidence.
A law enforcement source tells People magazine that Kohberger repeatedly tried to direct message one of the victims on Instagram, but she didn't respond. Fox News has yet to independently confirm that allegation. The warrants also allege that the evidence suggests the killings were premeditated. An investigator saying, quote, these murders appear to have been planned rather than a crime that happened in a moment of conflict. Koberger has not yet entered a plea and will be back in court June 26. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
Brian Walsh back in court Wednesday, arraigned on murder charges in the disappearance of his wife, Anna Walsh. The prosecutor breaking down Walsh's movements and search history in the days leading to his wife's disappearance. Walsh used his son's iPad to search up various information, including, quote, how long until a body starts to decompose, and can you identify a body with broken teeth? Here's more.
On complaint 230318, you are charged on the first day of January 2023 with assault and to beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder that person. You're also charged with returning of a body, did without lawful authority, did willfully dig up or remove human remains. Not guilty, pleas will be entered.
Do you understand those charges, Mr. Walsh? I do. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We're not contesting bail or probable cause, so we would ask that he be released.
Thank you, Ms. Minor, but I have to satisfy myself with probable cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lynn Veland for the Commonwealth. The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of a body. What I'd like to do now is just describe his actions in the days from January 1st. The defendant indicated on January 1st at 3 p.m. he did some errands and went to his mother's house in Swampscott, but got lost because he didn't have his phone. He said he knew he was lost when he saw the pirate ship on Route 1. Defendant stayed 15 minutes, then went to Whole Foods and CVS. Surveillance was checked and he did not enter either of those stores. On January 1st, defendant Googled using his son's iPad. Some of his searches are as follows. Keep in mind that the defendant said he left at 6 a.m. At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m. on the 1st, how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can I
Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, thanks for being with us. I know we've spoken with you about this story in the past, but that was the news just yesterday that that murder charge has now been filed. He was arraigned in court today. And I think a lot of people are wondering, the search for Anna Walsh, at least her remains, continues, yes?
Absolutely. I think anytime the government can and the state prosecutors can get access to evidence, physical evidence, that is what they want. That makes their job in court so much better and easier if they can actually have a forensic person come and testify as to the manner and means of death, for example.
And a lot of questions that I've been hearing asked is how difficult is the threshold to reach to file a murder charge if you have not found the remains or the body just yet? Not hard, right?
It's not hard, but it is definitely more challenging. And there are always unanswered questions when you don't have the physical evidence that shows exactly what happened. You're always worried as the prosecutor in a case where there is no body. If a juror is just going to have a question they feel is too important, yet unanswered in order to come to a verdict. So it is still a concern.
So, Nicole, a lot of evidence was presented today, including a lot of digital evidence and searches as far as what Brian Walsh was looking up on his son's iPad. Some pretty grim stuff. I want to go over some of it. His son's iPad had searches 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. Can you throw away body parts? What does formaldehyde do? How long does DNA last? And can DNA be made on partial remains? That's kind of a slam dunk for prosecutors, is it not?
It really is mind-boggling that a person smart enough to type in those words would think that somehow this kind of a search would evade law enforcement just because you use the iPad of a 6-year-old child or of a young child. Yes, these are very damning searches and will make the prosecution's job much easier.
Okay, so the flip side of that, how can the defense be mounted with such, glaring evidence like I just read out? I want to read out some more of these because they're really hard to believe. Can you be charged with murder without a body? That was one of the searches. What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? I mean, the defense has their work cut out for them, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, these are just absolutely horrific searches. And I think one of the first things the defense team will be doing is looking to see whether or not the police should have been in that iPad in the first place. So they'll be looking to determine whether or not this search was lawful. And I would imagine that's one of the first things we will start to hear about in this defense.
Yeah, and then just going into it a little bit more, because we know he was initially held on a charge of misleading investigators. But then the arraignment today was quite forthcoming about what investigators found as far as evidence, not just digital evidence. This included 10 garbage bags that included a hacksaw, hatchet, bloody clothes, bloody rugs, and personal belongings, including Anna's COVID-19 vaccination card and part of her jewelry as well. Is this all going to be admissible?
We think so. Certainly the prosecution presented it in court already, and the defense is not going to want it to come into evidence in a trial. And so they're going to be looking for reasons that the judge should legally exclude it. I haven't heard anything yet to indicate, however, that this evidence won't come in front of a judge or a jury.
Okay, so we know in February there's going to be other hearings, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure. Trial date has been set just yet. We might be too early for that. But this is a very small community, an affluent community. You don't see this, obviously, every day. A husband being charged with murdering their wife, and her remains are not found yet. Do you think investigators can extract that information in some kind of confession with Brian Walsh? Do you think they will lead her eventually to her body?
This may be something that the prosecution wants to talk about with the defense team to see whether or not they can strike a deal, which will ultimately help them locate her so that her family can appropriately grieve and try to move on, as much as that's a very difficult thing to do in a circumstance like this. But it is something that the prosecution team and law enforcement may try to bargain with, so to speak.
Interesting. Nicole, I keep saying this, but last question, I guess, what will you be looking for as we go forward? Is this case kind of shut and over, or what?
It sure does seem like the case is open and shut just from the absolutely horrific nature of the evidence that we've seen so far. So what I'll be looking for as we move forward is whether or not law enforcement came by this shocking and horrific evidence lawfully, or whether or not there will be any constitutional challenges to the searches and ultimate seizures of this information.
Okay, Nicole DeBoard, as always, we appreciate your insight into these major crime stories. We'll check in again. Thanks so much.
Thanks
and
for
in
having
other
me.
news, a Georgia state trooper is recovering this morning after being shot while trying to clear out protesters from the site of a planned police training facility that critics call Cop City. A protester was killed by law enforcement in the confrontation. Joining us now live is Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner from Grady Memorial Hospital. Mark, we know this is a developing story, but what can you tell us this morning?
Check. He was in stable condition in the ICU, having undergone surgery after being shot in the stomach.
Individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
A trooper shot in the stomach and a protester killed at the planned location of the so-called Cop City Police Training Facility. Wednesday morning, law enforcement conducted a sweep of the woods where protesters have camped out for months.
Someone on the property, as law enforcement came into view, initiated fire.
The GBI says while some lawmen pulled the injured trooper to safety, others fired back at the protester.
The individual who fired upon law enforcement and shot the trooper was killed in the exchange of gunfire.
Defend the forest!
At least 4 protesters were detained. They claimed to be peaceful and accused law enforcement of escalating the situation.
They're demolishing the encampment in the forest. They're sending in drones and chemical weapons against tree-sitters.
We're dealing not with protesters, but with criminals.
But the GBI calls some of the protesters violent, accusing them of targeting police, firefighters, and people living nearby.
Arson, attacking citizens, shooting police officers, using explosives, beating people up, then burning their car down.
Wednesday night, about 150 people descended on Little Five Points, upset over the protesters' death. At least one group is calling for retaliation, and others vowed to keep protesting until Cop City is scrapped.
There were other protests in New York City as well as Portland, Oregon. More are planned for other cities, including Chicago. As far as the names of both the trooper who was injured and the protester who died, they have not yet been released. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation has taken over the investigation into the shooting, but some protesters say they don't believe the GBI will be able to conduct an independent review of what happened. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner, live now for Fox.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, there's some good news for people who are in the market for a used car. Prices are continuing to drop. That's right. According to the Consumer Price Index, used car prices have declined 8.8% from December 2021 to December 2022. That is the biggest 12-month drop since June of 2009. A big reason for the lower prices is the increased supply of new cars, but industry experts warn in a report the cost could go back up because of lack of late used models. That is because of lower new car production within the last 3 years. Let's continue to talk about rising prices. Egg prices, for example, nationwide are on the rise, forcing farmers to increase their costs. A farmer in Nevada is explaining to us the exact reasons why this is happening.
They lay eggs every 21 hours.
Sharon Linson Bart loves her little chickens and the eggs they lay.
They're still warm. And beautiful eggs.
Why do you love chickens so much?
They are so personable. The chickens have personalities. They have absolute little societies. They have amazing interactions with each other. If I had every man prior to marriage come and see how a rooster interacts with his ladies, the whole world would be better. Because they do, in fact, they have kindness, they have gentleness, they have power, they have strength, they have compassion, they protect, they will die for their ladies.
Linson Bart is founder and owner of the Las Vegas farm. Her egg business started by people peeking over her fence to get a look at her chickens.
And I'd sell them a little bag of eggs, and the next thing you know, they'd be back at my gate, and they'd have their neighbor and their mother and their cousins.
52 years later, her egg business is no yoke. Workers bag up many farm fresh eggs for the public. The eggs have pretty much stayed the same over the years, but the prices haven't for Sharon and other egg producers across the country. You may have noticed egg prices have jumped more than 18% in just the last month. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, eggs cost less than $1.50 in 2019, now around $4.25. That's triple in just the last few years. And $4.25 might even sound cheap at some stores around the valley.
You could go back a couple of years to get the total picture of why.
Linson Bart says regulations were changed for how large farms house their chickens.
At the end of the day, all of the farmers had a huge cost to make new facilities for their birds.
Then there was a big avian flu outbreak in 2015, which hit supply.
Anytime you have that kind of a problem, you might not lose every bird in the nation, but you lose 50, 60 million. That's a big deal.
Now there are more avian flu outbreaks, which are happening during inflation, a perfect storm for higher prices. Linson Bart says she pays $9,000 a month for feed for all of her farm animals.
How much was that a few years ago, that $9,000 bill?
Probably 3 or 4.
Oh, what, so triple?
Oh, it's at least 300% over the last several years. It's gone up.
Gas to get that feed to the farm is up.
So my power bill is up to $3-4 grand a month. So every time you touch anything that has to do with producing an egg, everything's up, 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 up.
Including her eggs.
I had to bring mine up $2 a dozen. So now that I'm up over, I've been at $6 a dozen for years. I've had to kick it up to $8.
So what would bring prices of eggs down? The price of gas. She says if that comes down, the price of eggs will go down. And Linson Bart says the next time you pay more at the store for eggs, try not to be too critical of the farmers who are working to pay their staff, facility, feed, utility bills, and on to get eggs to your table.
Everybody is doing their best to get a product out there at as reasonable a price as they possibly can.
Newly released documents shedding light on the evidence against Bryan Kohberger, including what investigators discovered during a search of his apartment. Here's more from Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle.
Search warrants unsealed Wednesday in the case against Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. The documents contain new details about what investigators discovered after his arrest inside his apartment in Washington state. They found a disposable glove and possible hair strands, including one that may have come from an animal. One of the victims, Kayla Gonzalez, had a dog. They also found a pillow and mattress cover with dark red and brown stains. The crime scene where the victims were found contained a significant amount of blood, which police believe would have likely gotten onto the killer's clothing. Also seized was Kohberger's computer. Investigators will want to look into his search history and whether he looked up any of the victims.
They're going to look for digital evidence. There's a treasure trove that exists. Are there direct messaging to any of the victims? Whether or not there was anything regarding disposing of evidence, some concealing of evidence.
A law enforcement source tells People magazine that Kohberger repeatedly tried to direct message one of the victims on Instagram, but she didn't respond. Fox News has yet to independently confirm that allegation. The warrants also allege that the evidence suggests the killings were premeditated. An investigator saying, quote, these murders appear to have been planned rather than a crime that happened in a moment of conflict. Kohberger has not yet entered a plea and will be back in court June 26. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
We are learning that a judge has now unsealed some of the search warrants in the Kohberger murder case that led to the arrest of Bryan Kohberger. Those warrants were initially sealed, but now a judge in Washington state ordering their release of some of the redacted versions of these documents. Investigators described previously undisclosed evidence that they were seeking, like blood, DNA, shoes with diamond pattern soles, and data compilations of information about the victims and the house where they were killed. Let's talk about this even further with legal analyst and friend of the program, Will Bruzzo. Will, thanks for being with us. We've spoken with you a number of times on this story, and that was what many who were following this very, very closely wanted. They wanted a judge to unseal some of these search warrants, and now we're getting just that. So the warrants allege Kohberger pre-planned the ambush and had studied other murders and how to avoid detection as part of these preparations. What did you make of it?
You know, it was certainly obviously very interesting. I mean, this guy's a character in a film. It's just so evil that he studies how to plan the perfect murder, and then he attempts to do that. He failed spectacularly, fortunately, in terms of they were able to find him. But it's just a very eerie, strange, individual for sure. I was surprised that they released this information that was contained in the search warrants and affidavits. The reason is, jurors are going to come from the community, and a lot of this stuff is now going to be out there. I believe they found some fabric with some blood on it. There was a lot of other information. All of that information has to come in front of a jury if it goes in front of a jury, and I think it probably will, given the seriousness of the case. And so people are already going to know a lot about this information. I think they're going to have a difficult time finding jurors who, number one, are unfamiliar with the case, especially in that very small community. The other thing is every single bit of evidence against him has to be admitted in front of the judge and the defense attorney. And so they're going to have a hard time finding jurors who maybe haven't prejudged the case and maybe not even the specific pieces of evidence. So I'm not sure if this was the wisest thing to do. I think it's going to make it more difficult to find jurors.
So if it's difficult to find jurors, would the jurisdiction need to be changed? We don't know if that's on the table or not, but could it be in the future?
In a community that small, my understanding is that area is very sparsely populated. They may have to go to a bigger city like Boise or something where there's a larger group of potential jurors. Even there, I think it's going to be difficult to find, jurors who haven't already sort of prejudged the evidence. When you look for a juror, you want someone who hasn't already made a decision about the case, obviously, or isn't so well informed on it they've already made a decision. You want someone who knows as little about it as possible so that they can be more impartial. And that's going to be more difficult here, especially now given the decisions made by the court, and I believe it was also the district attorney, to allow this evidence out into the public realm. Because I think, human nature being what it is, people have been very curious about this case. It's a very strange, odd situation. This individual doesn't appear to actually have known these people. And, he was a law student, or rather he was a criminal law, studying criminal law as a graduate student. So it's piqued a lot of people's interest. And I'm just concerned they may have a difficult time finding an impartial juror. They may have to change venue, go to a bigger city where there's more of a larger juror pool.
Yeah. And Will, that is the, I guess, $64,000 question here. What was the nature, if any, of a relationship between Kohberger and the victims? The story that I'm referring to, quote, data compilations of information about the victims. Information regarding any such relationships is very scant, and so that's kind of what everyone hopes would come out either at that preliminary hearing that's going to be taking place in June or at the trial later this year. But as far as this evidence is concerned, to your point, doesn't it have to be presented? Doesn't it have to be admissible? And we know, at least in Latah County in Idaho, across the state line there, this was a judge in Washington state. In that jurisdiction, there's a gag order on this. So probably a lot of people were waiting for that judge in Washington state, obviously that's where the search warrants were conducted, to unseal them.
Yeah, I think I would have done, if I was a judge, I would have done some kind of gag order or some, basically just sealed the warrants, and especially sealed what they found, because I believe now it's out in the public realm, the things that they actually found. So, that means people are going to already know what the evidence is against him before they even get into the courtroom. Which you have the danger of prejudging the evidence. So that is a serious problem to me. So I don't understand why they release this information. Doesn't seem to be the best idea. Even though, of course, this individual isn't very popular right now, he still has the rights of under the Constitution. And having jurors prejudge it could violate his Fifth Amendment rights.
Right, and of course, you don't want to unseal search warrants until a suspect is in custody. That could jeopardize the investigation. I just want to go over, according to this Fox News digital article, of what was said in the warrant and what was taken from Kohberger's apartment there on the campus of Washington State. Now, nothing was taken from his office. He's a PhD student there. He was, teaching as a GSI, some students in this criminology division. But what was taken from the apartment, a single black glove, a Walmart receipt, and Dickies tag, 2 receipts from a Marshall's store, the dust container from a Bissell vacuum, 8 possible hair strands, a Fire TV stick, and a single possible animal hair strand, 4 other possible hairs, and a big computer tower. So investigators have a lot to pore over there. Final thoughts, Will?
Yeah, so I just hope it doesn't affect their ability to pick an impartial jury. This obviously a very serious crime. You don't want to have any slip-ups by law enforcement. And obviously this thing has piqued the interest of the public, and the public have a right to know to an extent, but of course you want to keep the process, constitutional and impartial.
All right, Will, as always, we appreciate your insight into these stories, and we will talk again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We are learning that a judge has now unsealed some of the search.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:36. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Thursday, January 19th. An interesting story to bring you all. There may be an age limit to hit a joint, especially now that more seniors are using cannabis, and this new hobby is sending many to the emergency room. Fox's Jennifer Williams has more.
They think they know from the 60s and 70s. I know how to do marijuana.
The number of senior citizens visiting the emergency room because of marijuana use has soared in the past few years. Dr. Harry Straightner is an addiction expert, and he says boomers may simply be unaware of just how potent pot is in 2023.
Particularly since the presence of gummies, edibles, because you don't know how long it's going to take for an edible to affect you.
According to the Department of Health and Human Services, marijuana currently cultivated and sold contains 3 times more THC compared to levels 25 years ago. Straightner adds individuals over the age of 60 are also more likely to be on medication for high blood pressure, diabetes, and high cholesterol.
We haven't done enough research to know what the synergistic, the combined effects of marijuana are with THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, with other medications.
A new study by the University of California, San Diego revealed cannabis-related ER visits have skyrocketed a whopping 1,800% among Californians over the age of 65 and up from 2005 to 2019. Dr. Nicholas Hernandez has noticed the surge.
A lot of baby boomers are ending up in the hospital with cyclical vomiting syndrome. They're just nauseous, vomiting. They go into renal failure because they become dehydrated. You have to give them fluids.
It could be considered an overdose. You know, with marijuana theoretically is very helpful to cancer patients.
Both experts say other side effects can include dizziness, balance issues, disorientation, extreme paranoia, anxiety, and even early signs of dementia.
It's basically mostly metabolized by the liver, some excreted by the kidneys, but the liver can last up to 72 hours before it completely leaves your system. So an elder person that may have a little bit more slower process, it could be 6 days for them as opposed to 3 days.
Jennifer Williams, Fox 5 News.
Switching gears to bring you all the latest business headlines, here is this morning's Fox Means Business report. Why did they have all that?
Shoppers were cutting back even during the busy holiday shopping season. Retail sales falling 1.1% in December from the previous month. That was a bigger drop than expected. High prices and higher interest rates for things like credit cards had consumers feeling the pinch. The weak retail report sparking new worries about a possible recession and putting investors in a selling mood. The Dow and S&P 500 suffered their worst day of the year so far. The NASDAQ also tanked. Not a lot to party about at Party City on Wednesday. The retailer filing for bankruptcy protection as it deals with mounting debt and falling sales. On a positive note, there is another sign inflation is cooling off a bit. Producer prices, which is what wholesalers paid for goods and services before they sell to consumers, fell 0.5% in December from the previous month. And while it did jump 6.2% from the same time a year ago, that was better than expected. And that's business. I'm Lydia Hu. Shoppers were cutting back even during the busy holiday shopping season. Retail sales falling 1.1%.
All right, now take it a live now look from Washington, D.C. We're learning more about 2 Americans who were killed in a Nepal plane crash. Let's listen into this update from the State Department.
We are deeply saddened to hear of the tragic Yeti Airlines crash over the weekend, which killed 72 people, including 2 U.S. citizens and 2 lawful permanent residents. Our thoughts are with the families of those on board. The United States stands ready to support Nepal in any way we can at this difficult hour. Similarly, I believe many of you will have heard the Secretary offer his own condolences in response to the tragic helicopter crash that took place earlier today in Ukraine, as did President Biden. We were saddened, deeply saddened, to learn of the passing this morning of so many of those aboard, including some of our key partners.
And Southwest Airlines is making a major investment to reduce the risk of any future technical meltdowns. Southwest CEO Bob Jordan announced more than $1 billion will be allotted to upgrade and maintain its IT system. Jordan's announcement comes after thousands of flights were canceled during the holiday season due to weather and outdated technology. Jordan says the airline is working with a third-party firm to review the events and make thoughtful recommendations on future actions. The time here is 7:41. We'll have more right after this. Welcome back to Live Now. Party City filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and city CEOs is warning of work from home slackers. Here's more.
Party City is the latest casualty among the nation's retailers. The store known for birthday, holiday, and wedding supplies filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Online shopping and decreased demand hurting its bottom line. The restructuring should be complete by the second quarter. The CEO of Citigroup warning work-from-home staffers they'll be forced to work in the office if they're caught slacking off. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Jane Fraser saying, quote, "We can see how productive someone is or isn't. If they're not being productive, we bring them back to the office or back to the site, and we give them the coaching they need until they get their productivity back up again." Meanwhile, the chief executive of BlackRock, the world's biggest asset manager, slamming work from home altogether, saying, quote, "Remote working has not worked. If you're looking for a new coffee maker, Twitter's got you covered." The social media giant is auctioning off a long list of items from its San Francisco headquarters, like this fancy espresso machine. It's all part of Elon Musk's latest attempt to drastically cut costs. Other products include this soundproof conference room booth, plus generic office furniture like these Knoll chairs, and the list goes on and on. And some good news if you're craving the golden arches, McDonald's is celebrating the McNuggets 40-year anniversary on its menu. The fast food chain is offering a free 6-piece on Wednesday, but only if you order through the app. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
Switching gears to bring you all the latest international news. We're learning more about that helicopter crash that killed Ukraine's interior minister. And we're also continuing to follow Russia's war on Ukraine. Here's more from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Let's bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer to talk about this even further and more developments in the war. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. I want to go over some comments that Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, said today, speaking virtually at the World Economic Forum in Davos. He says this is not an accident because it has been due to war, and the war has many dimensions, not just on the battlefields. He says there are no accidents at wartime. These are all war results. What did you make of those statements?
Well, Andrew, a lot of people kind of read into that, and they were thinking, well, he's talking about possibility of an anti-air missile by the maybe Russian special operations like Spetsnaz or something, or some sort of covert operation. I would also point out, though, there's a lot of other things in wartime. Wartime tends to stress out all forms of equipment, particularly aviation assets. A lot of what we call rotor hours. These things are getting used constantly, particularly in a high-threat environment, and something what you see with the Ukrainian officials having to do just to get around the country during this conflict. They're using a lot of helicopters, and so there's just a lot of stress on the airframes themselves, the equipment, everything else. So all those things, and if you look at the history of aviation mishaps, those are all contributing factors. So it could have been that. The other thing is the tactics they use is they tend to fly what we call nap of the earth. I've flown in helicopters many times where we're literally right off the ground. I can think of some stuff I did in the Middle East where we're flying probably 10 feet off the ground at a pretty considerable speed. And that was just what we had to do because of the threat environment. They're probably flying low, so there could have been anything with low visibility. Could have been wires. Apparently there's reports of a lot of wires strung between buildings in Kyiv, so they could have hit that. And then, of course, it could have always been something like some sort of covert operation where someone puts an IED, improvised explosive device, on the helicopter itself. That's probably less likely, and certainly there's nothing to indicate that there was an anti-air missile that was used. However, there was interesting discussion from at least one or two of the witnesses that said that they saw the helicopter was on fire before it crashed. And I'm sure investigators are going to be looking very closely as to what would cause the helicopter to be on fire. Obviously, if it struck something like a wire strung between buildings, that might explain it. But that was a kind of an interesting statement by witnesses.
Yeah, it's just a very horrible event and a very sad day, for especially the upper echelons of leadership in Ukraine, as we hear from them almost daily about updates there to the war effort. Hal, I want to move away from that very, very tragic helicopter crash to some more details and information we're getting about possible new materiel being shipped to Ukraine. At least talks continue. The tank talks continue apace as well. But apparently the United States is considering a new package, and this will likely include a number of strikers as well as ground-launched small-diameter bombs, which have a range of roughly 100 miles. What are strikers? Are those tanks or no?
Well, they're not really tanks. They're light armored vehicles is what they are. They're originally made by Canada. They're a wheeled vehicle. I believe the Strikers have 8 wheels, as I recall. They have a 25 millimeter main gun, but there's different types of variants. You could put an anti-tank missile package on top of a Striker. There's some other variants that you can use with Strikers as well. I wasn't in Strikers, but I was in light armored vehicles, which was kind of the Marine Corps version of the same program. They're mostly used for light armored reconnaissance. They're used for screening operations going forward. They're very fast. Obviously, being wheeled, they're great to use on hardball roads because, unlike tracks, they don't tear up the roads every time they go down there. And they're quick. They're nimble. They can put small numbers of troops, or as we call them, dismounted infantry, into areas, or scouts to look for things. So it provides a tremendous capability. They're not tanks per se. And I can tell you that during the 80s, there were some of us in the Marine Corps and the Army that had to explain that to several generals. Yeah. No, they're not tanks. Do not fight them like tanks. But they augment tanks and they provide a tremendous capability. Now, if I can mention with the missile that we're talking about with the extended range, that's opening up the ability to go in deep and interdict logistics, command and control much further than the current HIMARS missiles are using. There was also floated, and I think we talked about this earlier, there was floated earlier this week out of the Senate the possibility of eventually sending ATACMS. Now, ATACMS are very long-range missile, about 300 kilometers, and if ATACMS, which can be fired from HIMARS and M270s, which are both there, if ATACMS are put in there, that would give the ability to basically strike anywhere across the Crimean Peninsula. The fear that we've had, or the concern, has been that the Ukrainians might use them to strike well inside Russia, and that could potentially escalate the conflict. Of course, the overriding fear is that the Russians might eventually decide to use some sort of tactical nuclear weapon or something like that. But that's been part of the pushback on some of these longer range weapons. But as you can see, we're incrementally moving forward.
Yeah, totally. And the Wall Street Journal is reporting this, speaking of when it comes to tanks coming from our European allies, that Germany will not allow allies to ship German-made tanks to Ukraine to help its defense against Russia, nor send its own systems unless the United States agrees to send American main battle tanks. Senior German officials said to sources at the Wall Street Journal today, those are those U.S.-made Abrams tanks. So that's a very interesting development. We're relying on a lot of our European allies, Britain, Poland, to send some types of tanks. But Germany seems to be, I guess, the holdup here. Now, Hal, you did kind of allude to this, I thought, pretty detailed, stunning report in the New York Times today when you speak of the evolution of what we give as far as military equipment goes to the Ukrainian war effort. According to the New York Times, this article says, after months of discussions with Ukrainian officials, that the Biden administration is finally starting to concede that Kyiv may need the power to strike the Russian sanctuary of Crimea, even if such a move increases the risk of escalation. So it seems like the position there is softening. Weren't we targeting, we meaning the Ukrainians, on the Crimean Peninsula already?
Well, they were, but they had limited means. One of the things they were using were these unmanned surface vessels. Very, very successfully went into Sevastopol, took out some targets. They were using unmanned aerial vehicles as well to go in there, and they were doing some longer range missiles. It looked like they had some of these longer range missiles that can be fired from HIMARS, but not a lot of them. Now they're looking at basically giving them the longer range missiles, potentially ATACMS at some point that would allow them to basically range the entire Crimean Peninsula. Now, we have been evolving our position on a number of systems. Strikers is one of those, and HIMARS was an evolution at one point as well. There's been a request consistently for tanks. Great Britain has said they're going to send a squadron, 14 of the Challenger 2 tanks. These are high-end main battle tanks. It's not a lot, but they are very capable tanks. The tank that everybody wants is the one that's most used throughout Europe and throughout NATO, which is a Leopard 2 tank, which is produced by Germany. Germany has a license on those tanks. Poland has said they will send about 14 of those Leopard 2 tanks to Ukraine. However, all of that depends on the permission of Germany. Germany has been dragging its feet. Now, previously, the German position was, we won't go first. If other countries want to send main battle tanks, we will then probably follow suit, but we're not going to lead. They kind of evolved that a little bit. I think they kind of went backwards. The U.S. doesn't want to send its M1A1 Abrams because of the technology involved. We really don't want that. If they get captured and they get reverse engineered, a lot of concerns there that we have. Mm-hmm. So the Leopard 2 is a consensus tank that everybody would like to send. But the Germans kind of did a little bit of foot dragging in reverse and said, well, we're going to let the U.S. go first on this one today. They're all meeting in Germany this week.
Okay.
There's basically it's the coalition is coming together to decide what weapons are going to go forward. We've got a new package that's going to be announced fairly soon as far as what's going forward. And they're going to meet and decide this. And I can tell you that there will be concerted pressure on the Germans to evolve their position to allow Leopard 2s to go in. And I can't see a situation where Germany can maintain its current position for any duration of time.
Okay. Hal, as always, thanks for breaking all of that down. It's just interesting to see how that evolution has come to pass over this almost 1 year. We're about to hit the 1 year mark since Russia invaded, the 1 year anniversary. Hal, thanks so much. Talk again.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Let's continue to cover news from Washington, D.C. and this most recent White House press conference. We have Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre taking her daily questions from reporters. Now, questions focused mainly on the Justice Department's ongoing investigation of classified documents found at President Biden's office and home, but she was also asked about and spoke to the debt ceiling deadline, which is today, abortion rights, job layoffs, and additional military aid to Ukraine. So let's revisit this announcement right here on Live Now from Fox.
Will be joined by Governor Newsom and other elected officials. The president has been closely monitoring the situation in California over the past several weeks and is being regularly briefed by his Homeland Security team. Throughout this time, he has remained in close touch with the governor and also local officials on the ground. As you all saw, President Biden approved Governor Newsom's request for an expedited major disaster declaration Saturday evening, providing federal support for debris removal, emergency protective measures, and individual assistance to survey whose homes have been damaged or destroyed by the storm. And we have over 500 FEMA and other federal personnel have already deployed to California to support response and recovery operations and are working side by side with the state to ensure all needs are indeed met on the ground. This Sunday, the White House will commemorate what would have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade. Vice President Harris will travel to Florida to deliver a major address on the fight for women across America to have access to reproductive care and make their own health care decisions. 50 years after the Supreme Court's 1973 decision in Roe v. Wade, ultra-MAGA Republican officials continue to push at all levels of government for extreme legislation rolling back women's fundamental rights, including a national abortion ban. At the state level, more than 60 anti-choice bills have been produced for the 2023 legislative session, including extreme proposals going as far as threatening women with felony charges for accessing care. In stark contrast, the president and the vice president remain committed to fighting these extreme attacks on women and expanding access to reproductive care however they possibly can. This Sunday, the president will speak about the fight to secure women's fundamental right to reproductive health care in the face of these attacks. She will talk about what's at stake for millions of women across the country, and most importantly, the need for Congress to codify the protections of Roe into law. The president and the vice president and a strong majority of the American people believe that women must be empowered to make decisions about their own lives and health care, and that those decisions should not be politicized or second-guessed by politicians. Unfortunately, that is exactly what Republican officials are doing in Congress. Despite the outcome of the midterm elections, in which millions of Americans went to the polls just across the country to protect women's constitutional rights and reject extreme proposals to sell out the middle class, we have seen House Republicans abuse their narrow majority to take aim at the very issues the American people care about the most. In addition to attacking women's health care, we've already seen House Republicans try and undercut the progress President Biden has made rebuilding the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Today, we got our news of even more progress tackling inflation, bringing costs down for Americans. Both producer and consumer inflation has now fallen for about 6 months straight. And consumer spending remains strong, with retail sales in December about flat when adjusted for inflation. That adds up to historic progress. President Biden inherited an economic crisis and turned it into the strongest 2 years of job growth on record. The United States just hit the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years because of his economic plan. Again, his economic plan for the American people is indeed working. But as President is fighting, to bring costs down more and ensure that middle-class families get a fair shake, House Republicans are advancing an economic plan that will take tax cuts for the rich, higher prices, and cutting social security and cutting Medicare as well. Their very first vote of the new Congress was a bill to worsen inflation and tax welfare for the rich. They want to impose an unprecedented tax increase on middle-class families in the form of a 23% sales tax in order to provide even more tax giveaways to the super rich and big corporations. They're going to vote to raise gas prices and deprive Americans of relief at the pump, and they're threatening to kill millions of jobs and 401k plans by trying to hold the debt limit hostage unless they can, again, cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid. So on this last point, the president has been clear. He will not allow Republicans to take the economy hostage or make working Americans pay the price for their schemes to benefit the wealthiest Americans and also special interest. With that, I say this all the time, Josh, I haven't seen you in a long time. And you always tell me you've been here. Okay, all right, good to see you, Josh. Go ahead, kick us off, please.
Given everything you just laid out with regard to House Republicans, what has the White House seen or heard from House Republicans that gives you confidence that we can avoid a default?
Look, we've been very, very clear, and I'll say this again. Let me first say this part, that after the midterm elections, the president was very clear. After we saw a historic when it comes to a Democratic president in 60 years being able to have a successful midterm. When you look at what we saw in the Senate and we look at the red wave that never happened, the president said, the American people spoke very loudly and very clearly. They want to see us work in a bipartisan way. So the president wants to do that. He's looking to do that. But also, when you think about the debt limit, it is, we've been very clear. The debt limit has been something that has happened 3 times. If you look at just the last administration in a bipartisan way, it is something that should be done without conditions. We should not be negotiating around it. It is the duty, the basic duty of Congress to get that done. And so we're just not going to negotiate about that because, again, it was done under the last president. It was done 3 times, again, in a bipartisan way. There is no alternative to Congress' responsibility here to address the debt ceiling. Treasury makes millions of payments each day. Their system is built to pay our country's bills on time. It's not set to make the United States delinquent by paying our bills. There is a reason that Treasury secretaries of both parties, if you think about it and if you all remember, rejected this incredible, risky, and dangerous idea that has never been tried before. So it is essential for Congress to recognize that dealing with the debt ceiling is their constitutional responsibility. This is an easy one. This is something that should be happening without conditions.
Just to make sure I understand, do you think House Republicans in this Congress see their responsibilities the way that you just outlined?
They should. I just laid out why they should feel the responsibility. And I talked about this yesterday. I quoted the Chamber of Commerce said it would have catastrophic economic consequences. A former economist to Republican Senators Rob Portman, Marco Rubio, Mitt Romney called it a really bad idea and disaster. And in 2011, then Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner called it unworkable and harmful. It is the precedent has been for both parties to come together and to get this done. We are talking about the full faith and credit of our country.
And then, secondly, real fast, help us understand, given the frequency with which President Biden works in Delaware, what is the case against having visitor logs for his house?
So I am going to refer you to the White House counsel. They actually addressed this. They answered this question that you are asking me, I believe, on Sunday, and I also believe the Secret Service put out a statement. So I would refer you to those 2 statements that came out from the White House. I'm actually going to go around. I got a lovely letter from Tamara Keith, your president of the White House Correspondents Association, and she asked that I go around, so I'm going to do that. Go ahead, Courtney.
Thanks, Karine. I wanted to ask about the FAA issue last week with the ground stop that was called at airports across the country. When is the president expecting to receive an after-action report?
So as DOT said, the issue was a damaged database file with no evidence of a cyber attack. So I want to be very clear about this. And you heard Secretary Buttigieg say that there is going to be an after action report. I don't have a timeline for you to share from here. I would refer you to the Department of Transportation. But this is something that we obviously take very seriously when it comes to the safety of Americans. That is something who are flying, something that we make a priority. When the timeline of the action report, I would refer you to the Department of Transportation.
Also, this year Congress will have to reauthorize funding for the FAA. Is there anything that the president wants to see specifically in that bill that pertains to what happened last week?
Again, that's something, as I mentioned last week, that happens every 5 years. We're up. This is the time that that we're going to see Congress act on this. Don't have anything to share on specifics. Again, as you know, this is something, as I just mentioned, when it comes to the safety of American people, this is something that is a priority for us. We want to get to the bottom of what occurred just days ago, not too long ago. I don't have any specifics on the action that Congress is going to take. I'm going to go way to the back. Go ahead, Wes? Owen, sorry. Owen, I'm so sorry. That's my bad. Sorry, Owen.
Hi, Corinne. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'd like to turn your attention to Nigeria. Just a few days ago, an absolutely horrific story. A Catholic priest in his rectory early Sunday morning was literally burned to death. Bandits burned the rectory. And today, as a matter of fact, Pope Francis asked the world to pray for Father Isaac Achi. Question one, two questions here. One, will the Biden administration forcefully condemn acts of violence against Christians in Nigeria?
So let me just say we are saddened by the senseless killing. We have seen the reports, and we certainly are saddened by that. We are monitoring the situation as information develops. And so we hope the Nigerian authorities will quickly bring the perpetrators to justice. And of course, we condemn violence of any kind. And so that is something that you've heard me say many times from this podium, and that is something that we will continue to condemn.
Just to follow up on that, how many more Nigerian priests have to be so brutally murdered before Nigeria is placed back on the countries of particular concern list, the State Department's list?
Mm-hmm. That is something I would refer you to the State Department about, that particular list. Go ahead, Niels.
Thank you. On this question that was the debt limit, which was a lot of the talk in here the last couple of days, is there any way that the president would be willing, if the president meets with congressional leadership on other matters between now and when Secretary Yellen says we'll reach the default point, will he entertain discussions at all during meetings that may be on some unrelated topic with members of Congress about debt limit negotiations, or will he just sort of say, no, we're not going to do this, we'll discuss the topic at hand, but we won't talk about negotiating over the debt limit?
So let me be clear, I don't have a meeting with leaders to read out at this time or to announce, but we've been really clear, we will not, there will not be any negotiations over the debt ceiling. We will not do that. It is their constitutional duty. You think about how Congress has dealt with the debt ceiling for the past several decades. It is their responsibility, their constitutional responsibility to act. And so, but more broadly speaking, at the start of this new Congress, I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it again, we're reaching out to all members from both sides of the aisle so they make sure that they know who to reach out to when it comes to the Office of Legislative Affairs so that we continue to build those relationships. Again, in the past, there has been bipartisan cooperation to address the debt ceiling, and that's how it should be. It should not be used as a political football. That is not how we should be moving forward here. Our outreach is deliberate to ensure Congress knows that the debt ceiling must be addressed, again, without conditions. But always, I'm not going to read out any specific meetings or any, I don't have anything else to read out about the president meeting with leadership.
Can I just follow up on something that Courtney just asked, actually? Senator Schumer says that the FAA administrator nomination is going to be a priority in the coming weeks. Are there, and I understand that's priority for the president as well. Do you have any other priority nominations that you would like Senator Schumer and the Senate Democrats to take up first?
So let me just say we certainly welcome and appreciate Senator Schumer's supportive comments this weekend, as you just mentioned, and look forward to working together to confirm Phil Washington specifically as FAA administrator. Let me just add that FAA, as I just said to Courtney, is a key agency with crucial safety mandate, and the president has nominated an experienced, qualified candidate who currently runs one of the busiest airports in the world to lead the agency. And so we will continue to work with Senator Schumer, Senator Cantwell, and others to seek the swift confirmation. So clearly that is important to us. Look, we're going to continue to, as I talk about the swift confirmation, not just of the FAA administrator, but many other crucial, high qualified nominees to serve across the administration. And we will be renominating a number of officials in the upcoming weeks. And when we have updates to share, we certainly will share that. Okay, go ahead, Tia. Go ahead, Tia.
You mentioned Vice President Harris is going to speak on the anniversary of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Is the administration going to announce any initiatives or policies for protecting abortion access, particularly to women who get their pills by mail?
So let me just say the administration has taken actions with our limited authorities to expand access to care. The president has issued 2 executive orders. You've heard myself talk about it. Jen Klein from the Gender Policy Council has been here to talk about the executive orders that the president has put forward. It is to safeguard access to abortion and contraception, ensure that everyone has access to health care free from discrimination, defend the right to travel across state lines for medical care, protect the physical safety and security of clinics, providers, and patients. And also earlier this month, the FDA announced an independent evidence-based decision to expand access to medication abortion through telepath and at pharmacies. But we've been very clear. The president has been very clear. The vice president has been very clear. The only way to restore the protections of Roe is for Congress to pass a national law codifying the right to choose. No executive action will actually deal with that the issue that I just laid out. We need to codify Roe, and that's what you're going to hear, continue to hear from the president and from the vice president. Don't have any other specific actions than what I just laid out. Okay, who else? Todd.
Thank you. On the president's visit to the border last week, is there any follow-up, any new policies? Has he spoken with Governor Abbott to follow up on the governor's request?
I don't have a conversation or a call to read out. I do want to say I've been asked about if we've seen an impact from what the president laid out a couple of weeks ago of what the actions that he was taking at the border. I want to say that we are seeing some impact. The numbers of migrants arriving from those countries are low, and we look forward to sharing more once we have more data to go off of. Additionally, the first individuals authorized to live and work legally in the United States under the expanded program started arriving just last Tuesday, within 5 days after the launch of the program. Hundreds more have been vetted and approved for travel and can book a flight to the United States to arrive on time. But I want to be very clear. Again, we need Congress to take action. The president has done what he can, from the executive, from the White House, but what we're seeing is Congress still refuses to act. The president is going to use every tools available, as you have seen him do these past 2 years, to manage a mass migration event impacting the entire Western Hemisphere, but not only just one city, right? We've seen it just across the board. So he's taking the steps. He's going to continue to take this very seriously when we think about the border security. But again, Congress needs to act. Republicans need to act. And if they really care about this issue, this is an opportunity to reach across the aisle and work with us on this. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kareem. I want to reference an interview that President Biden did in mid-September with 60 Minutes. And in that interview, he chided former President Trump for having in his possession classified documents. He called it irresponsible. First of all, do you think it was proper for President Biden
Good morning, everyone. If you are watching us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 8:16 over on the East Coast and 5:16 on the West Coast. You're listening in to the latest White House press briefing. That is Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre answering questions from the media. I do actually want to take you to a live event that we do have going on right now that includes U.S. Senator Joe Manchin along with other world lawmakers here. This is over in Switzerland. It is the Repowering the World conference here going on in Switzerland. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Transition, because the reality is Africa now needs a lot of energy, because the fourth industrial revolution is concentrating in Africa. A lot of investment, a lot of manufacturing is done over there. So there is a high demand of energy in Africa. So I think the world should look to Africa now. But again, in Africa, we have learned our lessons as well. Whatever we have to concentrate in our power pools, regional power pools, East African power pools, Southern African power pools. We had that policy. We haven't done enough to create our power pools. So I think if we have the power pools, then there will no be problem of shortage of energy, because whoever has any crisis, the power pool could serve for the region. So that's the lesson I think we learned. But again, I think this is a global problem, and the solutions should be globally. Multilateralism in solving this problem.
Francesco?
Because, yeah, we have seen panicking around the world. The superpowers, big powers, they are all coming up with their own policies for getting more energy. Americans have got their own policies, Europe, Japan, India. They are coming with different policies, but in unilateralism. So we think this is a global problem. The globe should have a global effort to solve this problem. So that's what I can say.
Francesco, weigh in from the private sector point of view. You've heard from the policymakers. Does this, in your mind, influence your strategy going forward? Because Mr. Starmer, for example, is talking about an OPEC-like organization that would include all of the European nations as well as the United Kingdom, talking about a cohesive approach. Ms. Root is saying it's time to invest in more nuclear as well. What, to your mind, does this say to the private sector? Time to invest?
Yes. It's time to invest. Oh, sorry. I thought it's my question. Okay. Go ahead.
So I think if you look at the continuous changes in policy making around the world, you would really stop doing anything. I mean, this would be an on-off affair with very little done. So you have to look a little bit at the major trends. And the major trends are very simple and basic, and they've always been around. For something to make sense, it has to be in the money. It has to make economic sense. And I like very much what Senator Manchin just said. You cannot substitute something if you don't have anything that substitutes it, that is at least equal or better. So that's really the guiding principle for going long term. You have to make choices that are technologically robust in the economic sense. Second, clearly you want to avoid the climate risk disaster, so you have to have that light guiding you, because you cannot make long-term bets on this disaster that is in front of us. And thirdly, it has to do with security of supply, which was maybe a little bit in the limelight, in the back, of our mind a year ago. Now it's definitely in the front of the mind of many, many governments. So these three things really guide us. And if you look at what technology is doing in the light of these three parameters, there's lots of things that help and lots of investments that make sense. And when you see policies that don't get it, you try and articulate some kind of response and try to convince the policymakers and the regulators. You try again, and if it doesn't work, you go elsewhere. I mean, it's very simple. You cannot fight a government. You have to wait that the government changes, or you have to wait that their mind changes. But the world is large, and the opportunities for investments are everywhere. And, you know, if I can say, you know, we've been investing in the U.S. now more than almost 20 years, okay? So we've seen a lot of different administrations coming and going, and we've seen a trend that has been characterized by these three things. Investments in renewables made sense because they were in the money, not because...
Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, 822 on the East Coast and 522 on the West Coast. We are live in Switzerland right now at the World Economic Forum. That is where U.S. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, is among the speakers here at this conference, again, going on in Switzerland. If you look off to the left side of your screen, you can see some of the top stories we are working on right now, and that includes one that Rain Augustine has been covering all throughout the morning. The U.S. expected to hit that debt limit of just over $38 trillion. We're going to have more on that coming up. We're going to speak to an expert in about 20 minutes to break down what that means and what happens next. Later today, the DA is set to announce if charges will be filed in the 2021 shooting on set of the Alec Baldwin movie Rust. That is where a cinematographer was killed. So no clear time on that just yet, but when we find out, we will bring that to you. Also, President Biden is set to head to California and tour the damage after that deadly series of storms we've been covering here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 825 on the East Coast and 525 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Here at Live Now from Fox, we do prioritize those live events, and I do want to head out live over to Switzerland, where we are hearing from people at this conference now underway. And as you can see there on your screen, U.S. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, fairly well known, is expected to speak at this conference. So let's listen in here live, raw, and unfiltered.
To be upskilled to prepare them for the job of tomorrow. So there is one word, just one takeaway from my speech is competitiveness. Europe has a huge challenge and huge risk of deindustrialization. IRA is not the enemy. It's the best thing which could happen to Europe is IRA. Thank you. Because IRA, I mean, we should not get into the trap that Biden is incentivizing and Europe is over-regulating. And this is where we are today as an industry. So the question is not IRA or not. The question is, what does it take for Europe to have a competitive industrial infrastructure and policies? That's what we need. For the chemical industry, again, I need clean energy. I need it at cost, at scale, 365 days a year around my sites. To give you an example, we committed to exit coal by 2030. I joined the company 4 years ago. It took me 3 years to get permitting, both in Germany and France. It's insane. We were ready to pay the money. We had alliances, even subsidies. The money is not the problem. Cash is there. But the permitting and the bureaucracy is too heavy. So if there are two calls as a European as well, cri du cœur, is we need an industrial policy with competitiveness at the heart of it. Let's talk about an energy union, carbon pricing. We already have it as a company globally, be it in China, in the US, or in Europe. And the second one is permitting. Get it done quicker.
Is that possible in your mind, Prime Minister?
Yes, and it is necessary. And so I really think...
Because I've spent a lot of time in Brussels, so...
You
could be
One
could be forgiven for questioning
but always going back to The Hague. But there is this Inflation Reduction Act. I agree. It is also an opportunity because in Europe the discussion immediately focused on getting rid of state aid rules. That will be extremely unwise. We have to tune the state aid rules very specifically and targetedly, but not get rid of them. Secondly, we need a big new fund of money to subsidize our industries. There are lots of funds around. We have the European budget, we have the recovery funds, etc. So there is money about. What we do not have is enough competitiveness. We have a debt to GDP in some of the biggest economies over 100%. We have pension systems which are really outdated. And at this moment, taking out 10 to 15% of GDP in some of the biggest economies in Europe. And that is those are the things we have to transform. It's crucial. My country is now investing 35 billion in the energy transition because we can make that money available. Because we are only spending 5% of our GDP on pensions. But the most important thing, going back to the theme of this panel, is the energy transition, because there are large and big opportunities for companies, for innovation, if we do this in the right way. In my country, we have 10 million in employment, 10 million people employed. I predict that by 2030, 1 to 2 million will be employed in new industries, in innovative sectors, which will come out of this energy transition if we do it in the right way. And there we also have to work together at a European scale. I think that's crucial, but competitiveness, including bringing down our debt to GDP in many economies, is crucial. Otherwise, Europe will be the museum of the world, people coming here to look at the beautiful buildings and cities, but the real stuff will happen in Asia and the US. And I cannot accept that, because this is the best part of the world to live in, not only because of the musea, but also because of our industry base and our innovative industry.
Yeah.
And this is where I would think of some applause from the... will be helpful. Thank you.
Let me respond basically. How the IRA came about was because of the Ukraine war. Let's be honest. We knew everyone has their desires. They want everything to be clean and green. We all do. But also the real life sets in, and the realization that you've got to have dispatchable 24/7 in a country, in all of our countries, 24/7 power dispatchable. Okay? And up until not long ago, we basically had only coal and nuclear. Then gas came on. And we did, it was controversial, but we did fracking. Fracking unleashed an ocean of energy for the United States. We were basically a net importer of energy we needed. We reversed our terminals to be exporters. We've got 6 terminals working now, export LNGs. We got 4 more that will come online very quickly. And then we have 10 in the hopper. Maybe even half of those come. So that's where we're going to get to the 2030. So we become a net export. We played to our strengths. But that it didn't hit it didn't hit really a nerve until we saw what Putin did to Ukraine. That's what got me going. And when we were told, in all these high-end meetings that we have, secretive meetings in the skiff we call it, that two things were going to happen in 2022. Either Russia would move on Ukraine, or China would move on Taiwan. Those were the two things, and they gave us the scenarios. They broke it down from a military standpoint. We were told that basically Ukraine, it's not going to, if it does happen, it won't be long. Maybe a week or two. It's going to be sort of like Crimea. So we had all these set aside. We were told that also inflation wasn't going to be, it's transitory. I didn't think that was true, and I told him I disagreed with him, and I didn't think that Ukraine would roll over. God, they didn't. Thank God for Zelensky and Ukrainian people. When all that happened, then Putin weaponized energy. Then you also.
To be fair, Senator, he had been weaponizing energy for quite some time.
I know he has, but it's been more effective now. And it was effective because he was able to really put a hurting on all of our allies. Yeah. And here we are, with all these resources and haven't developed them. That's why we did what we did. And I know right now people are saying, well, the markets, this is not protectionism. This is basically ingenuity at its best. What we're saying is, and we paid for that. This is not debt financing. This was paid for by 15% corporate tax. A lot of corporations were not paying a 15% fair share tax. We put that in. I thought that was the fairest thing to do. And we paid for it. Also, we paid over $300 billion of our debt we paid down. First time in 30 years. Paid down debt, produced more energy, put more product in the market. That's why it's called inflation reduction. If you put more product in the market, you should have lower prices.
Senator?
I feel very bad about the prices they had to pay. I mean, when on the spot market, you were paying some of the highest prices of gas and our LNG. That's what we've got to change. We've got to give you a stable long-term pricing at a much better price, and we can do that.
Because so many people in Europe have accused the United States of price gouging when it comes to gas.
The market is what the market is. Price, bottom line, we had a lot of energy. The market needed it. The world was demanding it. And that's where the market went, like the oil market.
So they should be able to charge whatever they feel is...
Well, they're basically in a market system unless you want to put caps on everything, and you start putting caps on things, you won't have the product you need when you need it. That's the problem. So what we're talking about now, if we put more product out there, we have more LNG, there'll be more competition. You're going to be able to have, you're down to about $20 now in MCF. We're at about basically $6. We're used to paying $3.50 an MCF. You paid $60, $80 equivalent to an MCF. It was ridiculous. My heart hurt for you all. But Senator, the bottom line is we can get that down. We've
I have a question for you. So
feel our pain.
You're widely considered, right? Senator, you're widely considered as a man that actually Republicans can work with when it comes to energy.
Hopefully everybody can.
Well, does that mean that you're going to run in 2024?
My main thing is I don't look at Democrats and Republicans. I don't look at the party. Are you on the right or the left? I'm an American party. I want my country to be as strong as it can to help all of our allies.
But what about your party? Are you going to run in 2024?
I have no idea what I'm going to do in 2024. I really don't. I've been at this for quite some time. But I've never been able to be pigeonholed. I've never been afraid of losing. That's the smallest price I can pay to do what I think is right.
Mr. Starmer, bring you in on this. First of all, are you surprised that your prime minister didn't show up to Davos?
Yes, I think our Prime Minister should have showed up at Davos. I absolutely do. And one of the things that's been, impressed on me since I've been here is the absence of the United Kingdom. And that's why it's really important that I'm here and that our Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves is here as a statement of intent that should there be a change of government, and I hope there will be, the United Kingdom will play its part on the global stage in a way I think it probably hasn't in recent years. And so that's my opportunity to say why we're here. I do think the Prime Minister should be here, having these discussions, having the meetings that I've been having. I want to say just a little bit about the IRA, because I think it's very easy to sort of retreat.
All right, you are listening in to the World Economic Forum right there, live, raw, and unfiltered. You could see U.S. Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia, pretty well known, speaking at that conference with other lawmakers from across the country. 8:36 on the East Coast and 5:36 on the West Coast. I do want to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into the headlines right now. The countdown toward a possible U.S. government default is in the offing, with frictions between President Biden and House Republicans raising alarms about whether the U.S. can sidestep a potential economic crisis. The Treasury Department projects the federal government will on Thursday, so today, reach its legal borrowing capacity of $38.381 trillion. Now, that is an artificially imposed cap that lawmakers have increased about 80 times since the 1960s. I do want to send it over to Doug Luzader with Fox News to break down what we know.
And even though today is technically the deadline, we have some breathing room if lawmakers in the White House can reach some kind of agreement. It's hard to even conceptualize $31.4 trillion, but that is the nation's credit limit that we are hitting today.
This is something that should be happening without conditions.
The White House with a preemptive strike, saying the president will not accede to Republican demands for spending cuts in exchange for Congress signing off on more borrowing authority.
We're just not going to negotiate about that because, again, it was done under the last president. It was done 3 times, again, in a bipartisan way.
If they want to play a game of chicken, we'll play a game of chicken. But we're going to do what's necessary to right this ship for the American people.
Newly emboldened Republicans in the House want some spending concessions, pointing to the massive run-up in debt in recent years. The Treasury Department says there is some wiggle room here. They'll start deploying what they call extraordinary measures to extend the debt deadline until this summer. But absent an agreement, a default could reverberate through the entire economy, and not everyone wants to push this to the brink.
The Senate Democrats and a whole lot of Senate Republicans had a spending party. I didn't vote to do it. I would have been happy with a couple of beers after work, but they wanted to have a spending party, and it wasn't just Democrats in the Senate. Those bills passed with a lot of Republican support.
And this is going to be one of the first real tests to see if the White House and Republicans who now control the House can reach some kind of a deal. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
So not only is Fox News covering this, but our affiliates are taking a closer look as well. Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team dives a little bit deeper.
The president has been clear. He will not allow Republicans to take the economy hostage.
Today, warns Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the outstanding debt that the United States owes will reach its statutory limit, $31.381 trillion. That means the Treasury Department will start implementing so-called extraordinary measures like suspending certain investments to prevent the country from defaulting on its obligations. But those measures will only tide the U.S. over until early June, Yellen says. If Congress does not suspend or raise the debt limit by then, the government will begin shutting down. Military salaries, Social Security and Medicare benefits, and tax refunds could be in jeopardy.
It is essential for Congress to recognize that dealing with the debt ceiling is their constitutional responsibility.
But here's the catch. The Republican majority in the House, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, refuses to budge on the debt ceiling unless there are spending cuts.
Who wants to put the nation in some type of threat at the last minute of debt ceiling? Nobody wants to do that. That's why we're asking, let's change our behavior now. Let's sit down.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer tweeted, "There should be no debt limit brinkmanship. It's reckless for Speaker McCarthy and MAGA Republicans to try and use America's full faith and credit as a bargaining chip."
The inflation rate, which they're trying to combat, would be greater than it's ever been. Interest rates would go up, mortgage rates would go up, credit card rates would go up, everything would go up.
Members of the newly emboldened ultra-conservative wing of the Republican Party have already flexed considerable muscle. Not only did they force 15 rounds of voting before allowing McCarthy to win election as Speaker, but several, including 2020 election deniers like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Scott Perry, won spots on the Oversight Committee, the House's main investigative body. Those same members could flex their muscle again and refuse to go along with the debt ceiling suspension or increase, and in the process trigger a financial calamity.
And that was Robert Moses with our Fox 5 New York team. So again, the Treasury Department projects the federal government will today reach its legal borrowing capacity of just over $38 trillion. That is an artificially imposed cap that lawmakers have increased about 80 times since back in the 1960s. To help us break down what all of this means, I do want to bring in Dr. Ann Villamil, a professor in the Department of Economics at the University of Iowa. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. This is a very interesting topic that a lot of people don't fully comprehend, so we appreciate you helping us to break it down.
Thank you.
So first off, explain to me this deadline. I know that it has been, I guess, changed when you're talking about the limit there, the debt ceiling, so many times over the past several decades.
Yes, so it's just a legal cap that Congress set on the amount that Treasury can borrow. It's actually a political creation from 1917. Prior to that, Congress would authorize borrowing for specific purposes. During World War I, Congress wanted to give the Treasury more flexibility because wars are expensive and uncertain. And so this political creation has really turned into a political problem. We've imposed it on ourselves, and now we have Congress and Senate controlled by different parties that can't agree on what to do.
So when we're talking about lawmakers trying to agree, that's pretty tough when you're talking about any issue, especially when you're talking about the economy. But could we see Republicans pass this?
No, I don't think we can see them pass it by themselves. Control is split between the House and Senate. And not only that, the majorities are very, very thin on both sides. So there is a real political impasse here.
Why is this such an important issue? Because again, you hear the economy, you hear a bunch of numbers for most Americans, but what is so important about this?
This is extremely important. So in the short run, we could have problems like being unable to pay the military, retirees, and other debts, particularly this large outstanding U.S. debt. But the problem is much more long run. U.S. debt is backed ultimately by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. And were we ever to default on our debt, the U.S. would lose enormous standing in the world, as would the U.S. dollar and U.S. treasuries. We really underpin the international global financial system. So we must find a solution to this problem.
Yeah, it's not something that people can ignore. So going a little bit deeper into how this impacts the average American, tell me, if I'm at home and I'm hearing that we're going to reach the debt limit, what exactly does that mean to me personally?
You personally should be very concerned about this because treasuries have been assumed to be default-free, that is risk-free. They are a bellwether in financial markets. And so this would send not just U.S. but global markets into turmoil. It would lead to higher interest rates on U.S. debt, simply because the debt would no longer be perceived as default-free were we to default. That would lead to higher interest on U.S. debt, but also mortgages, credit cards, all kinds of interest rates. And the U.S. would lose enormous standing in international markets.
Sounds like it would honestly be a mess if this doesn't have a solution here. So what happens if we cannot reach a solution? Is it possible that we could see the negative impacts here, especially over the next few days or so?
No, we won't see the impact over the next few days. The Treasury can use what it calls extraordinary measures to kind of limp along until June. But we really need a solution to this. The basic problem here is that the United States has a structural budget deficit. And that means we're simply spending more than we're taking in. That's the root cause of this. And I would hope that we would address that root cause. At this point, I don't know that we can do that politically because of the extreme polarization and thin majorities. So I think it's time for things we've done in the past, like a blue ribbon commission that will look at the economic facts, lay them out for Congress and the American people, and help guide. Politicians are eventually going to have to make these decisions, but help guide that decision making, because there are really three things that have to happen to address a structural budget deficit. We need to do things to promote economic growth. That's essential. But we're going to have to, at the very least, cut the rate of growth of certain government expenditures and raise some taxes. That's how you get out of a structural budget deficit. And so the question becomes, what expenditures and what taxes get adjusted?
And you touched on this quite a bit, but what happens next? What is the next step in all of this?
You know, we will Secretary Yellen and the Treasury will use these so-called extraordinary measures. We've done that as recently as 2011. So we will be okay on a day-to-day basis until the summer. But at that point, if we wait until we get to the point where we have difficulty making payments, we could have a crisis, and that's why the time to address the structural budget deficit is now. And my advice is to appoint a blue ribbon commission to take this into the economic facts realm and then come back to allow that to guide the political decision making that must occur in a democracy.
All right, some great insight there. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else that you want to add about all of this you want to get out there before I let you go?
No, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, but this is a serious issue, even if it's not a crisis today. The goal here is to prevent it from becoming a crisis in June when those extraordinary measures run out.
I got you. Well, thank you again. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, thank you.
It is now 8:50 over on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to a live image that we do have coming out of Paris. Take a look at all of those people there This is a protest march that is happening in Paris against the French government's pension reform. As you can see, a lot of people showing up there in large numbers. There's some vehicles that are also covered in people. Also some balloons and such that seem to be set up. But again, those folks are marching against the French government's pension reform. So if we get some more details on this, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Also taking a live look here over at the White House in Washington, D.C. We know that later today we will see President Biden depart as he heads over to California to survey some of the storm damage. We have been covering those deadly storms that have been impacting the state of California for the last several weeks here. It appears there is a break in those storms, so President Biden is headed that way today to go look at just some of the damage from those deadly storms. Now, we have been checking in on this World Economic Forum. That is where Joe Manchin from the U.S. here is speaking with some other leaders and lawmakers from across the world about the economy and what happens next. He is speaking now, so I do want to dip back in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Then you better have a partner that you can trust that'll always be there, philosophically, that has the same love of the freedom that you and I have, and basically a democracy. That's who you should be dealing with. We let ourselves get in because of either laziness or the greed, one of the two. We found the cheapest, and we didn't really care what they thought, and if they agreed or lined up with us politically. And we all got ourselves into a mess. We're trying to correct that in the United States. We want to continue to be the superpower and the leader. We can't do it without our European allies and natives. We can't. This is all one big family, and we've got to work together. So I've said the 117th Congress that we just came out of, the most divided Congress in over 240 years of the United States of America, it was the most divided. It was one of the most productive that we've ever seen. Why? Because we knew we had to do something.
But are you trying to suggest that OPEC is holding the U.S. hostage?
Oh, OPEC, we get 8% of our fuel from OPEC. 62% of our heavy crude comes from our dearest trading partner, Canada, Alberta. When all this thing came to a crunch, and I saw my administration, my government, talking about Iran and Venezuela and the Gulf area, I'm thinking, nobody's talked to the North Slope. Nobody's talked to the Permian Base. Nobody's talked to Alberta. That's when I went crazy. That's when I wrote the bill. And that's when my staff, my energy chief and my staff, we started for 3 months. Nobody knew we were doing it because I didn't want to go through what I'd gone through for 8 months when we killed BBB. And I didn't want that type of attention. I says, they might never take this, but again, they might. And it got to the inflection point of where gas prices were going. And basically inflation was at 9% in the United States. Gas prices were at $4, which are unheard of in the United States. And we were in a mess. And the president's poll numbers were here. The Democratic Party, president poll numbers. Everybody was desperate to do something. This was the only thing that made sense, that you could do something. And we didn't know it would have this type of effect this quick. But what happens when you incentivize people, when you say, listen, I'm your partner. We're going to basically share the risk. And we did that, and they jumped from all over the world. And now everyone says, well, that was targeted. It wasn't targeted. We want the UK to be as strong as it can be. It's been our dear partner. All of Europe has been, all of our allies. But do whatever you can, and if it's all about renewables, God bless you, then you should do it. We have both. We can do it all, and we have the resources. Let me tell you the critical minerals.
Senator, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off because we only have 4 minutes
left. Our transportation mode, very quickly, our transportation mode, we were moving in a direction.
I don't think he knows to be cut off. Forgive me, but I have to cut you off. I just want to get our panelists to weigh in just before we let everyone go on what they think is the greatest challenge, frankly, to the energy transition today. Mr. Starmer.
I think the biggest challenge is that whilst we have moved from climate change denial, we've got ourselves into climate change delay, and that's the biggest challenge. And because of Putin, because of everything that happened in 2022, there's a risk that we slide backwards rather than speed forward. I think that's the single biggest challenge, and that's where we need global leadership. And it's very important that we have events like this here at Davos to have those discussions to show that leadership. And this is my first time at Davos, and I'm told there's always a mood. Sometimes it's overly positive, sometimes it's overly negative. I think this one appears sort of balanced. We know what the challenges are. There's a negativity about that, but a positivity be about where we go from there. And I suppose my sense from it would be, and particularly with an eye on hopefully what might happen in the United Kingdom, is this sense of dare to hope as we go forward.
Prime Minister.
In one sentence, it's getting the volume, the size of renewables at such a pace that we are able to make the transition happen in a balance with nuclear. I think that's possible, but that's my biggest worry, that we can get there. Solar, wind, and all the other alternatives, and nuclear in the mix.
President.
For me, what I can say is whatever way the world takes, insisting that we have to solve this crisis with global efforts. I think everyone has a contribution to make. One who is having technology, the other one is having the resources, the other one might be having something else. So we all have to put our efforts together to solve this energy crisis.
Ilham?
Yeah.
You know, I have spent all my life, my professional life, in energy. And I have to say, energy is something without a purpose. You need energy for something else than energy itself. And I think the lack of understanding of this factor is, I think, the limit of this transition. We discuss a lot about how to generate electricity with this or that technology. That is already chosen by the evolution of technology. That is not a debate we should have. I think the debate we should have is what we're using the energy for, what benefits the energy provides to society, how it should be supplied, how it should be distributed, how it should be used. That's really the demand side of energy is totally absent from the debate. And I think it's really what matters to people. You know, who cares whether you're producing with this or that technology? At the end of the day, this is just a theoretical debate. What is the purpose of all this? Why are we using energy? Why are we lacking it? You know, the case of many countries here. I think that's really the limit of the transition, the lack of perspective on demand.
Ilham?
To add to all of this, for me, it's about alignment between the different key stakeholders. And I'll take the example of the EU is 27 member states. They all have different energy sources. The North has been blessed with hydro, the South with solar. France believes in nuclear, be it. We are agnostic to that. But we need an energy union with diversified sourcing if Europe wants really to become competitive. So that's alignment, and then a really co-construction with the industry. We need to be in the room, not because we want to be in the room, it's just because that's our job to manage how to do it. You know, if you overregulate and say why, how, and when, you are going to fail. And we should not plan to fail, we should plan to win. And backcasting from the Green Deal and carbon neutrality is extremely important. So that's private, public, alliances and partnership are critical.
Senator.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the World Economic Forum. Thanks, Hadley, for having this very informative, and I'm walking away with much more knowledge and much more optimism and much more challenges, but also I see where success can be too. But thank you all.
As we hope you all do. Thank you so much for joining us.
And that right there was the World Economic Forum. It went on for about an hour, and we did hear from U.S. Senator Joe Manchin, as well as other leaders and lawmakers from across the world. Also, we've been covering this throughout the morning, but we know at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when we expect to find out from the DA if there will be charges in connection with the shooting death that happened on the set of the movie Rust that does star Alec Baldwin. That happened back in 2021, but we do know that the DA is expected to announce whether there will be charges today at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, so we'll bring you coverage of that right here on Live Now from Fox. To other headlines now, the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association moving toward what could be a historic strike. Members are looking to put pressure on the company amidst fallout over the December holiday travel meltdown. The union represents more than 10,000 pilots and is calling for a vote on a strike that would start in May. That would give passengers enough time to book elsewhere for spring and summer travel. Here is their 1-minute statement that they posted to their social media.
Today, I'm calling for a strike authorization vote. 3 years in the negotiating room, very little progress, a Christmas meltdown that has just defined what all of our problems are, have led us to this decision.
The strike authorization vote is not something we want to do, but it is a necessary step in the RLA process and a tool we must employ to wake up management. We've tried everything to get the attention of Bob Jordan and Andrew Watterson. We've had leadership meetings, data exchanges, negotiations, informational pickets, and extensive media coverage. Nothing has moved the needle.
We are prepared. We have several events planned to engage our pilot group as we take the next step in the RLA process. We will be contacting every SWAPA pilot during the education process to explain what this means to you, your families, and our careers. We also have a booklet in production that will be arriving at your home address next month.
This is not a decision that we take lightly, but the time is now. It is time to let your voice be heard. It is time for you to speak for your career, for your families, and for all pilots. Remember, at the end of the day, Southwest provides you a paycheck, but SWAPA fills in the amount.
That right there was the statement from the Southwest Pilots Association about voting on a potential strike in May. So a bit later on today, we are going to hear from Shannon Murray with Fox 4 Dallas. She is covering this from each and every angle, and she will bring us the latest information. Want to get to some of the other stories that we are covering right now, and that includes the latest on the economy. Take a look at your screen as we work to bring you more information on what's going on here. Overall, inflation appears to be trending down, but Americans might not even notice. Between layoffs, slumping retail sales, and persistent high prices, many people are just trying to stay above water. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington with more for us.
I don't feel the easing. It just feels high.
That sentiment all too familiar for Americans across the country still dealing with high inflation. The good news, December numbers show wholesale inflation before it hits consumers fell 0.5 percentage point from the previous month. Still, the producer price index is 6.2% higher than a year ago. The extended wallet pain has caused retail sales to slump.
I'm pretty frugal, so I just kind of like buy what I need. It's less spending.
The Commerce Department shows retail sales fell 1.1% in December, more than expected. Economists say this shows consumers are tightening their budgets.
If you're not spending at Christmas time, when the heck are you going to spend?
And more employees are being handed pink slips as companies prepare for a potentially painful year.
President Biden knows firsthand the impact of losing a job and what that can have to your entire family. This is something that he knows and understands.
Microsoft announced they're cutting 10,000 employees, joining others like Amazon, which is cutting 18,000, the largest round of layoffs ever for the e-commerce titan.
We are going to have a recession. The only question is how big, how severe, and quite frankly, what we need is the government to stop spending, to hold the line on spending.
The Federal Reserve is planning to meet in just 2 weeks. It is expected they will again raise interest rates, though only by 0.25 percentage point. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, something we've been covering a lot here, those rising costs of eggs. So even though you're seeing inflation start to trend downward, the price of eggs at the grocery store just keeps on going up. Joe Vigil with our Fox Las Vegas team explains more about it.
They lay eggs every 21 hours.
Sharon Linson-Bart loves her little chickens and the eggs they lay.
They're still warm. And beautiful eggs.
Why do you love chickens so much?
They are so personable. The chickens have personalities. They have absolute little societies. They have amazing interactions with each other. If I had every man prior to marriage come and see how a rooster interacts with his ladies, the whole world would be better. Because they do, in fact, they have kindness, they have gentleness, they have power, they have strength, they have compassion, they protect, they will die for their ladies.
Linson-Bart is founder and owner of the Las Vegas Farm. Her egg business started by people peeking over her fence to get a look at her chickens.
And I'd sell them a little bag of eggs, and the next thing you know, they'd be back at my gate, and they'd have their neighbor and their mother and their cousins.
52 years later, her egg business is no joke. Workers bag up many farm fresh eggs for the public. The eggs have pretty much stayed the same over the years, but the prices haven't for Sharon and other egg producers across the country. You may have noticed egg prices have jumped more than 18% in just the last month. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, eggs cost less than $1.50 in 2019, now around $4.25. That's triple in just the last few years. And $4.25 might even sound cheap at some stores around the valley.
You could go back a couple of years to get the total picture of why.
Linson Bart says regulations were changed for how large farms house their chickens.
At the end of the day, all of the farmers had a huge cost to make new facilities for their birds.
Then there was a big avian flu outbreak in 2015, which hit supply.
Anytime you have that kind of a problem, you might not lose every bird in the nation, but you lose 50, 60 million. That's a big deal.
Now there are more avian flu outbreaks, which are happening during inflation, a perfect storm for higher prices. Linson Bart says she pays $9,000 a month for feed for all of her farm animals. How much was that a few years ago, that $9,000 bill?
Probably 3 or 4.
Oh, what, so triple?
Oh, it's at least 300% over the last several years. It's gone up.
Gas to get that feed to the farm is up.
So my power bill is up to $3-4 grand a month. So every time you touch anything that has to do with producing an egg, everything's up, 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 up.
Including her eggs.
I had to bring mine up $2 a dozen. So now that I'm up over, I've been at $6 a dozen for years. I've had to kick it up to $8.
So what would bring prices of eggs down? The price of gas. She says if that comes down, the price of eggs will go down. And Linson Bart says the next time you pay more at the store for eggs, try not to be too critical of the farmers who are working to pay their staff, facility, feed, utility bills, and on to get eggs to your table.
Everybody is doing their best to get a product out there at as reasonable a price as they possibly can.
All right, thank you so much for that report. That was our Fox Las Vegas team with a little bit more about those rising egg prices. So we've been talking about this all throughout the morning, but I do want to remind you that coming up at 11 a.m. Eastern time, that is when we expect to get this decision handed down. So a Santa Fe district attorney will announce whether charges will be brought in the fatal 2021 film set shooting of a cinematographer by actor Alec Baldwin during a rehearsal of the Western movie Rust. While the decision will be announced at 11 a.m. Eastern time, a news conference is not expected to take place. The cinematographer died shortly after being wounded by a gunshot during setup for a scene at the ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st of 2021. Baldwin was pointing a pistol at her when the gun went off, killing her and wounding the director. The Santa Fe County Sheriff led the initial investigation into the death and described, quote, a degree of neglect on the film set, but left decisions about potential criminal charges up to prosecutors. Again, we do expect that decision to be made at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's head to our first commercial break of the hour, and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:13 over on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. Russia is preparing for an extended war, so NATO must get ready, quote, for the long haul and support Ukraine for as long as it takes. That's according to the alliance's Deputy Secretary General telling military chiefs from across Europe just yesterday. Speaking at the opening of the military chiefs meeting over in Brussels, we did hear that NATO nations must invest more in defense, ramp up military industrial manufacturing, and harness new technologies to prepare for future wars. We just received a live update from NATO moments ago, only about 2 to 3 minutes long, so I do want to play that for you, raw and unfiltered, right now on Live Now from Fox.
Take a few minutes to talk to you about the changes that we're making in the alliance to reinforce both stability and security as we go forward. So following Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the alliance very quickly fundamentally changed its posture. We activated our strategic plans, and this dramatically allowed us to increase our military presence on the eastern and southeastern borders of the alliance. We began conducting enhanced vigilance activities in all domains in air, land, sea, space, and cyber. We rapidly reinforced our presence on the ground on the eastern flank with thousands of troops, hundreds of aircraft, and dozens of ships. With us on the ground on the eastern flank with thousands of troops, hundreds of aircraft, and dozens of ships within just days of the conflict's outbreak. We doubled the number of battle groups under NATO control in the eastern part of the alliance from 4 to 8, and now we have increased our ability to reinforce them up to brigade level upon need. This strengthened posture has and will continue to shield all allies. It represents the most significant reinforcement of our collective defense since the end of the Cold War. Our new strategy for the deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, which Rob alluded to a moment ago when he described the DDA, this has focused us back onto collective defense. So for the deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, which Rob alluded to a moment ago when he described the DDA, this has focused us back onto collective defense.
All right, a very short statement there by NATO officials. So they were discussing the war in Ukraine and what happens next. We'll continue to follow that and bring you updates as we have been doing here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get into some of the other headlines here as new evidence coming to light in the case of the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho college students. We've been covering this since mid-November. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle has more on the search warrants.
Search warrants unsealed Wednesday in the case against Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger. The documents contain new details about what investigators discovered after his arrest inside his apartment in Washington state. They found a disposable glove and possible hair strands, including one that may have come from an animal. One of the victims, Kayla Gonzalez, had a dog. They also found a pillow and mattress cover with dark red and brown stains. The crime scene where the victims were found contained a significant amount of blood, which police believe would have likely gotten onto the killer's clothing. Also seized was Kohberger's computer. Investigators will want to look into his search history and whether he looked up any of the victims.
They're going to look for digital evidence. There's a treasure trove that exists. Are there direct messaging to any of the victims? Whether or not there was anything regarding disposing of evidence, some concealing of evidence.
A law enforcement source tells People magazine that Kohberger repeatedly tried to direct message one of the victims on Instagram, but she didn't respond. Fox News has yet to independently confirm that allegation. The warrants also allege that the evidence suggests the killings were premeditated. An investigator saying, quote, these murders appear to have been planned rather than a crime that happened in a moment of conflict. Kohberger has not yet entered a plea and will be back in court June 26. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
That's a story we will keep covering, and coming up here in about 30 minutes, we will speak with an expert about what was revealed inside of those search warrants. Obviously, too much information to fit into a 1-minute story, but we'll again dig a little bit deeper coming up in just about 30 minutes. Brian Walsh facing murder charges in the disappearance of his wife, Anna Walsh. In court Wednesday, prosecutors say he used a saw, cleaning supplies, trash bags, and the internet to try to get away with that crime. They also revealed some of the disturbing searches that investigators say he made about how to dismember a body, and some of those searches reportedly on his own child's iPad. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis is in Quincy, Massachusetts with more.
10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to.
A disturbing look into the internet search history of Brian Walsh, the husband of missing Massachusetts mom Anna. At his arraignment on Wednesday, the 47-year-old pled not guilty to charges that he murdered his wife. Prosecutors allege he used his son's iPad to look up questions about disposal of bodies. They say a man matching Brian's description was seen on video dumping trash bags in dumpsters at several different apartment complexes.
He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster.
Some of that trash was incinerated, but clothes and other items belonging to Anna with her DNA and Brian's DNA were found at a trash processing facility.
We were all wondering whether investigators had actually found a body. They did not. But apparently what they have found is DNA, both Anna's and Brian's DNA on many of the objects that he discarded.
The local police chief weighing in on the investigation.
This has taken its toll on us, and again, we hope this brings some level of closure for Anna's family and friends.
Many in the local community now focused on the safety and well-being of Anna's children.
It's really a shame for the children. I think that they're the real victims beyond Anna. The hope amongst the community is that somebody locally can step up and keep the kids together.
A status hearing is scheduled for February 9th. In Quincy, Massachusetts, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Well, police say 6 people are dead after a targeted shooting in a small town in California, and the victims all from one family. Now investigators are hoping the other 3 people who hid to survive can help them figure out some of the pieces to this deadly puzzle. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more from California.
The victims are here. Eladio Perez, 52 years of age. Marcos Perez, 19 years of age. Jennifer Anaya, 49 years of age. Rosa Perez, 72 years of age. Alyssa Perez, 16 years of age. And Nicholas Perez, 10 months of age.
Authorities in California are searching for at least 2 suspects after a deadly shooting rampage. 6 family members gunned down in a home in what investigators are calling a, quote, cartel-style execution. The deadly shooting happening early Monday morning in the small farming community of Goshen, about 30 miles southeast of Fresno. According to police, 16-year-old Alyssa Perez attempted to flee the violence with her 10-month-old child, but didn't get far.
It was clear that the shooters stood over the top of the 16-year-old mother and fired rounds into her head. The 10-month-old infant also suffered from the same attack.
Investigators say the home was well known to law enforcement for illegal activity, and the shooting may be linked to a possible cartel or gang. 2 weeks ago, deputies with the Tulare County Sheriff's Office arrived to the home with a warrant and found several illegal items, including drugs, ammunition, and a number of weapons.
It is very clear that this family was a target. But let me make this very clear. Not all these people in this home are gang members, and not all of these people in this home are drug dealers.
Authorities are offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to the arrest of the suspects. In Los Angeles, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Well, the San Francisco man caught on camera spraying a homeless woman with a hose has been arrested. Take a look right there. Officers did arrest Collier Gwynn about 3:30 yesterday afternoon at his art gallery on Montgomery Street there in San Francisco. They say it was without incident. The arrest comes on the same day that the district attorney's office issued a warrant following a police investigation. DA Brooke Jenkins tweeted that Gwynn is charged with misdemeanor battery for the alleged intentional and unlawful spraying of water on a homeless woman. This happened back on January 9th, and video that you just saw was shared all over social media. Gwynn and other business owners say they called police several times about the woman's disruptive behavior in the days leading up to that incident that was again caught on camera. So our Fox 2 San Francisco team spoke with Gwynn just last week, and I do want to play their story for you, raw and unfiltered.
This video posted on social media of a man spraying water at a homeless woman in San Francisco on Montgomery Street in the Jackson Square area is sparking outrage and backlash. The man is art gallery owner Collier Gwynn. He tells me the video shows only part of what happened.
How I snapped, and that I apologize for tremendously. That's not myself.
Gwynn says the homeless woman first showed up in the area 2 weeks ago. He says he allowed her to sleep in his doorway for 4 days. Gwynn and other area business owners tell me they called police multiple times over her disruptive behavior and that they tried to get her help, but that she refused to leave and refused services.
Pulling her hair, screaming, yelling. She's psychotic. She's hallucinating.
On Monday morning, Gwynn says he was cleaning the street with a hose and repeatedly asked her to move, and became frustrated when she refused. I asked him if he was sorry his actions were caught on video or that he thought what he did was wrong.
I'm totally sorry that I reacted where I tried to move her and did so in a way that was, not the right way.
The notion of anybody treating another human being like that on our streets is just gut-wrenching and horrible.
Supervisor Aaron Peskin represents that district. He says the homeless woman is known to authorities and neighbors both here in this area and nearby North Beach.
I've been in touch with the police. As far as I'm concerned, this is assault.
The front door of Gwynn's business was broken. He says it happened Tuesday afternoon and that it was backlash for spraying water on the homeless woman. He says 3 men he doesn't know came to confront him.
They smashed the window. I'm not surprised. I understand people get outraged when they see things like that.
Supervisor Peskin tells me police are investigating this matter. He says Gwynn should face consequences for his actions. A fire department spokesman says a crisis response team on routine patrol was able to engage the homeless woman, which resulted in her accepting city services. In San Francisco, Amber Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And again, that was our Fox 2 San Francisco team. Since she filed that report, he has now been charged with misdemeanor battery. Want to get into some of the other headlines that we have been talking about here. A helicopter carrying Ukraine's interior minister crashed into a kindergarten in a suburb of Kyiv on Wednesday, killing him and about a dozen other people, including a child on the ground. There was no immediate word on whether the helicopter crash, which occurred on a foggy morning, was an accident or somehow related to the war. No fighting has been reported recently in that capital region. I do want to bring in Ambassador Mark Starella, a professor of the practice of diplomacy at Boston University, to talk more about this. Thanks so much for being here.
Josh, it's a pleasure to be with you.
Of course. So your first thoughts here, because we know that a lot of people have said that they believe it could be connected to the war, but right now it's kind of too early to tell.
That's right. And I think that it's really important to emphasize from the get-go that this is a serious human tragedy, a terrific loss of life, 14 people, including 1 child, many injured on the ground as this hit a kindergarten. The pictures are absolutely heartbreaking to see. And this is just the last of a string of tragedies that have taken place since Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine back in 2014. Now, we don't know the cause of this, and we should not jump to conclusions about it. However, I think it's important to say, and I think Vladimir Zelensky has said this as well, that really the invasion itself created the circumstances, the conditions that made it possible for a tragedy like this. This Minister of Interior was on his way to the front lines. There are no front lines in countries that are not being invaded.
And so we haven't really talked too much about this because every life is important, but the loss of the senior interior minister is going to be a blow to Ukraine overall.
Josh, this is a terrific blow to Ukraine's government. The Ministry of Interior in a country like Ukraine, and in most countries, is a power ministry, one of the ministries that's most responsible for the central functions of a government and of a country. this Interior Ministry is really much more like our Department of Homeland Security, our FBI, and maybe even our National Guard all rolled into one. So the responsibilities of the minister who was killed, Denis Monastyrsky, and his first deputy are enormous, and they include things like dealing with espionage and possible saboteurs from Russia inside Ukraine. So even if Russia was not directly responsible for this, and we still don't know, and we really have to emphasize that, this target really would have been a very desirable one for Putin and for his security services.
And while it hasn't necessarily been connected to the war, again, too early to tell, and you said we should emphasize this, and I believe as well, we need to emphasize this right now because that is the first thought that comes to mind. But I believe the event kind of underscores that war is inherently unpredictable.
You know, Josh, I think that anyone who's been involved in war knows that unpredictable is the bottom line. Things happen that you don't expect and that you cannot plan for. So when we think about Vladimir Zelensky's government, how could he plan for a loss like this? And we also have to consider what would have happened if even more senior officials had been on board that aircraft, including perhaps Volodymyr Zelensky himself. War presents challenges that are really unpredictable, and the only way to put an end to them is to put an end to the war.
What were your thoughts on the speech that was made by Zelensky yesterday? He spoke about this, I would say, a short time after it happened. What are your thoughts?
Zelensky was speaking to the people collected at Davos. This is an international forum with movers and shakers from every country in the world, and he underlined exactly that this was a tragedy, and you could see in the shaking of his voice, it's a tragedy for him personally. His minister was a friend of his. But it also, I think, underlines that there is an urgency on the part of Ukraine to put an end to the war and also to get the support that Ukraine needs from the international community to be able to be more capable in dealing with the Russian threat. It was very interesting the way he stated. He said that this tragedy showed that tragedies are outpacing life and that tyranny is outpacing democracy. He was connecting this tragedy directly to the interests of not just Ukraine, but democracies around the world. And he did so knowing very well that yesterday and today in Ramstein, Germany, defense ministers from NATO are meeting to consider what their next steps will be in providing support to Ukraine. I think that he hopes that those ministers will see in this tragedy and the unpredictable unfolding of this war that it's urgent to provide more capable weapon systems to Ukraine so that Ukraine can itself prosecute this war to successful victory.
And I've asked you this before, but is there any end in sight for this ongoing war and invasion?
You know, Josh, it really is tragic. We don't see any bending on the part of Vladimir Putin and his government in prosecuting this war. You know, there was just a shakeup in his military as he's trying to be more effective. He is looking for ways to reconstitute his forces that have been battered so badly by Ukraine's effective military actions and the incredible courage of the Ukrainian people. Yeah, it's been said many times, Vladimir Putin started this war and Vladimir Putin can end this war. But right now, he's not showing any signs that he wants to do that.
And we kind of touched on this, but Volodymyr Zelensky, his reaction to all of this and his leadership in general, what are your thoughts on the way that he has been leading Ukraine through all of this?
Josh, this is an extraordinary profile in courage. Volodymyr Zelensky most famously refused to leave Kyiv as the invasion was unfolding. Very interestingly, this interior minister was another person who refused to leave, who's standing there putting his life on the line to defend his country. And that has really rallied the world. People could not be more impressed, not just in Ukraine, but around the world with the courage of the Ukrainian people. He has been also extremely effective in connecting the fight that Ukraine is involved in to the great values of the entire West, of the United States, of Western Europe, values of democracy and human rights. He's trying to make sure that we understand that his front line is actually our front line in protecting our own freedoms.
And that's a good question. It brings up the idea, is the U.S. doing enough to help at this point?
The United States is doing a great deal. I think that if you look at the military systems that have been provided, the United States has probably provided something like 85% of all the military assistance that Ukraine has received. And you've seen a ratcheting up in the level and sophistication of the weaponry that the United States and our allies have been providing. Most famously were the HIMARS, these artillery systems that provided the opportunity for Ukraine to roll back Russian advances in big swaths of the country. We're now providing Patriot missile systems, which are extremely capable air defense systems. And what's going to be on the table today at Ramstein is the question of providing more capable tanks, and in particular, German Leopard tanks for Ukraine. And those tanks could provide, again, the capability to make it possible for Ukraine to push Russian forces back. I don't think that Putin and the people around Putin and his own public are going to back down until they realize fully that this catastrophic choice that Vladimir Putin made is only leading to disaster for Russia and the Russian people.
All right, Ambassador Mark Storella, thanks so much for joining us here. Anything else that you want to add about all of this before I let you go?
I want to say, Josh, that we're going to learn more today at the end of this meeting in Ramstein, Germany. But some of the decisions that we'll be taking there, we may not learn about for weeks and maybe even months to come.
All right, Ambassador Mark Storella, thank you again for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everyone, I do actually want to take you out live right now as we are going to be watching President Biden head over to California to survey some of the storm damage there. You can see right there, he will take the trip over there to California because there is now a break after that series of deadly storms. He wants to see the damage there firsthand. So actually it appears that he is just leaving. This is actually a tape delay, by the way, because that was him landing and getting prepared to take off. But anyway, that is video from a bit earlier on as he was walking out of the White House. Again, let's take this live view right here that shows him preparing to leave for California. All right, it is 9:35 over on the East Coast and 6:35 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News meteorologist Janice Dean lost her in-laws in the spring of 2020. Janice says she later learned thousands of COVID-infected patients were deliberately sent to nursing homes. So she took on the man she believed was responsible, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Janice, also a New York Times best-selling author, joins us live to talk about her latest book, I Am the Storm, that you can see right there on the screen. Janice, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, Josh, thank you for having me.
Of course. So first up, what inspired you to write this book?
Well, you talked about what happened in the spring of 2020. We lost both of my parents, my husband's parents, in separate elder care facilities while we were in lockdown. The whole world was in lockdown. And we didn't realize that while that was happening, the governor, his administration, was putting thousands of sick patients into their elder care facilities. And if there was one thing we knew at the beginning of the pandemic, was that the elderly were the most susceptible to the virus. So I felt it was important, because this happened to my family, to find out why it happened and how we could have prevented it. And as I was doing my research, I was also finding that, you know, he had covered up the numbers by at least 50%. So it was kind of something that an accidental activist, I suppose, because, you know, I'm the sunny meteorologist on Fox and Friends that goes to the Kentucky Derby and the Westminster Dog Show. And you know, I'm a basically happy person. So to be put into this position where, you know, you're up against a dynasty politician and his executive orders, that's a tough place to be. But I felt it was important to speak on behalf of my family and other families that were hurting during this time. And I haven't given up. You know, it's almost been 3 years later, and we are still hoping for some accountability. That was the springboard of the book. It's not all about that. It's about other people's big David and Goliath battles when they face adversity and they continue to fight despite the odds.
Yeah, hard to believe it's been almost 3 years there. So how did you choose who you were going to feature in the book?
That's a good question. A lot of these stories are actually COVID related. You know, I think a lot of us, when we were trapped in our homes for so many months and saw what was going on around us, a lot of us thought to ourselves, well, why are our kids out of school for such a long period of time? I know personally, one of my children was not able to do the distant learning thing on the iPad. So we looked around our community and found a Catholic school that was still up and running, and we were lucky enough to be able to register him. A lot of people didn't have you know, the avenue to do that. So one of the people that I talked to in this book is a woman who basically moved her family to Colorado so that her kids could go to school in the middle of a pandemic. Jennifer Say, one of the stories there. I also interviewed Chef Gruel. He is a chef out in California that while the pandemic was going on, Gavin Newsom had a lot of lockdown rules and regulations, and he questioned why he wasn't able to open to outdoor dining, why that was unsafe. There were also wonderful stories about sporting events, you know, Miracle on Ice, that was a big David and Goliath sporting story, and the Kentucky Derby this past year, where we had, against all odds, Rich Strike that won 80-to-1 odds of winning the Kentucky Derby. Not only the horse, though, but the trainer, Eric Reed, really has faced a lot of adversity in his life, so his backstory is quite incredible.
So there are a lot of stories to choose from there, but which one personally touched you the most?
That's a good question. Listen, my husband is a fireman here in New York City. So Ray Pfeiffer's story, a good friend of ours who was dying of 9/11 related cancer, and during his last days was basically traveling to DC in his wheelchair to chase around politicians, to shame them and say, you have to support the health care bill to help my fellow first responders. So even though he didn't see the end result, which was the passing of that bill in Congress, his legacy will be felt decades to come. So that's a personal one as well.
What do you think that readers overall can learn from all of these stories that are in the book, I Am the Storm?
That one person really can change the world around them. One of the other stories that I love to tell, I interviewed the son of Maureen Sweeney, who a lot of people don't know this story. She was the woman out in Ireland. She took a job at a post office that happened to be in a lighthouse. She documented the weather 79 years ago, and her weather readings were used to postpone D-Day by 1 day. So that woman's forecast literally changed the world. And I loved my interview with her son. She's still alive. She's going to be 100 years old this year. So that story was very special to me as well.
For sure, I can only imagine. So Janice Dean, anything else that you want to add about the book before I let you go?
Well, listen, it's available everywhere right now where you can buy books. But I would love it if you support your local bookstore that got through the pandemic. That would be a really good thing for them and also for, you know, for me and the book. So if you, and also if you get the book, lend it to someone else. I think that that's really important too.
Of course. Well, Fox News meteorologist Janice Dean, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks, Josh, for having me. Have a great day.
You too. 9:43 over on the East Coast and 6:43 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Taking a live image right here as we do see President Biden heading toward California. He is going there to survey the storm damage after they saw storm after storm after storm, a series of rain that has led to flooding and mudslides all across the state. Most of the counties in California experiencing some kind of effects of those series of storms. So again, President Biden is heading over there to survey that storm damage. Let's head to a quick commercial break and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, taking a look from just moments ago as President Biden loaded up onto Air Force One heading over to California. So he's going to go to the Central Coast to visit areas that have been devastated by that extreme weather. The White House said in a statement earlier this week the president would visit with first responders and state and local officials, survey recovery efforts, and assess what additional federal support is needed. The president's trip was announced as the 9th atmospheric river in a 3-week series of major winter storms there did take place, churning through California. Again, that video right there did show President Biden loading up onto Air Force One to head over to California. When he lands a bit later on, it is likely that he will speak to the media. He didn't as he was loading on, but we'll bring you any comments he makes live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do actually want to bring you the latest, though, on those storms. Max Gordon with Fox Weather has more.
Weeks of wild weather have left a mark on California. Non-stop flooding and storms taking a toll on roadways and homes across the Golden State.
Infrastructure can't handle the amount of water falling on us right now.
Significant damage in 2/3 of California's counties. Thousands of homes and businesses are likely to be red tagged and deemed uninhabitable because of all the floodwater and mud that deteriorated the buildings.
We need help. We don't have homes to live in anymore.
No flood insurance. I tried to get flood insurance several years ago, and they said, oh, you're not in a flood zone. You don't need it. And here we are.
While the rains have let up for now, the danger remains. Mudslides are a persistent threat. More than 500 reported across the state just since New Year's Day. One even stopping a train in its tracks near San Francisco.
I've been on the train since 7:11 this morning, so yeah, 5 hours.
President Biden is planning to travel to California on Thursday to meet with emergency officials and first responders and to assess what the federal government can do to help. In Arizona, record snowfall over 2 days blanketing parts of Flagstaff and the high country, more than 2 feet of it covering the roads and causing headaches for drivers.
A lot of travelers coming from Phoenix getting stuck. Cars totaled.
The snow is also being blamed for some car crashes and flight delays here in Colorado, with even more snow falling today. In Denver, Colorado, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
All right, Max, thank you so much for that report. We also saw some damage from the floodwaters as some high-end cars were damaged there. Our Fox 11 LA team has a closer look.
Inside Alioto's garage on Folsom, it's not just the cars that are under repair. Crews are also working to repair damage left by the storm that battered the Bay Area New Year's Eve. Chris Alioto says one of his workers showed up on his day off and tried to get everything to higher ground.
And he quickly called all the employees that he knew in the area, who rushed down, tried to save as many of the vehicles and as much of the equipment as they could.
Photos show just how high the water got, leaving $500,000 in damage to the shop itself and totaling dozens of high-end cars, including Teslas and Porsches.
We lost over 40 cars, customer cars. We lost equipment, our offices, and a lot of damage, due to the high water levels.
Alioto says he believes clogged catch basins led to the flood. In years past, he says the city would clear the catch basins in the area, but he says they didn't do that last year. This is what he said the catch basin near Alioto's looked like following the storm.
And there was nowhere for the water to go, and then it ended up rising on the streets and pushing in and breaking our metal roll-up doors.
Alioto says the catch basins were cleared after that first night of storms, and there was no more flooding from later storms. San Francisco's Public Utilities Commission released a statement that said the commission could not comment on an exact and single cause of flooding, but says that clogged catch basins are not the likely cause. Quote, our crews prioritize monitoring and cleaning catch basins in low-lying neighborhoods before, during, and after a storm. This includes the area around Alioto's garage. Alioto says the cars that were damaged will be covered by insurance. He's also dealing with his own insurance and trying to work with the city to get reimbursed for all the damage. In the future, he says he'll be closely monitoring the catch basins outside and near his business to make sure that they're clear when the next rainstorm comes in, so that his shop will stay high and dry. In San Francisco, Christian Cafton, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you so much for that report there. Taking a live look at a guy cleaning his camera, but that is a live look inside of a courtroom there in Illinois. We know that 2 Illinois paramedics are facing first-degree murder charges, having been accused of strapping a patient face down on a stretcher while taking him to a hospital last month. Illinois authorities filed the charges against Peggy Finley and Peter Cardigan on January 9th, nearly a month after 35-year-old Earl Moore died. Under Illinois law, a first-degree murder charge can be filed when a defendant, quote, knows that such acts create a strong probability of death or great bodily harm. The state's attorney did announce the charges at a press conference on January 10th after an autopsy was conducted. The autopsy report listed Moore's cause of death as homicide caused by compressional and positional asphyxia as he lay face down on the paramedic stretcher with straps tightened across his back. Now, if convicted, the two could face between 20 and 60 years in prison. We are looking inside the courtroom right now as those 2 paramedics are expected to appear in court When that does happen, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. 9:53 on the East Coast and 6:53 on the West Coast. We're going to step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You can see it's 9:55 on the East Coast and it is 6:55 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look inside of a courtroom there in Springfield, Illinois. That is where we expect momentarily we will see two Illinois paramedics who face first-degree murder charges accused of strapping a patient face down on a stretcher while taking him to the hospital last month. Peggy Finley and Peter Cadigan were arrested on January 9th, nearly a month after 35-year-old Earl Moore did die there. So we are going to see them in court for their arraignment, and we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. We also are observing another event right here. We expect Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to be speaking on Ian recovery. We know it's been several months since Hurricane Ian battered the Fort Myers area. He will be joined by emergency officials. You can see the podium is set and ready to go. We will also bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get back into just some of the other headlines that we are following this morning. Take a look at your screen here as we talk about the debt ceiling. The nation reaches its credit card limit today, and it could be just the start of a protracted battle on Capitol Hill. Fox correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Washington, where a standoff is already brewing over raising that debt ceiling.
But we have been here before, and even though today is technically the deadline, we have some breathing room if lawmakers in the White House can reach some kind of agreement. It's hard to even conceptualize $31.4 trillion, but that is the nation's credit limit that we are hitting today.
This is something that should be happening without conditions.
The White House with a preemptive strike, saying the president will not accede to Republican demands for spending cuts in exchange for Congress signing off on more borrowing authority.
We're just not going to negotiate about that because, again, it was done under the last president. It was done 3 times, again, in a bipartisan way.
If they want to play a game of chicken, we'll play a game of chicken. But we're going to do what's necessary to right this ship for the American people.
Newly emboldened Republicans in the House want some spending concessions, pointing to the massive run-up in debt in recent years. The Treasury Department says there is some wiggle room here. They'll start deploying what they call extraordinary measures to extend the debt deadline until this summer.
But absent an agreement, a default could reverberate through the entire economy, and not everyone wants to push this to the brink.
The Senate Democrats and a whole lot of Senate Republicans had a spending party. I didn't vote to do it. I would have been happy with a couple of beers after work, but they wanted to have a spending party, and it wasn't just Democrats in the Senate. Those bills passed with a lot of Republican support.
And this is going to be one of the first real tests to see if the White House and Republicans who now control the House can reach some kind of a deal. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that report. Let's get back into the headlines here. And newly unsealed court documents reveal new details about what investigators took from the apartment of Brian Kohberger, the man charged with killing 4 University of Idaho students back in mid-November. A search warrant released Wednesday shows stained bedding, strands of possible hair, and a single glove were among those items seized, but at this point, no murder weapon. To talk more about the findings, I do want to bring in Dr. John Delatorre, a licensed psychologist. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Of course. So your initial thoughts as we did see the search warrant reveal just a few more details there about what was taken from the suspect's apartment.
You know, when the probable cause affidavit was originally released, there was still some in the legal community that were thinking that there needed to be more. There was a lot contained in that probable cause affidavit, almost clear and convincing, but there was still some holes, right? There was still pieces that were a bit redacted. Seeing this search warrant released, now we get to see a little bit more of what the police were actually investigating. Now we get to see a little bit more of what the police actually had from these hair strands, from this possible blood stains, from these kinds of things. I think a lot of people still want to know where that murder weapon was. But the truth is that I don't think this guy was trying to commit a perfect crime. I think this guy was definitely targeting these individuals, and he made the mistakes a lot of killers make with the DNA transfers and all different kinds of stuff. So I'm not going to be surprised to hear more of these details as they are linked to him by the victims of this case.
Now, some people have said, just based on everything that has happened with this situation, they wouldn't be surprised if he had committed other crimes, possibly another murder. That's just a question that's been thrown out there. What are your thoughts as a psychologist?
I don't know, maybe. It's certainly possible, just given the extreme nature in which this murder had been committed, you know, considering that there's so many victims. But I think the problem is that we're lumping this guy, right, whoever committed this crime, we're lumping this guy as a serial killer and a mass killer. I think we're trying to conflate the two of them. Mass killers don't necessarily need to have committed murders in the past. And certainly this event is absolutely considered a mass killing with 4 victims or more in one single event. So it is certainly possible that he has not engaged in violent acts, at least of this kind of aggression, murder, or anything like that. It's certainly possible that he did not engage in these behaviors.
So we've seen Kohberger in court a few times now. What are your thoughts on his demeanor overall? It seems as though he remains very serious looking. He hasn't cracked a smile or anything like that.
You know, I'm not surprised. Given some of the comments that are being made from people who knew him in his past, he didn't really seem to be a very happy or jovial kind of person. He always seemed to be kind of stoic, I think would probably a good way that a lot of these individuals have been describing him. So I'm not surprised that there hasn't been a ton of emotion. And again, if it is him and he really is struggling with these kinds of emotions and he really does not know how to interact well, then he's not going to be overly emotive because he's confused about a lot of things.
This is probably a hard question to answer, but does he, based on your experience, fit the profile of a killer? I know that's a loaded question.
Yeah, I mean, given the evidence that we have so far, it is certainly, again, clear and convincing that this guy has absolutely done this kind of thing before. And if we're just at that point, we're looking at him as a potential mass killer. He certainly does fit a lot of the characteristics associated with those individuals. So I wouldn't be surprised. Again, intelligence doesn't determine what someone will do only how well they're able to do it. So him being a PhD student, none of that stuff matters. It's all about the emotional state that he's in. And it certainly seems like he was not well equipped to handle very negative and vulnerable emotions.
So we know the DNA that was connected to all of this was found on that knife sheath that was left there at the scene. Do you think that somebody would leave that there on purpose? Is that a sign of a calling card, as I've heard it called?
Yeah, I've heard that too, and I can't see that happening. To me, that's highly illogical, given the meticulous way in which he's planning all these things. Right, the 12 times that he's outside the house, right, how he enters into the house under the cover of night. Right, there's so many different things that would suggest that this was way more thought out. I do think that it was more of an accident. I think the people who are coming across saying that he left it as a calling card are probably saying that this was evidence of him trying to commit the perfect crime or something like that. I think this was absolutely an accident. I don't think that he realized that that was going on. And by the time he did, he couldn't go back in.
And one of the reports that was released, I would say within the last 24 hours or so, said that he had apparently been messaging one of the victims on Instagram and had done it several times, and she had not responded. Your thoughts on that?
You know, it's not surprising. It's part of the overall pathology of some of these individuals. And I certainly heard some other commentary talking about, well, this is the kind of guy who believes he's entitled to sex, believes he's entitled to relationships, believes he's entitled to all different kinds of things, and acts poorly when he doesn't get those kinds of things. I think the content of those messages will be very telling. If it does start very flirtatious, but then end very malicious, then we've got a real problem here. Then we've got some real evidence that this guy was one of those kinds that would be rejected.
What do you think we're going to learn over the next several months? I know that's another loaded question, but we still, at this point, no murder weapon has been found. We don't really know a potential motive. What is left to figure out at this point?
I think the murder weapon is one of the things that a jury would definitely want to hear. But what we're going to learn is, were those strands of hair, were they connected to the victims? Were the animal hair, was it part of the dog? Those blood stains, those potential blood stains, were they actual blood stains from him or from someone else? There's still a lot left to learn in terms of just the elaborative nature of the evidence, rather than just sort of the surface level, this is what police have found sort of evidence.
Dr. John Delatorre, licensed psychologist, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
You know, it's again, we've got to let the legal system, we got to let the justice system play out. Right, I know a lot of people want to have all of the answers, but it's going to take a little bit longer, and a trial will really set things right.
All right, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, so I do actually want to head to some of the other live events that we are tracking right now. This is inside of a courtroom there in Springfield, Illinois. That is where 2 Illinois paramedics are facing first-degree murder charges, having been accused of strapping a patient face down on a stretcher while taking him to a hospital last month. Illinois authorities filing those charges against Peggy Finley and Peter Cadigan on January 9th, nearly a month after 35-year-old Earl Moore died. Under Illinois law, a first-degree murder charge can be filed when a defendant, quote, knows that such acts create a strong probability of death or great bodily harm. So we know those 2 suspects are expected to be in court shortly, so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We also have another live event that did just pop up here. This appears to be out of New York, I believe, from our Fox 5 team. That is where Nassau County legislator LaFazin and some veterans are condemning Representative George Santos's reported fundraiser theft. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
11. It can't get any worse. He lies about his income. He lies about where he went to school, where he worked. He lies about every item on his resume, and every day we say it can't get any worse. I'm here to say that this is the final straw. George Santos is accused of stealing $3,000 from the charity fundraiser of a service dog who was dying, and that service dog belonged to a United States military veteran. I spoke to that veteran this morning. Rich cannot be here, but he expresses his outrage for what happened. The dog had a tumor and needed money in order to get surgery, and George Santos said he could help raise money. He set up a GoFundMe. They raised $3,000, and George Santos disappeared. That dog ended up dying. And this veteran who already had PTSD from his time in the service is scarred for life. He is permanently scarred from what George Santos did to him. The worst part is that George Santos has no remorse. George Santos denies the allegation, except we have text messages to prove that he set up the fundraiser and he stole the funds. What George Santos has done is unforgivable. So many of George Santos's lies are outrageous. They evoke anger and frustration and loathing. But what George Santos has done to take advantage of a veteran suffering from PTSD who relied on this service dog, stealing the money, and eventually this dog dying without treatment. It is the worst thing that George Santos has done, and I think the worst thing that I've seen anyone do in public life or in life in general. He has scarred that veteran for life. What is far scarier is George Santos is now one of 435 people tasked with taking care of our veterans in this country. There are 16.5 million veterans in this country, and our veterans need major help. Our veterans need help with medical care. Too many veterans take their own lives and need help coping with PTSD. We need to do a better job of pipelining veterans back into jobs when they transition to civilian life. And George Santos now has an opportunity as a member of the House of Representatives not only to vote on Veterans Affairs, but to vote on a declaration of war and sending our men and women overseas in a time of crisis. How are we, as people of good conscience, expecting George Santos to care for our heroes in uniform if he took advantage of one before he entered public life? It is a scary thought that George Santos has the ability to take care of our men and women in uniform who take care of us. Speaker McCarthy, what more do you have to see out of George Santos before you say enough is enough? Speaker McCarthy, I ask you, I plead of you, do you believe that George Santos should be responsible for our heroes in uniform? How much worse does it have to get? And to all Republicans of good conscience, what more do you have to see? When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. George Santos has proven to be a liar and a fraud and a con man. But what he's proven through this action is that he is morally bankrupt as a human being. So we're here, of course, to condemn what George Santos has done. But more importantly, we also want to spotlight that while George Santos took $3,000 from this veteran service dog's charity fundraiser, that dog eventually died. But our veterans need more help. Our veterans need help with service dogs, and those service dogs and those charities need help. And that's why we've launched a charity fundraiser to benefit Paws of War here on Long Island. We started a GoFundMe with the goal of raising $3,000, the exact amount that George Santos stole from the Veterans Fundraiser for his service dog, and we aim to raise $3,000 for Paws of War. We spoke to Paws of War yesterday. They are excited to be the beneficiary of this charity drive. We set a $3,000 goal. Of course, we want to exceed this goal, so we'll put the link on our Facebook page, and of course we encourage everyone to share the link. George Santos did something that's unforgivable. The way we can make it right is to help a veteran in need. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mitch Furman, again, who's a Vietnam combat veteran, a leader in the veteran community here in the 3rd District, and is speaking on behalf.
All right, so that was a New York legislator there speaking on Representative George Santos's alleged fundraising theft involving a dog that he was apparently raising money for. That's according to reports, but they do say that he took the money and disappeared. So we'll get back to that news conference coming up in just a bit. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 10:14 on the East Coast and 7:14 on the West Coast. Back into the headlines right now. A potential Southwest pilot strike closer to becoming a reality. Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray joins us live with more on that possible strike. Shannon, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. So we've seen these off-duty pilots picketing in the past, but if this strike were to happen, it would be the first in Southwest Airlines history, and it would come just ahead of the busy travel season. So not great news for passengers. More than 10,000 pilots will vote on that strike in May, and leaders say that would give passengers enough time to book elsewhere for spring and summer travel. Union President Casey Murray says contract negotiations with the Dallas-based carrier are going nowhere, and the possible strike follows an operational failure over the holidays. And that left 17,000 flights canceled and an estimated 2 million Southwest passengers stranded across the country. Murray says no meaningful progress has been made on scheduling work rules and information technology upgrades.
We absolutely didn't see that. There was visible reaction and recoil anytime the meltdown was mentioned, and we made very little progress. I feel strongly about this. This is about the soul of Southwest Airlines.
If union members approve the strike in May, they still need approval from federal labor officials. In a statement, the airline said it would continue to work toward reaching an agreement that rewards its pilots. Now, Casey Murray also tells us that the decision to vote on a strike is not something that they take lightly. He says they have been in these union contract negotiations for 3 years. Live at Love Field Airport in Dallas, I'm Shannon Murray. Josh, back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you so much. And it does appear that this is all sort of connected to the situation that we've seen with that Southwest meltdown. Everything, though, right now, despite word of this behind you, appears to be running fairly smoothly at the Southwest gate.
Right, yeah, everything seems to be back to normal here. You know, Southwest has said that most of the passengers have been reimbursed or refunded for any issues that came up related to the holiday travel meltdown. But yeah, the pilots say, you know, these are issues that they've been bringing up for years about scheduling problems and upgrades that need to happen to make sure that all systems run smoothly. So they just believe this is kind of another example of why those upgrades are needed, and they want the airline to understand that and to work with them on this next contract.
All right, Fox 4 Dallas's Shannon Murray, thank you so much as always for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, everyone, 10:17 on the East Coast and 7:17 on the West Coast. I've been showing you that there's a lot going on here. I do want to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, making sure we get those breaks in, but then we'll head back out live to New York for the latest as that news conference about George Santos is still ongoing. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Before we went to the break, we were taking you live over to New York, where a lawmaker was discussing more reports here that Representative George Santos may have raised some money there for a service dog and taken the money and run. That service dog, unfortunately, passing away afterwards. So I do want to get back to that news conference here as they were bringing up a veteran to talk. Again, this was just moments ago.
Santos is done. And Mitch, I'll invite you up.
Thank you. Good morning. 20 veterans a day commit suicide in this country. 20 veterans a day commit suicide in this country. Service dogs are just one way that we can help prevent that from happening. I'm thankful that this particular veteran did not find that the way out, as so many do. I'm grateful that he has a new dog. He mourns that dog. Many people that are pet owners know that animals become part of your family. When they're a service dog, multiply that by 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. It's a life ring when you're drowning in the ocean. What George Santos did here is despicable. What he's done all along seems despicable. I'm not sure what straw will break the camel's back, but I too call for McCarthy to man up, stand up, speak up, and do something to expel George Santos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. And I'll leave it with this. We can argue that George Santos lacks the merits to serve in Congress, and that argument is strong. He lacks the political background. He lacks, quite frankly, human decency. But what he has shown through this action is that he lacks a soul. What type of human being could take advantage of a hero who put their life on the line to serve this country, show no remorse for the consequences of his actions? When serving in Congress, the number one most important task that you have is to protect the United States and to take care of those brave men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation, because without them, we have nothing. What George Santos has done is he has scarred somebody for life. He has shown that he not only lacks appreciation for our veterans, but he doesn't even understand how important our veterans are to this country. 16.5 million veterans are outraged by the actions of George Santos. And if George won't step aside and resign, then Speaker McCarthy, what more do you have to see in order to expel George Santos? With that, I'll take any questions.
Josh, can you comment on how Santos was recently secured seats on 2 congressional committees?
Sure. So he secured seats on the Small Business Committee and on the Science and Technology Committee. On the small business aspect, the only business George Santos has run turned out to be a fraud. Right, the DeVolder organization that he ran did not disclose who their clients were. He was involved in an alleged Ponzi scheme, and it turns out, according to Newsday, he inflated his job at Linkbridge. So first and foremost, what business does George Santos have serving on the Small Business Committee trying to root out fraud from the PPP program when he's a fraud himself? What's far more concerning is he's been appointed to the Science and Technology Committee, and that they deal with, quite frankly, state secrets involving NASA and space. George Santos is undeserving of knowing those secrets, but I also think that he's a national security risk, given many of the allegations, and I don't think he should be given the security clearance that that committee requires. So for Speaker McCarthy to put him on committees, it is so morally bankrupt and spineless of himself and the leadership, and it says more about Kevin McCarthy than it does about George Santos.
What do you make of the breaking news that his mother wasn't even in the United States when 9/11 happened?
Sure. So, it's right up there with the most despicable action he's taken. Right, 9/11 was one of, if not the most tragic days in this country. What he did through that lie is he went to manipulate the emotions of so many Long Islanders who had loved ones pass or who had friends that were in the towers. He showed that he'll do anything to get elected, but like what we're doing here today, manipulating the emotions of people who passed away and manipulating that raw emotion to get elected, I don't think George Santos has a soul. I don't.
I have a question for Mitch.
Please.
You brought up a good point just about how, this is just a service dog right now, but he's going to be in Congress making some major decisions potentially about veterans. And I'm just wondering what's your reaction, because maybe you don't have a service dog, but maybe something could impact you. How does that make you feel to know that he is going to have a hand in that possibly?
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. As a veteran, I'm concerned about all those veterans issues that I'm involved in constantly. As a citizen of Nassau County, I'm concerned that the county is not going to get business done because people have said, I'm not going to answer his call. So if he's ineffective and in my view unfit, then why does he remain there?
And I'll just add to Mitch's point, veterans in Nassau County need major help. We know we need help with veterans in Nassau County being pipelined into jobs. We know we need help expanding services from the Northport VA so veterans in Nassau don't have to travel for services. We know that veterans in Nassau County are homeless and need shelter. And we know that veterans in Nassau County need help coping with PTSD. George Santos is a pariah in Congress. The only accepting members of Congress are the far right of the fringe and the extreme. And so how is George Santos supposed to get money for veteran health care in Nassau County? How is George Santos supposed to get federal funding to help modernize our VFWs and our American Legions, which are crumbling? How is George Santos going to be able to deliver funding for veteran employment here in Nassau County? George Santos is a little too busy keeping himself out of jail. And we need a member of Congress who's not so worried about that. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, so that was lawmakers there in New York talking about the new allegations against Representative George Santos. It's an alleged fundraising theft that involves a service animal. The claims are that he raised money through a fundraising site, then took the money and never gave it to help the dog, and that dog later passed away. So we'll bring you more on that. That is just the latest in claims against Representative George Santos. Taking a live look here, this is actually U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas is expected in moments to deliver remarks to the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting. We'll bring you those remarks in full right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:27 on the East Coast and 7:27 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. A polar bear chased several residents around a town in Alaska, killing a mother and her 1-year-old son before being fatally shot by a community member. This all happened Tuesday in the town of Wales. Now, at one point, a school nearby was even placed on lockdown as it appeared the polar bear was trying to get into that school. Susan Nedza is the Bering Strait School District's chief administrator, joining us now live to explain a little bit more about what happened. Thanks so much for being here.
No problem. Absolutely.
Of course. So first off, just kind of walk me through how all of this played out.
Well, I received a call a little after 2 on Tuesday from the school principal, and she was understandably upset but handling herself well, and informed me that she had locked down the school, that kids were safe, that she was at the front door of the school, and some employees and community members were trying to get this bear to stop attacking. So they had gone outside and actually were hitting the bear with shovels to get it to stop. And it didn't, and actually turned on those people that were hitting it with shovels and chased them as they ran into the front door of the school to find protection for themselves. And so the school principal let them in, and those folks were able to slam the door and keep it from coming into the school. And then later a community member was able to take care of the bear to get it, taken care of. But extremely scary, unsafe situation. And we work in the most amazing place on earth. But these rare, this has never happened before in my recollection, and extremely rare, but something we deal with because we live with wildlife.
Of course. Tell me about the town of Wales itself, because my understanding is that it's fairly isolated.
It's very small. So the Bering Strait School District is 15 different communities, and they're all only accessible by plane. So small, like a 9-passenger plane, and Wales is one of our smaller ones. So there's only 160, 170 people total in the village, and only about 38 kids in the school. So we have 38 kids and 6 staff, or 6 certified staff, including the principal. So it is very small, and it's out there. So it takes time for things to get there, but you balance that with, amazing views and strong people. Even through this tragedy, just to see everybody come together and to support each other, it's horrific and nothing you ever want to go through. But if you're going to go through it, to go through it with people, just amazing people to back you up.
So this is the first fatal mauling by a polar bear in more than 30 years there in Alaska. Do you see polar bears very often in Wales?
No, not typically, or you'll see them out on the ice where they belong, where they usually are. Little Diomede, Wales, sometimes even Gamble or some of our other communities see polar bears come in, and but most of the time it's they're confused, or their piece of ice has floated too close. So but I think that right now ice is different, weather is different, and their source of food is different. So this is some speculation as to why we might have seen this bear come into town looking for food because his access was cut off. So all speculation at this point. But global warming, if you have any thought that it's not real, come to our region. It absolutely is. And the changes in climate are affecting wildlife.
Is this going to lead to any sort of changes, any extra precautions there as you are seeing this first attack? Again, it is the first fatal mauling there in Alaska in 30 some odd years, but are there extra precautions that are going to be taken?
Yeah, our initial thought is to, help everyone and support through mental health supports. So we have activated our system in the school district to make sure there's a counselor on site. And we are very blessed in this district to have many counselors where other districts don't have that. So we were able to send a counselor out, and Norton Sound Health in the region has sent mental health professionals as well in Wales, as well as where family members are in other communities. So first we support mental health and recovery, and then we start talking could we have done anything different? Is there any other way? Some of our communities, and certainly communities in other parts of Alaska, have bear patrols that are active that would go out and be on a regular patrol. Wales has not had that. It hasn't been necessary. So there is discussion of, do we need a bear patrol, and when and where and who and all of those things. So yeah, first recovery, and then thinking of, is there any way to prevent this from ever happening again?
Do we know anything about the mother and one-year-old child that were killed by that polar bear? Do we know if they were members of the community, if the mother was trying to help stop the bear from getting into the school, anything like that?
Excuse me. They were members of the community. That's, to just let the family have their privacy, but they were members of the community, and she was simply going about her daily activities. So she would be normally somebody who, would be around the school is there, the clinic is right there. So she was just going about her daily activities.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Does all of this almost seem unreal to you? We're talking about 2 days ago, and I know people there are still trying to process this. Does it seem unreal?
Yeah, like I said, we're just, trying to support everyone's mental health. And, for me to have been on the phone during the attack and hearing, things in the background was traumatizing enough. My apologies. But to have, the folks that were there and actually out there and it's just unreal, and there's no capacity to understand it at this point, and it's going to take a really long time. We closed the school completely on Wednesday to allow the staff some time together, and then for today, tomorrow, we're going to have what we're calling a soft opening, so that there's no academics. We're just providing meals for the kids and community members that may want, and then some games and other things.
All right, Susan Nedza, thank you for taking the time to talk to us about that. Obviously a very tough time for everyone in the community of Wales. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Just that people need to remember this is very rare. And, I hope that it's an opportunity for people to reach out and learn about our region of the world, because it is an amazing, amazing place to be, and some very strong people. So although this is tragic, that's the takeaway I want people to hear.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following. Take a live look right here. That is where U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas is expected to deliver remarks to the U.S. Conference of Mayors winter meeting any moment now. That is a live look inside. We'll bring you those comments in full right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:38 on the East Coast and 7:38 on the West Coast. I do want to head to a quick commercial break, but we'll get right back to your top stories coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 1040 on the East Coast, and it is 740 on the West Coast. Coming up here in just about 20 minutes, we do expect to hear a decision on charges in connection to that Rust shooting that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. We know it happened on that movie set in 2021. That's video you're looking at, body cam video from the scene. So a Santa Fe district attorney will announce whether charges will be brought in that fatal shooting of a cinematographer by actor Alec Baldwin during the rehearsal of the Western Rust. While that decision will be announced at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, a news conference will not take place. The cinematographer died shortly after being wounded by a gunshot during setup for a scene at the ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. Again, this was back on October 21st of 2021. Baldwin was pointing a pistol over at the cinematographer when that happened. It did go off, killing her and wounded the director. We'll continue to bring you more on this as we do get it here on Live Now.
They lay eggs every 21 hours.
All right, let's get to some other economic news right here. We are talking about the prices of eggs. They just keep on going up despite inflation falling. Our Fox Las Vegas team filed this report for us.
21 hours.
Sharon Linson Bart loves her little chickens and the eggs they lay.
They're still warm. And beautiful eggs.
Why do you love chickens so much?
They are so personable. The chickens have personalities. They have absolute little societies. They have amazing interactions with each other. If I had every man prior to marriage come and see how a rooster interacts with his ladies, the whole world would be better. Because they do, in fact, they have kindness, they have gentleness, they have power, they have strength, they have compassion, they protect, they will die for their ladies.
Linson Bart is founder and owner of the Las Vegas farm. Her egg business started by people peeking over her fence to get a look at her chickens.
And I'd sell them a little bag of eggs, and the next thing you know, they'd be back at my gate, and they'd have their neighbor and their mother and their cousins.
52 years later, her egg business is no yoke. Workers bag up many farm fresh eggs for the public. The eggs have pretty much stayed the same over the years, but the prices haven't for Sharon and other egg producers across the country. You may have noticed egg prices have jumped more than 18% in just the last month. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, eggs cost less than $1.50 in 2019, now around $4.25. That's triple in just the last few years. And $4.25 might even sound cheap at some stores around the valley.
You could go back a couple of years to get the total picture of why.
Linson Bart says regulations were changed for how large farms house their chickens.
At the end of the day, all of the farmers had a huge cost to make new facilities for their birds.
Then there was a big avian flu outbreak in 2015, which hit supply.
Anytime you have that kind of a problem, you might not lose every bird in the nation, but you lose 50, 60 million. That's a big deal.
Now there are more avian flu outbreaks, which are happening during inflation, a perfect storm for higher prices. Linson Bart says she pays $9,000 a month for feed for all of her farm animals. How much was that a few years ago, that $9,000 bill?
Probably 3 or 4.
Oh, what, so triple?
Oh, it's at least 300% over the last several years. It's gone up.
Gas to get that feed to the farm is up.
So my power bill is up to $3-4 grand a month. So every time you touch anything that has to do with producing an egg, everything's up, 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 up.
Including her eggs.
I had to bring mine up $2 a dozen. So now that I'm up over, I've been at $6 a dozen for years. I've had to kick it up to $8.
So what would bring prices of eggs down? The price of gas. She says if that comes down, the price of eggs will go down. And Linson Bart says the next time you pay more at the store for eggs, try not to be too critical of the farmers who are working to pay their staff, facility, feed, utility bills, and on to get eggs to your table.
Everybody is doing their best to get a product out there at as reasonable a price as they possibly can.
Thank you so much to our Fox Las Vegas team for that story. Back into the headlines here. Authorities warning people to be careful if they plan to go on hikes. Teams have responded to 14 rescue missions on Mount Baldy alone. And this morning, 2 hikers are missing, including actor Julian Sands, right there on your screen. Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez live in Claremont at the base of Mount Baldy to bring us the latest information. Mario, thanks for being here.
Josh, good morning. It is a warning from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. We're in the community of Claremont, just under the San Gabriel Mountains near the popular Mount Baldy hiking destination. And if you look behind me, you can see those beautiful snow-capped mountains here. We had all those recent storms. They really are a sight to see, but they're extremely dangerous. This is the part where we start to lose cell service as we're making our way up and temperatures get close to freezing. And because of the high winds, all that snow has turned to ice, making hiking dangerous even for the most experienced hikers. Now, it was confirmed yesterday, British actor Julian Sands, he is one of the 2 missing hikers currently being searched for, missing since his hike in the Mount Baldy area here since Friday, so it's almost been a week. While his snow-covered car was recovered by search and rescue crews, there's been no sign of the 65-year-old himself. Another hiker reported missing Monday in the Crystal Lake area of the San Gabriel Mountains. And in just the last 4 weeks, as Josh mentioned, San Bernardino County Sheriff's search and rescue teams have responded to 14 rescue missions in the Mount Baldy area for lost, stranded, or injured hikers. And one of those rescues, a couple and their 2 dogs who we spoke with, they went hiking in the Mount Baldy area but got stuck in steep, icy terrain before they had to call for help and were hoisted out by a sheriff's helicopter. Now, it comes as 2 hikers fell to their deaths, the most recent earlier this month when a Mount Baldy hiker slid down an icy slope. Crystal Paul Gonzalez Landis, an avid hiker and mother of 4. Meanwhile, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department issuing safety tips for hikers who are headed up there, including making sure you have a full battery, bring extra juice if you can, hike with a partner, and make sure you're paying attention to all posted signs here along this road and through the area of Mount Baldy. Even for the most avid hikers, this can be considered very dangerous. So, Josh, we had all those recent storms that made the hillsides and the mountains just beautiful, but again, icy conditions that are making for a warning from sheriff's officials with all of those recent rescues and missing hikers this morning. Back to you.
All right, Mario, are they going to continue the search for these hikers? I know as of right now they are still missing.
Well, as for this area and the actor Julian Sands, we have reached out to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department on when or if they'll be conducting that search. We know yesterday the search efforts were hampered by those icy conditions and search and rescue crews actually making their way through to continue. So we haven't heard back just yet on when or if that'll continue today, but I know the family says they think he may have hurt himself and may have fallen. Our thoughts and prayers, of course, with those families as they wait for more answers. I know how stressful that must be.
For sure. Well, Fox 11 LA's Mario Ramirez, as always, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Josh.
10:48 over on the East Coast and 7:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, we do expect an answer on possible charges in the case of the fatal shooting that happened on the set of the movie Rust. This is the shooting that happened in 2021 involving actor Alec Baldwin, a cinematographer killed in that shooting. The DA said that at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time today, that is when an announcement will be made about whether charges will be filed in that case. As we get that information, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back with more of your headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
It's to space.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Moments ago, we did see another SpaceX launch. You're looking at it right there on your screen. We love to bring you things raw and unfiltered. So I do want to dip in as we do see that launch. I believe it's about 15 seconds from launch here. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff of Starlink 2-4. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
At T plus 30 seconds, successful liftoff of Falcon 9 from Space Launch Complex 4 East at Vandenberg at 7:43 a.m. Pacific time. We had some fantastic views from the ground, and now we're looking at a great view
Nominal power and
from the
telemetry.
first stage's onboard camera as we pop through the cloud layer.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We're traveling faster than the speed of sound.
All right, pretty cool video. I love
Max
showing you
Q.
those launches. Those happened just moments ago here. SpaceX Starlink, that launch leaving the Earth and heading up toward the unknown, up there toward space. So pretty cool launch. We love showing you those here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to another story that we are following here. Coming up in about 7 minutes, we do expect to learn more about whether charges will be filed in connection with the shooting that happened on the set of this Alec Baldwin movie. Take a look right here. A Santa Fe district attorney will announce around 11 a.m. Eastern time whether charges will be brought in the fatal 2021 film set shooting of a cinematographer by actor Alec Baldwin during a rehearsal of The Western Rust. While that decision will be announced, we are told that a news conference is not going to take place. The cinematographer died shortly after being wounded by a gunshot during setup for a scene at the ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st of 2021. You're looking at some of the body cam video there. Baldwin was apparently pointing a pistol at the cinematographer when the gun went off, killing her and wounding the director. The Santa Fe County Sheriff led the initial investigation into the death and described, quote, a degree of neglect on the film set, but said that he would leave decisions about potential criminal charges up to prosecutors. New Mexico's Office of the Medical Investigator determined that shooting was an accident following the completion of an autopsy and a review of law enforcement reports. Again, we do expect that to happen any minute, so we'll bring you that decision live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as we get it. Our understanding is that there will not be a news conference, but if one does pop up, we will definitely bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to take a live look here at this event we've been watching. This is where U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas is expected to deliver remarks at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Now, at this point, he is not up there, but we are dipping in to just give it a listen right now here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
That you faced with, you had activists on one side who, and now you're faced with, I got to make this actually work. It sounded great on paper, but I got to make this work. How do you, again, bridge that gap between the folks who appear to be on opposite sides of an issue to all reach the same goal?
You know, you asked Mayor Suarez how you bring the private sector along in these type of initiatives. I think there's a value in doing with and not to. And unfortunately, what activists tend to do, and it's one reason why they typically don't make very good elected officials, is because, and this is not a knock on them, is that they're so committed and passionate about what they want to push forward, they don't think about the important step of process. Process being inclusive of everyone who might be impacted by the decision. And so you got to be willing to do with early on and not to someone in part of the process. And unfortunately, this was a do to. And when it happened, all hell broke loose. And then we had to bring everyone to the table and say, let's figure this out going forward, because the public did pass it. And in Denver, we have a law that after 6 months an issue passes, City Council can come back and amend it so that it works better once we learn, some of the challenges.
That is a great law. That should be replicated elsewhere. Yeah. Mayor Suarez, from your experience as a local leader, what barriers do you think we still face in getting the public and private sector to come together on sustainability challenges? Because sometimes, you think about taxes, you pass a tax policy, boy, as soon as it's implemented, things start changing, right? People make decisions. With sustainability, the efforts you're making today may not be seen for another generation. So how do you get those folks to come together?
I like the way the mayor characterized it, not doing something to someone, but doing something with someone. Government should be a facilitator. We should be a planner, right, in the sense that we should help bring on these new technologies and make them part of our fabric, even at the regulatory level. For example, one of the things we did was we required new buildings to have a certain amount of their parking spaces be electric vehicle ready. And that's just something we think is good policy. We think it's forward-looking. We also don't think it's sort of the kind of unfunded mandate that would destroy development, right? We had buy-in from the development community. In fact, I would argue that the development community probably goes further because the market is probably going to be further than what we require. But I think as a benchmark, it sets a minimum requirement, and it also articulates your strategy, right? We want to be a resilient city. We want to lean into this moment and signal to the world that if you come to Miami, we expect you to understand this is part of our culture and part of how we want to create a sustainable future for our children and our grandchildren.
Before we continue, we have a quick video we want to play about the things that we're doing in the hotel industry I mentioned a moment ago with responsible stay. And then I want to get your comments on working with certain private sector industries to help further this cause. If we could play that video quickly.
Home is the place where our life's journey begins. It's where we plan our next adventure and where we rest when we return. But home is more than just a place. It's people. The people who make it possible to dream big, travel often, stay responsible, and make sustainable choices. Choices we make to protect our home and our future. Home is not just where we live. It's what we live for. It's who we live for. It's the places we stay to help reduce waste, conserve water, and protect this beautiful place that we all call home. Together, we're creating a more sustainable future that starts with a more responsible stay.
So Mayor Hancock, we were also talking backstage, and you told me about your sustainability fund that Denver now has. Tell us a little bit about that and how those resources will be implemented in working with the private sector.
We have 2 years ago, the people of Denver passed a sales tax increase, and that 0.1% goes to support our sustainability efforts. And so today we generate between $40 and $45 million a year to help Denver combat climate change. And I'll tell you how that came about, doing with and not to. There was a city councilman who was very passionate about sustainability efforts, and I absolutely love his passion and energy, but he was about to propose an energy tax in Denver where you would tax the use of your energy. He would tax the use of energy based on what you use in your home. And I just brought him in my office and said, have you thought about Miss Jones down the street who's 75 years old, who's barely making it, and all of a sudden you're going to put a tax on her energy use. If she's on an oxygen tank, now she's using more energy than I would. And so this is a regressive tax. So how do we help work with all sectors, bring them to the table, and propose a more appropriate strategy going forward? And we brought in AARP, we brought in senior organizations, we brought in low-income communities, public housing, and they developed a strategy. Task force developed a strategy that would create a sales tax that is also still regressive, but less onerous and less impactful than an energy tax. And we $45 million, and most of the money goes to help low-income families go from maybe natural gas to electric appliances and things of that nature.
Fantastic. We've got just a minute left. I want to ask each of you the same question. What does the sustainable future in your city look like, and what are you most excited about?
Oh, wow. There's so many things. I mean, from rooftop solar to electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles. I think the sky's the limit. Certainly carbon neutrality is achievable, and certainly in my lifetime. And I think, if not carbon positivity, and I think reversal. I don't know who was the one that was saying, I don't know if it was somebody in the last couple of days, we were talking about sustainability is at some level accepting mediocrity, right? Because it's saying, or mitigation is at some level accepting mediocrity, right? We're not going to make things worse. I think we have our responsibility to make things better, yes. Right? It's to go further. And I think, I think as the next generation comes, which has prioritized this issue, you're going to see, technology lean into how do we make things better, not just how do we just neutral. We're gonna try to make things better and make our planet more regenerative and sustainable.
Yeah, I think the alarms have been sounded much louder recently in terms of the urgency of the moment with regards to climate change. And in Denver, similar to Miami, I think you're going to see this electrification revolution really take off. Like those of us who are maybe been slow walking the installation and build out of electrification infrastructure better get moving. I'm pushing my staff to partner. We're going to make a huge announcement later on today with Hertz in terms of proliferating more electrification infrastructure in the city of Denver. We got to push those things and we got to make sure you guys are into DEI. I call it equity, diversity, and inclusion, EDI. We got to make sure that whatever we do, that is equitable. Just because we have to move with a sense of urgency doesn't mean we can leave. We can leave, or we should leave people behind because they can't afford to be a part of that revolution. We got to think as we implement to do with them and not to them, and make sure they were brought along as well.
Amen.
Well, gentlemen, you represent two of America's finest cities, the world's finest cities, with some great hotels. People love to come visit your cities. So keep up the great work, and thank you for what you're doing on this issue.
Thank you. Good to see you, Chip.
Humming right along. Now allow me to introduce our next speaker, a good friend of America's mayors and the U.S. Conference of Mayors, Alejandro Mayorkas, also Cuban, by the way. I'm sure he loves his Miami Cuban coffee. He is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Secretary Mayorkas understands the role that mayors play in ensuring the safety and security of their cities. Secretary Mayorkas and his department are responsible for addressing many of our most pressing issues, securing our ports and entry points, responding to the influx of migrants along the southern border, overseeing the resettlement of Ukrainian and other refugees in our country, responding to hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters, protecting us from terror threats, and helping us to defend from cybersecurity attacks, including malware attacks and interrupt vital services, compromise our security, and cost billions of dollars. Oh, man, that feels heavy. Please join me in welcoming our Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas.
Good morning, and thank you. The Department of Homeland Security was created nearly 20 years ago in the aftermath of September 11, 2001, with a mission to safeguard the American people and our way of life from the threat of foreign terrorists, individuals abroad radicalized by a foreign terrorist ideology who sought to enter the United States and do us grave harm. Over the course of the next 10 to 12 years, as the terrorism threat evolved, our focus increasingly became drawn to the homegrown violent extremist, the individual already resident here who was radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology. Today, one of the most significant terrorism threats we face is posed by lone offenders and small groups of individuals who commit acts of violence motivated by a range of ideological beliefs or personal grievances. Of these actors, domestic violent extremists represent one of the most persistent threats to the United States. These individuals are often radicalized online and look to conduct attacks with easily accessible weapons. The evolution of the terrorism threat does not mean that the threat of yesterday no longer exists. Tragic.
All right, we will get back to that speech from Mayorkas coming up here on Live Now from Fox, but I do want to get to some breaking news that I told you about that we are covering here on Live Now. Take a look right here at your screen, because we just learned that prosecutors are going to charge actor Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the Rust movie set. I want to go over some of the background if you are not familiar with the case. A Santa Fe district attorney announcing today those charges against actor Alec Baldwin during a rehearsal of the Western Rust is when that shooting happened. The announcement is going to be a solemn occasion, the district attorney said, made in a manner keeping with the office's commitment to upholding the integrity of the judicial process and respecting the victim's family. The cinematographer died shortly after being wounded by a gunshot during setup for a scene at the ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st of 2021. Baldwin was pointing a pistol at the cinematographer when the gun went off, investigators say, killing her and wounding that director. So the Santa Fe County Sheriff led the initial investigation into the death and described, quote, a degree of neglect on the film set, but said he would leave decisions about potential criminal charges to prosecutors after delivering the results of a year-long investigation in October. That report did not specify how live ammunition wound up on the film set, but again, we have learned that prosecutors will charge actor Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter in connection with this fatal shooting on the set of the movie Rust. As you can imagine, we are going to have more coverage of this coming up here on Live Now. It is 11:08 on the East Coast and 8:08 on the West Coast. We're going to take a quick commercial break and we will be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox, 11:11 over on the East Coast and 8:11 on the West Coast. I do want to get back to this breaking news that we have been following here. Prosecutors now say that they will charge actor Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the fatal shooting of a cinematographer on the movie set. You can see this body cam video that was released after all of this happened. This did happen back in 2021 on the set of the Western movie This was Rust. So I do want to read the statement here that was just released here by the 1st Judicial District Attorney saying, quote, New Mexico 1st Judicial District Attorney Mary Carmack Altwies announced on Thursday that in keeping with her commitment to pursue justice for all victims and to hold everyone accountable under the law, her office before the end of the month will file criminal charges in the Rust film set shooting. Rust actor and producer Alec Baldwin and armor Hannah Gutierrez-Reed will each be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Halyna Hutchins on the film's Santa Fe County set back in 2021. Assistant Director David Halls has signed a plea agreement for the charge of negligent use of a deadly weapon. The terms include a suspended sentence and 6 months of probation. Now, a copy of the plea agreement will be available after it has been filed with the court. No charges will be filed specific to the non-fatal shooting of Rust director Joel Souza. So this is a quote that was actually released by the DA saying, quote, after a thorough review of the evidence and the laws of the state of New Mexico, I have determined that there is sufficient evidence to file criminal charges against Alec Baldwin and other members of the Rust film crew. On my watch, no one is above the law and everyone deserves justice. Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed will be charged in the alternative with the 2 counts of manslaughter. That means that a jury would decide not simply if they were guilty, but under which definition of involuntary manslaughter they were guilty. The first charge can be referred to simply as involuntary manslaughter. For this charge to be proved, there must be underlying negligence. Under New Mexico law, involuntary manslaughter is a 4th-degree felony punishable by up to 18 months in jail and a $5,000 fine. The charge also includes the misdemeanor charge of negligent use of a firearm, which would likely merge as a matter of law. The other charge is involuntary manslaughter in the commission of a lawful act. This charge requires proof there was more than simple negligence involved in a death. Also, a 4th-degree felony punishable by up to 18 months in jail and up to a $5,000 fine. So again, Alec Baldwin there charged with involuntary manslaughter as well as someone else on the crew. We will continue to follow this and bring you more as we do get it. I do actually want to pull back up that body cam video, though, that kind of shows the situation, the aftermath here, after law enforcement did arrive. So if you're not too familiar with the investigation, let me go over the details here. So prosecutors announced, as we mentioned, that Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal shooting of the cinematographer who was killed on that New Mexico movie set. Halyna Hutchins died shortly after being shot during rehearsals at a ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st, 2021. Baldwin was pointing a pistol at Hutchins when the gun went off, killing her and wounding the director, Joel Souza. Now, no charges filed in connection with the shooting of the director. However, that involuntary manslaughter charge is connected to the death of Hutchins. Again, this body camera video does show the aftermath of that shooting as police arrived. We know that Hutchins died shortly after being shot there. We will continue to follow this here and bring you any updates as we do get them. But again, Alec Baldwin, actor charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the October 2021 Rust shooting. Now I do want to get back to that speech going on live right now with Mayorkas. This is, of course, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and he is speaking at the U.S. Conference of Mayors.
To provide you with the information, training, funds, and other resources you need to protect the residents whose security and well-being are our collective responsibility. We need to be equipped to overcome the challenges that are upon us, plan for what tomorrow will bring, and protect the residents of our communities across this great country. We make the greatest difference in the lives of the people we serve when we all work together. It is my hope that you will know our Department of Homeland Security to be a trusted partner in your vitally important leadership, just as we see all of you. Thank you very much.
All right, those were the last comments there by the Secretary of Homeland Security. We heard him speak fairly briefly. Now, we were rolling on those comments, so we will bring them to you in just a bit as we load them into our system right here on Live Now from Fox. But if you are just joining us before we go to break here, I do want to bring you the latest on this breaking news that we are following at Live Now from Fox. And we have learned within the last 20 minutes that actor Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer killed on a New Mexico movie set. This was on the set of the movie Rust. Halnia Hutchins died shortly after being shot during rehearsals at a ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe back on October 21st of 2021. Baldwin pointing a pistol at Hutchins when the gun went off, killing her and wounding the director, Joel Souza. We do know, of course, that the charges are not connected to the director being shot, but instead the cinematographer who did die as a result. We will bring you more as we do get it here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, and we will be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We will get back to that speech from Mayorkas coming up here in just about a minute, but I do want to get you up to speed on this breaking news alert that we are following. Prosecutors announcing moments ago that actor Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer who was killed on a New Mexico movie set. Halnia Hutchins died shortly after being shot during rehearsals at a ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st of 2021. We are told by investigators that Baldwin was pointing a pistol at Hutchins when the gun went off, killing her and wounding the director. I do want to read the statement that was provided by the district attorney again about, I would say, 15 minutes ago here. It is a pretty lengthy statement that explains the charges that he could face and will face and the possible sentencing here. So let's pull that up for you, live, raw, and unfiltered. So New Mexico 1st Judicial District Attorney Mary Carmack Altwies announced on Thursday that in keeping with her commitment to pursue justice for all victims and to hold everyone accountable under the law, her office before the end of the month will file criminal charges in the Rust film set shooting. Rust actor and producer Alec Baldwin and armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed will each be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Hanya Hutchins on the film's Santa Fe County set in 2021. They also say that Assistant Director David Halls signed a plea agreement for the charge of negligent use of a deadly weapon. The terms include a suspended sentence and 6 months of probation. A copy of the plea agreement will be available after it has been filed with the court. No charges will be filed specific to the non-fatal shooting of the Rust director. Now, quote, according to the DA here, after a thorough review of the evidence and the laws of the state of New Mexico, I have determined there is sufficient evidence to file criminal charges against Alec Baldwin and other members of the Rust film crew. On my watch, no one is above the law and everyone deserves justice. Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed will be charged in the alternative with the 2 counts of manslaughter. So that means a jury would decide not simply if they were guilty, but under which definition of involuntary manslaughter they were guilty. Now, the first charge can be referred to simply as involuntary manslaughter. For this charge to be proved, there must be underlying negligence. Under New Mexico law, involuntary manslaughter is a 4th-degree felony punishable by up to 18 months in jail and a $5,000 fine. The charge also includes the misdemeanor charge of negligent use of a firearm, which would likely merge as a matter of law. The other charge, as you see on your screen, is involuntary manslaughter in the commission of a lawful act. The charge requires proof there was more than simple negligence involved in that death. This is also a 4th-degree felony punishable by up to 18 months in jail and up to $5,000 in fines. The charge includes a firearm enhancement or added mandatory penalty because a firearm was involved. The firearm enhancement makes the crime punishable by a mandatory 5 years in jail. Now, quote, if any one of these 3 people, Alec Baldwin, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, or David Halls, had done their job, Hanya Hutchins would be alive today. It is that simple. That is according to the special prosecutor appointed by the DA to that case. Quote, the evidence clearly shows a pattern of criminal disregard for safety on the Rust film set. In New Mexico, there is no room for film sets that don't take our state's commitment to gun safety and public safety seriously. So again, if you are just joining us, actor Alec Baldwin charged with involuntary manslaughter in that shooting on the set of his movie Rust. As we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. So before the break, we did hear from Mayorkas here with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security delivering the speech at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. We kind of caught the tail end of it, but I do want to bring you that full statement that he made here, raw and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
Play in ensuring the safety and security of their cities. Secretary Mayorkas and his department are responsible for addressing many of our most pressing issues, securing our ports and entry points, responding to the influx of migrants along the southern border, overseeing the resettlement of Ukrainian and other refugees in our country, responding to hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters, protecting us from terror threats, and helping us to defend from cybersecurity attacks, including malware attacks and interrupt vital services, compromise our security, and cost billions of dollars. Oh, man, that feels heavy. Please join me in welcoming our Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas.
Good morning and thank you. The Department of Homeland Security was created nearly 20 years ago in the aftermath of September 11, 2001, with a mission to safeguard the American people and our way of life from the threat of foreign terrorists, individuals abroad radicalized by a foreign terrorist ideology who sought to enter the United States and do us grave harm. Over the course of the next 10 to 12 years, as the terrorism threat evolved, our focus increasingly became drawn to the homegrown violent extremist, the individual already resident here who was radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology. Today, one of the most significant terrorism threats we face is posed by lone offenders and small groups of individuals who commit acts of violence motivated by a range of ideological beliefs or personal grievances. Of these actors, domestic violent extremists represent one of the most persistent threats to the United States. These individuals are often radicalized online and look to conduct attacks with easily accessible weapons. The evolution of the terrorism threat does not mean that the threat of yesterday no longer exists. Tragically, we see new forms of terrorism and targeted violence.
All right, we are going to interrupt that speech to get back to this breaking news that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen and this body camera video. So prosecutors announcing not too long ago here that actor Alec Baldwin and a weapons specialist will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer who was killed in 2021 on a New Mexico movie set. Santa Fe District Attorney Mary Carmack Altuiz issued a statement announcing the charges against Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who supervised weapons on the set. Helnia Hutchins died shortly after being wounded during rehearsals for the Western movie Rust at a ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st of 2021. We have covered it since, and we've been covering this breaking news here. So I do want to bring in an expert to help break it down. Randy Zellin, a criminal defense attorney and adjunct professor of law at Cornell Law. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. I know this is all breaking right now.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So were you surprised at all to see this involuntary manslaughter charge?
Legally, as far as a courtroom is concerned, yes. As far as the court of public opinion is concerned, unfortunately, no. And what we all need to recognize, and I think one of the great values to your show is the educational aspect of what goes on in a criminal case. It is one thing to be negligent civilly. It is another thing to be negligent or to be reckless criminally. And of course, the difference is a matter of your liberty. And the law does not view the level of being wrong in a civil case the same way it does in a criminal case. In a criminal case, your wrongdoing has to be so morally blameworthy when you don't do it intentionally. And again, Mr. Baldwin is not being charged with intentional homicide. He is being charged with essentially closing his eyes. I know that what I'm doing is likely to kill someone, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. That's recklessness. And when you have recklessness and someone dies, that's involuntary manslaughter. But it's got to be such a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do. It's got to be so morally wrong. That's the difference between criminal wrongdoing and suing someone civilly.
And what stuck out to me is that there are two different possibilities here. So the jury isn't just going to say if he is guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but I believe there are two different possibilities that they have. Are you aware of what those are and I guess why that's the case?
In all likelihood, there will be a charge of the involuntary manslaughter, which is the reckless conduct, the more serious conduct. That's where essentially you close your eyes. I don't care what happens. I know it's more likely than not that what I'm going to do is going to kill someone, but I'll close my eyes because I don't care and someone dies. That's the reckless standard. Then you have the negligent standard, which is, it's not that I closed my eyes so I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there and I just chose not to see it. With negligence, I didn't see it, but a reasonable person would have seen it. So it's not as serious as the reckless standard, but it's still a homicide. So with the negligence, it's I didn't see it, I should have seen it, a reasonable person would have seen it, and my behavior was so outrageous, was so morally wrong that I should be charged criminally.
Do you think this is actually going to have an impact on Alec Baldwin? Could he possibly do jail time as a result of this?
He absolutely could do jail time. Does that mean he will do jail time even if he's convicted? More often than not, there's not a mandatory minimum jail sentence associated with these kinds of criminal conduct. Certainly, when someone dies, is it a far stretch for a judge from the standpoint of deterrence, from the standpoint of punishment? Is it a stretch for a judge to send someone to jail? Absolutely not. Depending on whether or not Mr. Baldwin pleads guilty as opposed to being convicted after trial, that will certainly have an impact on a trial court, whether or not the district attorney's office decides to engage in plea negotiations and offers Mr. Baldwin something less and he chooses to take it. There's so much that's going to go on here, probably starting with a motion to dismiss the criminal charges. Again, if I were Mr. Baldwin's attorney, my arguments are going to be, A, this is a civil wrong. It's not a criminal wrong. My behavior does not rise to the level of being so outrageous, so shocking, so morally wrong that I should be charged criminally, nor did I close my eyes to something that was going to happen and lead to someone's death. I certainly had no reason of even knowing that this would happen. And this is where you have the issue of the expert. See, the expert may be Alec Baldwin's saving grace because that's what we call a superseding intervening cause. It was the expert who should have made sure that there were blanks in that gun. And that may remove all of the criminal liability from Mr. Baldwin, because before that gun got into his hand, the expert was charged with the obligation of making sure that no one would get hurt.
And so after all of this happened, we actually did hear from Alec Baldwin. He made comments about exactly what happened and said that he wasn't at fault. Do you think making comments after something like this could actually hurt him in his defense?
It is always a problem for a defendant or a potential defendant to open his or her mouth in the context of a criminal proceeding. I think that we have to cut Mr. Baldwin a little bit of slack because I dare say at the time he made those comments, he probably was not even contemplating for one moment that he would be charged criminally. And it may very well be that whatever he said is part of his defense. But if he said something inconsistent with what his defense could be, if he gives or gave the prosecution an angle to go down and investigate because of what he said, then certainly that is a problem. And that's why we as criminal defense attorneys tell clients, shut your mouth.
And on that same note, would you be surprised if we now hear from Alec Baldwin again making comments after these charges are announced?
I sure as hell hope not. Any comments should come from his criminal defense counsel. And of course, there are rules, there are ethical rules when it comes to an attorney speaking out about a pending matter. And just as a matter of smart lawyering, you want to be very careful about what you say in an active case. Listen, when you have a sufficient level of experience and security in what you do you look to, I don't want to say infect a potential jury panel because that's a negative connotation, but do you want to educate a potential juror as to what your defense is going to be? Listen, you do it from the moment you get engaged, if it's appropriate, particularly in a high-profile case.
Do you think this is going to serve as a precedent for future cases when it comes to celebrities? Because you always hear that celebrities get off easier than just the regular people like you and I. But do you think this is going to set a precedent?
Well, I will gently push back because my experience has been, and I've represented more than one high-profile client in my time, celebrities actually tend to be treated worse. Celebrities have the advantage of having the financial resources to hire the biggest, the best, and the brightest. But in terms of how they are treated, oftentimes because of their celebrity status and someone looking to put a notch on his or her belt as a prosecutor or law enforcement or a judge concerned about being too lenient, it's actually celebrities, and history shows us that celebrities actually get treated more harshly in terms of how they're prosecuted. the manner and mechanism of the prosecution, and also the potential as far as the sentence goes for that very reason, which is I do not want to be perceived as cutting a celebrity a slack. We see celebrities charged oftentimes where a regular citizen probably would not have been charged. And I would respectfully submit that this may be one of those cases where this was an accident. And if it weren't Alec Baldwin, if it was someone else, that someone else may never have been charged.
No, that's interesting because I've obviously never been a criminal defense attorney. So to hear that, you know, celebrities are treated a little more harshly, I guess you could say, that's good knowledge to have. So one of the potential punishments for involuntary manslaughter is a $5,000 fine. Do we know where that money goes? If it goes to the state, if it goes to the family, is that clear?
Generally speaking, money goes in three directions in a criminal case. There's restitution, which is designed to make the victim whole. Then there is forfeiture, which is designed to take the profit out of crime and goes to the government. And fines, generally speaking, also go to the court system. So in all likelihood, if there was a conviction, a fine imposed does not go to the victim. Now, of course, oftentimes in the context of a case like this, in an effort to get a better resolution for the client, there certainly can be a conversation about restitution as part of any negotiated plea bargain. Having said that, there is, as I understand it, already a parallel civil case. So compensation from the standpoint of wrongdoing, from the standpoint of out-of-pocket losses, from the standpoint of pain and suffering to the family, pain and suffering to the victim. And by the way, I know I sound very cold, calculated, and clinical as we talk about this case, but let's not lose sight of the fact, and I never lose sight of the fact, that someone lost her life. Unfortunately, by what I do for a living, I do have to speak this way, but believe me, it's not lost on me that someone died and that there are children, there's family, there's a husband who no longer has a mother, a spouse, a daughter. So believe me, it's horrifying. But strictly on the question of a fine, yeah, that money does not go to the victim. That money goes to funding the court being able to keep the lights on.
Do you think this civil case, because as we've mentioned, there's a criminal case, there's a civil one, do they influence each other? Does the civil case influence the criminal one and vice versa?
Absolutely. What happens here, that the civil case will provide free discovery for the criminal defendant. And by the same token, the criminal defendant at some point will probably move for a stay. In fact, the prosecution might move for a stay of the civil proceeding for the very reason that the prosecution doesn't want discovery given away that could impact the criminal case. And a criminal defendant can't adequately defend himself in the civil case. The defendant can't appear for a deposition, can't turn over documents which potentially might be incriminating. So what we will probably see is that the civil case will be put on a shelf until the criminal case is resolved.
And right now on your screen, what you're seeing is that body camera video that was released showing the aftermath. Now that we do have a criminal case here, do you think it was strange? Are you surprised at all that they did release this body camera video?
It's always difficult in a vacuum, and hindsight is clearly 2020. Again, at the time that this was released, there may not have been the specter or the prospect of a criminal proceeding. And then, of course, to the extent that that body cam was in the hands of law enforcement, again, the officer, law enforcement, the local law enforcement people may not have thought that there was necessarily going to be a criminal prosecution. And even so, they may have chosen to release it from the standpoint of transparency. And again, this notion that celebrities get treated better, turn it over, disclose it, let the world see what's going on.
What's next in your experience here for Alec Baldwin?
There will be an appearance. In all likelihood, that first appearance in court will be something called an arraignment, where Mr. Baldwin is advised of the charges. He will enter a plea of not guilty. And then at that point, depending on that particular jurisdiction's criminal procedure, in criminal procedure law, there may be a preliminary hearing where Mr. Baldwin has the right to challenge the proof and for a judge to determine whether or not there is reasonable cause. In other words, more likely than not, that he committed the crime. To the extent that there is a grand jury process in that jurisdiction, then there will be an indictment, or the case could proceed directly to trial once the judge determines that there is sufficient evidence for the case to go to trial. And of course, we'll all be interested in seeing whether or not there'll be an arrest warrant issued, or whether or not Mr. Baldwin will be permitted to voluntarily appear and surrender himself, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I dare say he will be released on bond.
And that's what I was going to ask. Do you think it's going to be a quick, okay, we just take a photo, he pays, and he's out? Do you think he could actually sit in jail for a little bit while we're waiting for, let's say, the arraignment?
No, his strongest arguments are going to be both to law enforcement, to the district attorney's office, and to a judge, which is, look, if I was going to go anywhere, I'd be long gone. I've been here, I've been open, I've been notorious. He's probably had lawyers working back channel for quite a period of time. So there's no concern about him being a flight risk. There's no concern that he's a danger to the community. So I'm confident in saying that his surrender will be worked out. There'll be a date and time where he will either appear at a police precinct to have his photographs taken, to be fingerprinted, and then be brought over to court, or perhaps he could surrender directly to the court. And at that point, he will be arraigned and he will go home.
So now that I know that celebrities, it appears, at least in your experience, are treated just a little more harshly, do celebrities tend to, and I don't know if you can answer this, go on trial quicker than, let's say, your average folk, or does it just kind of depend on the situation?
It absolutely depends on the situation. And as I said earlier, the advantage that a celebrity is going to have is simply the financial resources to put together a team of lawyers, a team of investigators, a team of experts. And the speed of a trial from the defense standpoint is simply a matter of, how am I going to get the best result? Am I going to get the best result by trying to catch the prosecution unprepared, in which case I want a very quick trial? In most cases, that's not the case. Prosecutors are prepared. They have their own resources, their own team. So a trial will go forward when everyone is ready for that trial to go forward.
And do you think, just again, based on your experience, that this will go to trial, or are we talking about a potential plea agreement? Because we know that one of the people who is charged, not with involuntary manslaughter, but a lesser charge, has already taken a plea deal, it appears. Is it likely that we're going to see a plea deal offered and taken by Alec Baldwin so this whole thing doesn't go to trial?
I think it would be irresponsible for anyone to weigh in on whether or not Mr. Baldwin is going to take a plea or he's going to go to trial. We don't know nearly enough about the proof. We don't know nearly enough about Mr. Baldwin's appetite to prolong this and to remain in the spotlight over this, and to subject himself to the exposure of what could happen if, in fact, he is convicted. Right now, we will have to wait and see what the evidence actually is. I think there'll probably be a quicker move towards motion practice, where if I am Mr. Baldwin's attorney, I'm going to be moving quickly for discovery, and I'm going to be moving equally quickly to dismiss the indictment, arguing, look, this was a tragic accident. This was not a crime. And there will be case law, I can assure you, to back Mr. Baldwin up, that there is a sea change of a difference between an accident, a civil wrong, and a homicide, which Mr. Baldwin has been charged with. And listen, the evidence will dictate Mr. Baldwin's next path. His appetite for risk will dictate his next path, and his comfort that he will not second guess himself. In other words, if he takes a plea, will he second guess himself that he should have gone to trial? And if he goes to trial and he's not successful, will he second guess himself that he should have resolved the case?
And some great insight there for sure. My last question for you. New Mexico's Office of the Medical Investigator determined that the shooting was an accident once they completed the autopsy. Will that have any effect in your experience on a criminal case that you have the medical investigator saying it was an accident?
Well, imagine the cross-examination of the medical examiner. Sir or ma'am, isn't it true that you determined this to be an accident? Yes, I did. No further questions. Remember, reasonable doubt is simply anytime someone needs to make an important decision in his or her life, do you have enough information to make that decision? If I go to the cardiologist today and the cardiologist tells me that I need open heart surgery, if I can schedule that surgery, I don't need any more information. I do not have a reasonable doubt. Conversely, if I say to the doctor, listen, I appreciate where you're coming from, but I want a second opinion, that means I do need more information. That's a reasonable doubt. You have a medical examiner weighing in. This is his or her responsibility to determine cause of death, manner of death, and to weigh in on what's going on here. This is a state expert, and that medical examiner wrote accident. That's built-in reasonable doubt.
All right, Randy Zellen, a lot of great information there. Is there anything else that you do want to add about all of this before I let you go?
I just think that it's so worthwhile, so important that we are able to educate your viewers, and you provide such a great service by allowing people to become part of the process, at least from the standpoint of understanding the law, understanding the nuances of the law, and having the opportunity to be educated on what really goes on in the courtroom and in the events leading up to the courtroom.
And I appreciate your insight on that, because that definitely helps to educate our viewers. So we do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is now 11:48 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 8:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are continuing to follow this breaking news here. Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the deadly shooting on the set of the movie Rust. And we do know that someone else on set will also face that very same charge. If you were watching us here, we just spoke with a criminal defense attorney who provides a little more context on that charge and what happens next. I do want to step away for our last commercial break of the hour, and we will be right back here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to roll on here, and you are seeing a Dow there almost at 300 points in the red. This all coming as the U.S. has hit the debt ceiling, threatening the economic outlook. And Congress last voted in December of 2021 to lift the debt ceiling as this debt limit has been reached, forcing the Treasury Department to begin deploying a series of emergency moves so that the government can continue to pay its bills. In a letter to Congress, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said the department will start using so-called extraordinary measures to prevent the U.S. from defaulting on its obligation. The debt ceiling, which is currently around $31.4 trillion, that's with a T, is the legal limit on the total amount of debt that the federal government can borrow on behalf of the public, including Social Security and Medicare benefits, military salaries, and tax refunds. Without a debt limit increase, suspension, or removal, we believe Treasury would look to prioritize debt payments, leading to delays in some other payments, said Gregory Dacko, chief economist at EY Parthian. So we are going to continue to look at this here for you. Obviously, a big news in the financial markets. Of course, we got you always covered right here on Live Now from Fox. And coming up in just a little bit, since we are Live Now from Fox and always trying to bring you the live events, live feeds as they come in. Next hour, St. Paul, Minnesota, we'll be having a Planned Parenthood roundtable featuring healthcare providers. We will be listening to that a little bit later. And then, of course, throughout the day, we will be giving more updates on Alec Baldwin to be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the Rust movie shooting there that took place. So we will follow that and give you the updates as they come right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I just want to go out to another live event that we have for just a little bit here. We do have the New York Governor Kathy Hochul speaking right now. Let's listen to her remarks right here on Live Now from Fox.
This is part of our downtown revitalization initiative. It'll transform this neighborhood into a transit hub, and this is the gateway to El Barrio. And it's not just the economic activity today, but it's going to drive growth here for generations to come, and that's what I'm so excited about. So we're going to focus on the lives of the people who live here now. And of course, more people are going to want to live here because it's such a cool place. That includes the expansion of the 2nd Avenue subway to 125th. We're going to do that. We'll also have to work on the Park Avenue Viaduct project, okay? It's about time. It's about time to do the right thing. You know, repair and replace the portions, make sure people are safe, reduce the noise, because this neighborhood deserves it. And also safer streets. We want people outside. We want them walking. We want them to enjoy the barrio and go to all the bodegas and restaurants. We need more green and functional public spaces for our kids to just get that fresh air and have a chance to just relax. And even adults, I mean, we saw what the pandemic did. So many people needed to go to parks and just reconnect with nature and feel okay again. That's what we're going to build in this community, as well as an economic boost to local businesses. So we're going to be righting the wrongs of the past, years of neglect, and transform people and places in an extraordinary way. So we have already invested through this program into many communities, $600 million. But this is the key to success. It's $10 million for New York City. Sounds like it doesn't even sound a drop in the budget. You put it in a neighborhood led by leaders who know this community better than anybody. And they say, we need this block fixed. We need this done here. We need this. I'm not going to tell you what to do because I wasn't born and raised here. People from here know. And I listen to your voices. That's what the Secretary of State does as well. He brings that local experience. So 100 years from now, people look back at us and say, what did you do? What kind of difference did you make in the lives of others? Did you matter by taking up space on this earth? All of you in this room will be able to know that you made a difference. And people, generations from now, look back at us and say, we invested. We let people know they matter. We transformed a community. And we made a difference in people's lives. That's why we're here. And as I talked about in my State of the State last night, we need a more equitable dream for all. You can't just say the New York dream, which is better than the American dream, I guarantee it. It's more diverse, it's more inclusive, it's got more power behind it. It's something we believe in, lifting up everyone. But it also means housing that they can afford, because the people who were born and raised here want their kids to know the grandparents. It's that stability of a community that's so important to our cultures here, that connection with family. And if the kids can't afford to live here and they have to move away, that's a tragedy. That's losing the influences of the older generation, which have built on decades and generations of traditions that get passed down. How they get passed down if someone's living in another state or living somewhere else. I want them to live here. And I say that as a grandma whose grandbaby lives somewhere else. I need to bring her up here. Maybe I'll move her to East Harlem, okay? Okay. But we also have to work on people's sense of safety. They have to feel safe in our communities. And I talked about that they have to know that their government leaders are working with community leaders and partners and the people on the ground and the violence disruption programs that give people an alternative. We have to keep investing in them and expanding all we can do to help our communities be safe, not just feel safe, but be safe. And mental health services. We talked about the largest investment in our state's history, a complete reversal of that time of the deinstitutionalization of the 1970s, where the doors were unlocked, people pushed out in the streets and said, "You're on your own, good luck." That was an epic failure. And people are suffering right now. So we have to lift them up as well and provide supportive housing and services and the mental health beds for people who really need care. And that's what I committed to do as well. So we'll build more houses, we'll take care of people's mental health, we'll give them a safer environment, and also help people who are just struggling, helping them with money to retrofit their houses. Energy costs are so high. People are hurting. So we understand that profoundly. And it's just a matter of, I believe, that people should be paid more as everything keeps going up. It's not their fault that the cost of diapers and formula and the kids' sneakers and backpacks and a bologna sandwich costs more than it ever did. It's nobody's fault. And they shouldn't have to suffer for that. That's why I propose pegging the minimum wage to the inflation. So when prices go up, your earning power goes up as well. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. We talk about fairness and equity. That'll help 900,000 New Yorkers have more money in their pockets. Mostly they're single moms living in communities like this, too. Everybody needs a little bit of help. So I'm here to say this community matters. I'm going to come back. We're going to come back and name the projects that you want to see funded. If you want it to go faster, find Robert Rodriguez. And we'll be back here, announce them, and the best part of all is not just the groundbreakings, but the ribbon cuttings, because we'll be cutting ribbons on a garden once known as Spanish Harlem, East Harlem, and that rose is going to continue to bloom, and the rest of the world's going to see that this is a magnificent place. Thank you. Felicidades, and let me...
And it's a new hour right here on Live Now from Fox. And Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal Rust shooting. It's coming from the district attorney. Alec Baldwin will be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Helena Hutchins. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who was the armorer on the film Rust, was also charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Helena's family thanked the sheriff's office and the DA after the charges were announced. We want to thank the Santa Fe sheriff and the district attorney for concluding their thorough investigation and determining the charges for involuntary manslaughter are warranted for the killing of Helena Hutchins with conscious disregard for human life. A statement issued on behalf of the Hutchins family via their attorney. Our independent investigation also supports charges are warranted. It is a comfort to the family that in New Mexico, no one is above the law. We support the charges, will fully cooperate with this prosecution, and fervently hope the justice system works to protect the public and hold accountable those who break the law. New Mexico First Judicial District Attorney Mary Karamek announced the charges this morning, more than a year after Hutchins' tragic death. Assistant Director Dave Halls signed a plea agreement for a charge of negligent use of a deadly weapon. The terms of his agreement included a suspended sentence and 6 months of probation, the district attorney announced. No charges were filed in the non-fatal shooting of the director. After a thorough review of the evidence and the laws of the state of New Mexico, I have determined that there is sufficient evidence to file criminal charges against Alec Baldwin and other members of the Rust film crew. That was coming from New Mexico First Judicial District Attorney, saying in the statement, "On my watch, no one is above the law and everyone deserves justice." The district attorney explained that Baldwin and Gutierrez-Reed were charged in the alternative. This means that a jury will decide not only if the two are guilty, but will also decide which definition of involuntary manslaughter their actions fall under. If any one of those three people, Alec Baldwin, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, or David Halls, had done their job, Helena Hutchins would be alive today. It's that simple. Andrea Reeb, the special prosecutor appointed by the DA to the case, said in a statement. Before announcing the decision, the district's attorney's office spent time reviewing a comprehensive report submitted by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. It's been over a year since the cinematographer was killed on the New Mexico movie set. Helena died when a gun Alec Baldwin was holding fired while practicing a scene on October 21st, 2021. The group had been rehearsing in a small church on a Creek Ranch set. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department has spent the last year investigating how live rounds made it onto the movie set. Armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and Assistant Director Dave Halls were the only crew members believed to have handled the gun that fired on set. Halls allegedly handed Baldwin a .45 revolver, telling him that it was cold or safe. Prior to that, Gutierrez-Reed spun the cylinder to show Halls what was in the gun, her lawyer said. Baldwin has maintained that he did not pull the trigger of the gun, once during a primetime interview shortly following the deadly shooting, and again on a podcast episode. The actor originally said he had pulled the hammer of the gun back as far as he could and released it, but did not pull the trigger. The Rust prosecution could be potentially prosecutions from 1 to 4 defendants. The DA wrote in paperwork filed for an emergency grant. One of the possible defendants is well-known movie actor Alec Baldwin. A wrongful death lawsuit was filed against Alec Baldwin and other key members of the production on February 15th of last year. The lawsuit named Baldwin and others who are responsible for the safety on the set and called out reckless behavior and cost-cutting that led to the death of Hutchins, according to the family's lawyer there. The production of Rust will not return to New Mexico. The attorney for Rust Movie Productions, LLC, told Fox News Digital the production is considering other locations, including in California, but no decisions have been made. Although it hasn't been confirmed whether Baldwin will rejoin the production, Matthews' initial announcement claims that the production would resume with original or principal players there. So that is one of our top stories here that just broke in the last hour. We'll continue to have updates for you as they come right here on Live Now from Fox. And coming up in this hour, we're also going to be featuring a live event from St. Paul, Minnesota, on abortion rights there. A Planned Parenthood roundtable will be beginning shortly. We'll bring that to you when it happens. Another top story that we're following, though, is the Dow that continues its slide as the U.S. has hit that debt ceiling, and now more pressure on Congress members to make some sort of action. We are going to take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here once again, bringing you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. Another top story here that we're following is the U.S. Mayor's Conference that continues to happen in D.C. We have the Homeland Secretary speaking right here. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Today, one of the most significant terrorism threats we face is posed by lone offenders and small groups of individuals who commit acts of violence motivated by a range of ideological beliefs or personal grievances. Of these actors, domestic violent extremists represent one of the most persistent threats to the United States. These individuals are often radicalized online and look to conduct attacks with easily accessible weapons. The evolution of the terrorism threat does not mean that the threat of yesterday no longer exists. Tragically, we see new forms of terrorism and targeted violence emerge as old forms prove persistent. That stark reality was evident this past New Year's Eve in New York City, when, motivated by Islamic extremism, a 19-year-old individual attacked 3 police officers with a machete. While the threat of terrorism and targeted violence has evolved, different types of threats have emerged and pre-existing challenges have become more acute. 20 years ago, the threat of cyber attacks was not uppermost in our minds. Yet our world and our lives today are far more interconnected than they were in 2003. And with that advance has come increased risk. We've seen schools, hospitals, law enforcement agencies, water systems, and elections targeted by cyber criminals and adverse nation states. Our homes and our lifestyles are increasingly reliant on connected technology, from our phones and computers to our appliances and cars. The need, therefore, for personal and collective cybersecurity is absolute. Early this past December, individuals attacked an electric substation in Moore County, North Carolina, knocking out power for tens of thousands of residents. Less than 1 week later, an unrelated attack was reported on an electric substation in South Carolina. On December 25th, on Christmas Day, 4 electric substations in the state of Washington were attacked, leaving 18,000 people without power. Our nation's critical infrastructure is increasingly under attack, and we must prioritize its protection and be vigilant in doing so. When I addressed you last year, I spoke of the unprecedented severity and increasing frequency of extreme weather events, noting the commendable work of Mayfield, Kentucky Mayor Kathy Stewart Onan in response to a tornado that demolished the homes and buildings throughout her city. This past week has seen atmospheric rivers cause floods, evacuations, and deaths in California, and tornadoes ripped through Alabama and Georgia. In addition to combating these threats, the department is also working, of course, to secure our borders. The challenge of migration is not unique to the United States, nor to the border communities that confront it every day. Around the world, there are more displaced people than at any time since World War II. Mass migration has gripped our hemisphere. There are 2.5 million Venezuelans now living in Colombia and 1.5 million in Peru. Brazil and Chile are hosting more than 350,000 Haitians, and the number of displaced Nicaraguans in Costa Rica has more than doubled in the last 12 months alone. The threats and the challenges we face are evolving, increasingly diverse and dynamic. Yet we can meet this moment if and only if we work together. Your leadership is vital not only to the prosperity of your cities, but also to their fundamental security. Our Department of Homeland Security is fundamentally a department of partnerships. To address the threat of domestic violent extremism or other forms of targeted violence, Our grant programs provide funding across all levels of government and to our non-governmental partners. Grant funds help law enforcement agencies increase their intelligence and information sharing capabilities and strengthen their terrorism prevention activities. They help harden cities and the nonprofit organizations within them. For example, our nonprofit security grant program provides support for physical security enhancements to nonprofit organizations that are at high risk of terrorist attack. Our Center for Prevention Programs and Partnership, or CP3, provides funds to establish or enhance capabilities to prevent targeted violence and terrorism, while also sharing prevention programs and intervention models to assist individuals who are exhibiting signs of radicalizing to violence. One of our most critical missions of the department is to provide intelligence and information to the broadest audience at the lowest classification level possible. We've released more than 100 intelligence products over the past 2 years, and we actively share information about threats across all levels of government through our more than 130 intelligence officers deployed across the country who sit side by side with your law enforcement professionals to share information on a real-time, daily basis. To address the cybersecurity imperative, our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, as it is commonly known, has advisors in each state to assess one's systems and make recommendations to strengthen them, teams that are dispatched to analyze and remediate intrusions, and a new grant program to provide funding to help build your city's cybersecurity regime. Our critical infrastructure faces risk not only from cyber attacks, but also from physical attacks, as I mentioned earlier. CISA's advisors help government and critical infrastructure owners reduce vulnerabilities through assessments, training, and other resources. To prevent, protect against, respond to, recover from, and prove resilient to extreme weather events and other natural disasters, FEMA is on the ground, in communities, there with you to provide disaster relief. We need to work together to respond not only to the emergency of the moment, but to understand the evolving risk landscape and strengthen our communities to be more resilient. Last year, the Building Resilience, Infrastructure, and Communities program saw a twofold increase in available funding to $2.3 billion. This funding helps harden communities against the adverse impacts of climate change. We're executing a comprehensive strategy to secure our borders and build a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system. Working within a broken system in desperate need of legislative reform, 2 weeks ago, we announced new lawful pathways for non-citizens seeking relief in the United States, accompanied by a consequence regime for those who do not avail themselves of those processes. Since then, encounters from the targeted countries have dropped significantly. FEMA is providing emergency food and shelter program funds to help cities around the country recover or defray the costs of non-citizen arrivals. CBP and ICE are working closely with cities to share information and coordinate the disposition of non-citizens in immigration enforcement proceedings. We are also protecting the integrity of the American workplace, the rights of workers, and the right to fair competition. This past Friday, we announced that non-citizen workers who are victims of or witnesses to the violation of labor rights now can access a streamlined and expedited process to obtain protection from retaliatory action if they are part of a labor enforcement investigation. Critically, this includes investigations by state, county, and municipal agencies. We welcome partnership with your labor enforcement agencies to ensure vulnerable workers are aware of the protections available to them and predatory employers are held accountable. We are here to partner with you to provide you with the information, training, funds, and other resources you need to protect the residents whose security and well-being are our collective responsibility. We need to be equipped to overcome the challenges that are upon us, plan for what tomorrow will bring, and protect the residents of our communities across this great country. We make the greatest difference in the lives of the people we serve when we all work together. It is my hope that you will know our Department of Homeland Security to be a trusted partner in your vitally important leadership, just as we see all of you. Thank you very much.
And we'll continue to take top speakers at the mayor's conference there in D.C. a little bit later this afternoon. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. And when you come back, we will be out in St. Paul, Minnesota for Abortion Rights Roundtable featuring the Health and Human Secretary, Javier Becerra. That's coming up next year on Live Now from Fox.
Get overshadowed with that, but you have a very large portfolio that you do. When Secretary Becerra and I were working on the Affordable Health Care Plan, access to contraception, access to the full range of women's health care is something that you need to know that Secretary Becerra was the point person for Speaker Pelosi at that time to make sure that we had that, and I thank you for doing that. As a Minnesotan, I'm very proud of Planned Parenthood in our state, making sure that women have a full range of reproductive health. As a member of Congress, I'm working to make sure that doctors aren't penalized and women aren't penalized for just going from one state to another to access what is constitutionally available to them. And then I'll close with this, my new role, having been the former chair and now the ranking member for the Defense Committee. I want to thank you and the President of the United States for the executive order that you put in place to make sure that our service women and their families have access to a full range of family planning. And thank you so much for the President for doing that. We would have been unable to do it congressionally. Thank you so much for the executive order on behalf of the women who put up their arms, take an oath of office to defend our country. We need to defend their rights to full access to health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCollum, for being here today. Next, I'd like to introduce the Assistant Secretary of Health, Admiral Levine.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here at Planned Parenthood in St. Paul. I'm particularly honored to be here with Secretary Becerra and his leadership. We are, as he outlined, committed in our efforts to protect and expand access to reproductive health care, including abortion. And make no mistake, abortion care is health care. I have been able to travel around the country and been to other safe haven states like Minnesota and other cities that are seeing an increased number of patients from many other states. And we were talking before that you all are seeing an increased number of patients from neighboring states that do not have the rights and freedoms that you have in Minnesota. Now, I'm an adolescent medicine specialist in my training, and I have worked in this field for many years and understand the critical importance of Planned Parenthood, to echo the representative, and the role that Planned Parenthood plays not only in abortion care but also in other essential healthcare fields such as testing and treatment for sexually transmitted infections and cancer screening. I would like to highlight what's in my portfolio, which is Title X. Title X funds contraception, birth control. It also funds testing and treatment for sexually transmitted infections and cancer screenings. In the previous administration, with the gag rule that was put in place, Planned Parenthood had to leave Title X and not take Title X funding. So under the Secretary's leadership, we were able to rewrite regulations very quickly and have the full range of services for contraception, testing and treatment for STIs, cancer screening, etc., that would be open for Planned Parenthood to be able to accept that again. So again, I'm just pleased to be here and support the Secretary.
Thank you for joining us, Admiral, as well. And I just also want to take a moment to recognize and welcome Casey Wolf, Lily Griego, and Emily Moorbacher. and Dr. Sarah Traxler as well, who will be taking part in this conversation along with Dr. Laura Nezworski and also Dr. Jessica Ralph. And so with that, Dr. Ralph and Dr. Nezworski, I thought maybe you could help get us started today with the conversation. And I have a question for both of you about how has abortion care changed for your practice, for your health center or patients since the Dobbs decision? And maybe you could start us off, Dr. Ralph.
Thank you so much. I echo a lot of what has already been said. We are at Whole Women's Health, we are seeing patients coming, a larger portion of patients coming from out of state, and a larger portion of patients that are needing second trimester care. And that's simply because of the delay that they experience getting the funds and getting the things in their life in order so that they can take 2 days to come to the state of Minnesota and get the health care that they need. And so it's really impressive already to see the impact on patients, on the cost, on the time, and on the distance that they're traveling. And as many patients as, of course, we hope to take care of as they are coming to us, I constantly think about the number of people who can't, and who are unable to afford the travel, who are unable to afford the time off of work, and therefore are adding children to their family that they felt that they otherwise couldn't. I think I am also a physician at the University of Minnesota and provide abortion care there, and the story is the same. Patients are coming later and with more complications, and it's really been a struggle to try to get as many people in as we can.
Thank you. Dr. Nezworski.
Thank you. So I'm here from Hennepin Healthcare, which is the Minnesota Safety Net Hospital, and what we know about our patient population that is very diverse and often requires the use of interpreter services is that our patients experience very large barriers to any kind of care, and with reproductive health care, there are additional barriers for our providers and for our patients. And so our team, our leadership felt that in the spirit of health equity, it was really important for us to be able to offer these services to our patients. And so we have begun some work in that area, and we're trying to include additional providers, but it's hard. There are a lot of red tape in the way, and our legal advisors are nervous about us accepting patients from out of state. So it's we're excited that we're able to serve our patients in additional ways now, but we're also concerned just about the legal restrictions that we're facing and the additional red tape for accessing medication and procedures.
Thank you for sharing that, and just sort of building on some of those challenges that have been heard. Emily, can you talk a little bit from the perspective of the Midwest Access Coalition? What are some of the challenges that your team is facing in terms of providing access to abortion care?
Sure, thank you. Good morning or afternoon. So Midwest Access Coalition, we are what's called a practical support abortion fund. So what that means is we're providing holistic wraparound services for people from the moment they step out their door to the moment that they get home from having to access their abortion. So we do that, just to give a little context, we do that through getting people transportation, lodging, food, stipends, childcare, and emotional support resources. And so, some of the challenges we've been seeing, I would say most significantly in the last year, we've been supporting just a huge influx of people from Texas and the southern states traveling to the Midwest, specifically Chicago, and some here in Minnesota. And so, one of the biggest challenges they've been facing is traveling for 3, 4, 5 days for a single day procedure, sometimes a medication abortion pill. And so with that has been coming, we've been just noticing unbelievable spikes in people trying to secure time off of work navigating very complex domestic relationships, sometimes with domestic abuse in play. Airfare just going through the roof. I mean, people trying to just figure out how do I even physically get to where I need to go. It's been unbelievable to see the spike in the challenges.
Yeah, and you also bring up sort of the regional kind of aspect of this, excuse me. And Dr. Traxler, as a regional provider and with the patchwork quilt of regulations that we have across the various states, can you speak a little bit to the impact of the Dobbs decision within our region?
Yeah, and so, our affiliate is Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Iowa, but as Emily alluded to, Midwest Access Coalition really serves all of the Midwest, and so we've seen varying impacts of the Dobbs decision across our region. One of which is we immediately lost access to abortion care in North Dakota and South Dakota, Missouri, Wisconsin. And so those states which surround us really meant that patients had to be filtered to states like Illinois and Minnesota and even Iowa and Nebraska. And so we saw a bottleneck of patients going to those facilities. We've also been hit hard, like everybody else during the pandemic, with the healthcare crisis for support staff and people actually being able to provide care to patients. And so that was an additional burden that we saw. Beyond that, we also, even though there is still access in Iowa and Nebraska, there are particularly hostile political environments in those two states, and we anticipate that we will also lose abortion access in those states. And so we're anticipating that we'll see even more of an influx of patients into Minnesota and Illinois because they will be the only two access states left in the Midwest within the next year, likely. And so we are shoring up our resources. We're being innovative. We're trying to figure out how we might be able to provide telemedicine abortion to more people, have more providers, have really good relationships with our funds to help get patients to where they need to go, work closely with our hospital partners so that we know if patients are coming from Louisiana and they need high acuity care, working with them to see if they can be seen there as opposed to an outpatient setting. So there's a lot of things in the works, and we do anticipate a lot more difficulty in getting patients access to abortion care.
Thank you for sharing that. So I opened up the meeting today talking about some of the disparities that we see in healthcare in Minnesota and the Midwest and frankly across the United States. And I think that we can all agree that everyone sitting around this table today sees health equity as a priority and something that we want to focus on and also be able to advance. And so this next question, I'm hoping to be able to get sort of input from everyone around the table. In this current landscape, what do patients need right now, and how do we provide the best health care and resources in a really equitable way? And I'm going to put you on the spot first, Casey, to get your thoughts.
Sure. Well, just echoing the thanks of hosting us. I think there's a few things. One, the Secretary has directed his department to lean forward and use every policy tool possible, and so there are certainly a series of steps that we've taken as a department to lean in, whether it's through repairing challenges with the Title X program, whether it's through using every policy tool we can to expand language access services and helping build that into the practices where we are able to support that. I think I will take your question and turn it also as a challenge to say we're also listening. And so we want to learn from your experiences, the challenges you're seeing your patients face. We want to take that back and hear that and then apply our best and most creative thinking to it. So thank you for the chance to learn from you today.
Yes, and thank you for being willing to listen, because I think that's an important piece of advancing health equity. And Lily, what about you from your perspective?
again, as Casey said, thank you for hosting the conversation. Thank you for everybody participating, and a lot of the important things have been said, so hoping not to reiterate some of the things. As a regional director, part of our work is to step into the community and have listening sessions to understand what specific populations are experiencing in terms of health equity and or disparities, really highlighting what is a disparity to ensure that we are uplifting the voices of community members, whether it's a geographic minority, and I say that speaking about where we're sitting today and talking about the travels and the things that people face when they're out on the road, if they are distant or rural perhaps, and they have that as a challenge to access to care, or if it's an ethnic minority and maybe a language barrier exists, or access to health care. So identifying what are the barriers for specific community members and not making those assumptions on their behalf. Having that conversation is really important. Then level setting that and taking that information back to Secretary so that the most powerful person at HHS has the authority to speak to these matters with the authenticity coming from the community members to leverage that information for Congress and the President and those folks who are making the decisions at the highest levels. But then really just understanding barriers. Barriers are unique to each community. We talked about the adjacent states and what does that look like, the political climate, understanding what young people are experiencing, what folks, somebody mentioned domestic violence. We have to understand that situation for each person, and it's really important to have the conversations. And then also taking the policy and the existing laws and having conversations that are deep about that with lawmakers as well. So that's the outreach network that we have, and strengthening those relationships to make sure that we're fully informed. So that's really important to that component.
Well, and thank you for being that bridge to connect what's happening in community. Representative McCollum, can you talk a little bit from your perspective in terms of thinking about sort of health equity and what do patients need right now, and how do we provide the best health care and resources equitably?
Well, health equity was a big factor in moving forward with the Affordable Care Act plan, which I mentioned that Secretary Becerra was the point person for the speaker on that. And, you know, representing Minnesota with such a diverse community here in the 4th District, I have done a lot of listening for women accessing health care, and it's a different story in each community. Sometimes language is a barrier. Sometimes it's just mobility is a barrier, even here in Ramsey County. And then I just imagine what that's like, magnifying that, you know, as you move farther and farther away from a facility like this, or the hospitals that we have that provide access. So one of the things that I'm really focused on is, you know, I want to first off congratulate the Minnesota State Legislature for moving forward on some of the legislation that they're working on. And hats off to Minnesota for doing that, to make sure that the protections are put in place for residents here, but also welcoming women who need health care. So one of the things that I mentioned, in the Department of Defense, there are women that will be stationed at bases in states where access is denied to them. And because of the Hyde Law and other things that we have been unable to change, the Secretary and the President have made it so women from military bases can travel. But hearing the doctors here talk about, when I have a woman come in from another state, am I going to be penalized? Is my institution going to be penalized? I cannot believe that the year that we're in, that women are put in a position where we cannot freely travel and feel comfortable freely traveling in the United States of America to receive health care. That is outrageous. It's outrageous that I'm working on it with the President for women in the military. It's outrageous for any woman in this country, and for any physician and for any facility that is doing something that is completely legal, to think that another entity can reach out and penalize and put them in harm's way. And that is one of the things that I'm most focused on in Congress right now, not only overturning the Dobbs decision, but for in the interim, right here, right now, that women not be treated as second-class citizens when accessing health care. It is outrageous. My grandmothers would not be happy to know that their granddaughter is having to work on that.
Yeah.
Secretary.
I like her.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
You said something really powerful right there within the space. Emily, what about you? Talk a little bit about health equity from your perspective.
Sure. Well, I think you said it earlier, which is just that we know certain people will be able to continue to access abortion care, just not all people as easily or as freely. And certainly what we see at MAC, Midwest Access Coalition, is that people who can become pregnant, some people are still able to travel and able to, go where they need to go. But what I do love about MAC is that the majority of our clients that we serve are people that don't have that same access opportunity. And one thing that I think has been really cool to see at MAC is just, it started as a grassroots organization and it really still keeps that at its heart. And so we're based in Chicago, but I live here in Minneapolis. And something I would love to see is more collaboration with Mayor Carter, Mayor Fry, about how can we utilize spaces in our city, for example, that are right now empty for abortion seekers, but also for our unhoused people here in the city. And last year in 2022, Midwest Access Coalition, we spent nearly $1 million in supporting people for practical support. And so most of that went to hotels and to flights. So I think there's a lot that can be done as far as health equity locally here in the Twin Cities, and creativity that could be brought into those conversations with our own local representatives and policymakers around how can we utilize this city to be a better haven space. It's great to say that Minnesota's doing better than most regionally, but we have a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that you are making those connections of all the things that make up health in terms of housing, domestic violence, and understanding that people come as whole people. So thank you for that work. Dr. Ralph.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We were taking a listen there to that abortion rights roundtable in Minnesota. I just want to show you some other top feeds that we have coming to our newsroom here at Live Now from Fox. This is in New York City, right outside of Alec Baldwin's New York apartment condo there. And this is just a stakeout camera just in case he comes in or out of there. This all coming as Alec Baldwin will be charged there with involuntary manslaughter in the Rust movie shooting, the deadly shooting that happened back on October of 2021. And of course, we've been following that for you at the top of the hour. We'll have some other updates here for you. And speaking of New York, we also have some strong storms hitting the East Coast right there. You could see the storm pushing through the East Coast right now. And speaking of New York, let's go out to the governor right now of New York, Kathy Hochul, speaking right here on Live Now.
His decisions based on his many years of experience running the largest appellate court in the country. So I thought he did an extraordinary job, and we're certainly looking at all of our options.
Regarding your own staff, do you feel as though you're going to make any change there? Are they giving you the best advice? Your secretary, did someone see this coming, maybe? Or should they have?
In what regard?
Well, meaning that the Senate, clearly the votes were not counted ahead of time, and the Senate was signaling that they have a problem. It just seems like it could have been worked out.
I think if you look at the original composition of that committee before it was changed, there were enough votes to go forward. You'd have to question why there was unexpectedly 4 more votes added to that committee, 2 of which had firmly said they're against. So the votes were there before, but it is the prerogative of the governor to nominate from a group of 7 individuals who are only in that group if they're deemed highly qualified by an independent group, and that's been the practice since the 1970s. So there's nothing to do with staffing at all.
Governor, my question is about congestion pricing. I don't know if you realize this or not, but this morning, Congressmen Lawler from New York and Gottheimer from New Jersey are proposing legislation to prevent congestion pricing from going through. So my question is multi-pronged here for you. Number one, is there anything that's going to stop congestion pricing going through? Is today's news conference by them going to have any impact? And what is the status of congestion pricing? Is it actually going to happen, and if so, when?
It is moving on the path forward. We're not deterred by people holding press conferences, I assure you. Regardless of what happens in the House of Representatives, it would have to get through the United States Senate with Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. So we believe in congestion pricing, number one, to protect our environment. It's critical. And secondly, the congestion that we're experiencing in places like Manhattan are not sustainable. It becomes paralyzing, whether it's emergency vehicles or delivery trucks or the people who live there. But also it's also a source of funding so we can continue investing in what is the lifeblood of the New York City region, which is our MTAs. So we're moving forward. It's going through the legal process, but also their outreach to communities and listening to all the voices. But we're not deterred by the sideshows that may or may not be happening elsewhere.
But what's a realistic date here? Because we've been hearing for, gosh, I think it's over a year already that it was supposed to go into effect, possibly by the end of 2023 or definitely by the end of 2023.
Well, we didn't expect the federal government last spring to ask over 400 new questions. They have a right to do that, but we also have to be responsive to our partners in the federal government to make sure that the environmental impacts are properly conducted. We are now at the community involvement stage, so it is moving forward. I committed to this. It is on a track to move forward. It's important for this community.
What's a realistic date?
I don't want to give a date right now. I can check and see what time the public outreach process will end. I mean, we can get back to you on that, but if I give a date, I want to make sure it's going to be the date that we hit. That's important. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm undeterred. They can do all the press conferences they want. It has no effect on me.
One quick one.
Okay. Governor, if you were to file a suit, are you concerned that like a protracted conflict with the Senate could get in the way of some of your major agenda items, like your housing plan or
No.
health plan?
No. I did not say what course we're taking. I just said we're weighing all of our options. But I put forth an ambitious plan for the people of New York, and I believe that there's a lot of common interest between the executive and the legislative branch. More affordable housing, safer streets, funding for mental health, moving ahead some major infrastructure projects, tying the minimum wage to inflation so 900,000 more people have more money in their pockets. So we have a lot of shared priorities, and so nothing like this could detract from that. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you coming out today.
All right, Governor of New York taking some questions from reporters. We are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out to a rally in Florida, a Black Lives Matter rally and protest against police right now, as a video shows a man being punched and tased by Lakeland, Florida police during a traffic stop. This all happened right before Christmas. Antoine Glover, who was punched and tased by police, is going to speak here in just a moment at the news conference. Glover said he was in his BMW just days before Christmas when Lakeland officers pulled him over for not wearing a seatbelt. According to police reports, they found marijuana in his car, which Glover said he has a prescription for. However, he said the officers didn't give him a chance for him to show it to them. Things quickly went from bad to worse. He says there, as police said, the use of force escalated because Glover resisted and put a headlock on an officer. Let's listen right here to this rally right here on Live Now from Fox.
Families were not able to identify these people as officers until after they were already became victims of an assault by these peace officers. And again, now this has left us outraged. So now I'm going to be bringing forth Dr. Clayton Coward. He is the founder of the Poor and Minority Justice Association. PMJA has been serving this community for decades. He has also been working directly with me and the families, and he is going to be coming forward to share a few words with you all.
My name is Clayton Coward. I'm with the Poor and Minority Justice Association, and I'm grateful for the comments that Brother Carlos has made. We spent about 2 hours a couple of days ago here at the Lakeland Police Department with Chief Taylor, Lieutenant Strong, Assistant Chief Tarver. And it was our concerns, and it has been my concerns ever since the deposition that the officers, which included McCain, were lying on, that he needs to be taken off the streets. I've made that plain and clear. Then after the Antoine Glover situation, I again called and asked them would they take him off the streets. I made a personal call to the chief of police. He said they were not going to do it. And we also requested they would have criminal charges filed. They're not going to do it. We met a few days ago. We received that same answer. Now, we provided some video, which included a black young man being beat by a black officer. And immediately, yesterday, they decided to pull the officers in. Now, we've been asking them for this when you have the black officer, the white officer beating a black individual. And to us, it shows there's a discriminatory practices there that are not consistent with the behavior that a law enforcement officer should have. Now, all of these people that Brother Carlos are talking about are unrelated. They don't know each other. And all of these stories have come. And since the stories have aired, our phones are blowing up, and our inboxes are blowing up with people like this. And I want to share with you, it seems as if, I have a few things I'd like to share. Now, not only do we have blacks, but this is crimes committed in black and white. This is clear black and white. We've mentioned the other individuals that were beaten, but I received a phone call this morning from a young man, Mr. Kent here, who also was beat up by Officer McCain. He provided us with video where he is in handcuffs, walking out of his house. Officer McCain hits him in the face, throws him down, and gets on his back. All right? So our concerns, we have been asking for an arrest. I hope that we don't find today, because it involves a white gentleman, that we may have an immediate arrest, because we've been asking for this when it pertains to the black gentleman. So now we got a problem, because if the police department decides today to file criminal charges, what prompted that? These are the problems that we have, and these are the issues that we have. Now, as far as we're concerned, Jason McCain is a wanted man by the community. And we're not promoting any violence. We want everybody to know that. But he's a wanted man. I say for attempted murder, assault, and perjury. Anytime you beat someone the way he beat him, you're trying to kill him. This is embarrassing to this community. This is embarrassing to the law enforcement. And I spoke to Chief Taylor. I said to him, this community does not trust law enforcement. You have an opportunity to make a statement, to gain the trust of the public by making the right decision. They continue to say, well, let the process, it's a slow process. It was not a slow process to arrest any of these people. But an officer does the same thing, let the process work. The process was you arrested him. He needs to be arrested. Now, I've added, and we tried to do this peacefully, but it didn't happen. I've added, I think also, Officer McCain is wanted. I think the chief is wanted. He's wanted because we want him to do the right thing. I spoke to him the other day and I said to him that Lakeland has a problem. His name is Taylor. We need a tailor-made police department that deals with the issues that here and not this generic beating of every black person or white person, whoever they are, that you're violating their rights. We need change in Lakeland. In, he should have made the right decision at that particular time. Lieutenant Strong, he's over internal affairs, and we make no discrimination in who we feel is to be held accountable for this. We're asking the police department to take necessary steps to arrest these individuals. State Attorney Brian Hall, he bears some responsibility because we actually sent him 2 letters complaining, asking to do the same thing, arrest these guys, take them off the streets, and we got no response at all. There are 2 letters to prove it. Now, Chef Judge and I don't always get along. I don't necessarily get along, but what about these thugs? We got a lot of thugs in the community that you arrest, but what about the thugs out here? Now, who's going to get those thugs? Somebody need to come get these thugs out of here. You'll go in our community and get them. You'll go in the trailer parks and get them. You'll go in the ghettos and get them. How about coming in here and getting the thugs out of here? Because these are the true thugs that's harassing our community. And we're making this statement today with the group. What's going on in this community? We are demanding that these officers, and we have more stories to tell, but time wouldn't permit us. But we're demanding that these officers be arrested. I'm calling upon the state attorney's office to arrest these officers for these crimes that have been committed. The chief, Lieutenant Strong, do the right thing. They need to be arrested. They need to be held accountable. And I'm going to mention this in closing. There's the Sergeant Eby who's connected with this, and Brother Kent, our white victim, he spoke to us and said that he came to make a complaint, but he was told by Eby and McCain that if you just let this pass over, then we won't arrest you. But if you make an issue, we're going to file charges for you for resisting. This is the type of mess that's going on in the city, and nobody's holding them accountable. I say that these officers need some bracelets. They need to be arrested.
And as you can see, the issue that we do have is for each of these cases, the Lakeland Police Department has come up with their own versions of what happened that led to the beatings of these families mentioned. But however, when we asked them to turn over any type of evidence to support their allegations, 70% of LPD's patrol cruisers are equipped with dashboard cameras. Now, it was recently brought to my attention that allegedly the body cameras were not rolled out and issued to these officers until the end of December, which is after the latest incident of Mr. Glover. But prior to that, we can safely confirm that 70% or 80% of these LPD, Lakeland Police Department issued patrol cruisers were equipped with dashboard camera. And we have yet to see any video evidence to produce to the public that displays the narrative issued by the department on why Mr. Glover was charged, on why Mr. Davis was charged, and why Mr. Evans is still currently in custody. In the court of law, the prosecutors use formal evidence to convict, not the word of mouth. Now, testimony can be given, but if you don't have evidence to support your claim, 9 times out of 10, that testimony is considered uncredible. But when you have video evidence that has not been tampered with, that has been produced to the public, that shows unlawful beatings of our black and brown and white people here in this community, and it's a consistent pattern, and the same names, officers' names, are being brought up as responsible for these attacks, now that becomes an outrage. So now I'm going to be bringing forth representatives from these families that's going to come to you and talk to you. And we're going to start off with Mr. Glover. Mr. Glover has been deprived up until recently of his ability to tell his side. We are appalled that the Office of the State Attorney has moved forward with filing charges against Mr. Glover without any type of evidence to support this claim. So we are going to make sure that we assist Mr. Glover with vigorously defending these charges, and we are going to make sure that this department is properly sued. Gracefully, Mr. Glover is being represented by attorney Nuru Witherspoon, as well as the 2 other families. And again, that name is Nuru Witherspoon, who will be bringing civil action against this department for their unlawful behavior to violate the civil rights of these families. But I want to bring forth Mr. Glover to speak to you, and also Mrs. Nettie Bell. Mrs. Nettie Bell is the friend of Mr. Glover. I witnessed the incident because it happened at her residence when she attempted to record this matter. Her phone was knocked out of her hand, and she was unlawfully charged with resisting because she chose to exercise her First Amendment right and record unlawful behavior being done to her loved one by law enforcement. To this day, it's bringing nightmares to her and her daughters, who are also charged in connection with this incident, all for them urging the police to stop this attack and recording it. Now, they tell us that we can record when we see unlawful behavior by our law enforcement agencies. But the moment that we record, we face retaliation and a potential unlawful criminal charges, but that can't be substantiated by members of this department. So now we want to make sure you hear from the impacted families directly. So Mr. Glover and Mrs. Bell.
How y'all doing today? I just want to say right now it's a tough time for me and my family. For one, I lost my job behind this, and it's really been hard to make ends meet at the moment. And really been having troubles going through the day, through my thoughts, not knowing what my next move is. Very puzzled. My daughter telling me she can't sleep at night, having nightmares. Same sort of issues. I'm having the same sort of issues as well. But I just want the justice to be done at the end of the day. Thank you.
Speak loud.
Good afternoon. I feel like the police department need to be held accountable.
All right, that rally happening in Lakeland, Florida there for several different people alleging excessive force against police officers. We'll have more moments of this for a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring some East Coast weather that is pushing through. You can see right there. But our top story here of the day is Alec Baldwin. The big news that came that Alec Baldwin will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the deadly shooting death that happened on set of Rust, if you remember, back in October of 2021. And now we are getting more details here into this story here. And here's a live look right now outside of his apartment there in New York, just in case if we see him come or go, we'll take that as well. But I want to start off our coverage this hour with Ben Taylor, attorney and legal expert, joining us here on Live Now from Fox to break down all of the big news surrounding this story with involuntary manslaughter. Always great to have you on, Ben. And Ben, if you could just explain to our viewers here, really, let's just start with the charge of involuntary manslaughter. What does that mean?
So what that means is this is more of a mistake. It's one of the lowest level murder charges that you can have, meaning that Alec Baldwin allegedly pulled this trigger. Somebody died, but he didn't have an intentional act. So in premeditated murder would be a higher act, first degree, when somebody intentionally tries to kill you. Here, involuntary manslaughter, they're saying that Alec Baldwin made a simple mistake, even though a person did die on the set. It was a mistake, so it's a lower level felony, and he's looking up to probably 18 months in jail if he is convicted of this crime at a trial.
And Alec Baldwin is still saying that he did not pull the trigger there and that the gun just went off there. So how will that factor in as far as when this gets maybe closer to a trial, or could there be an opportunity for a plea bargain?
Because of the name of Alec Baldwin, because he's a high-profile celebrity, a lot of these cases get pled out or even dismissed prior to a trial. As you see, that Alec Baldwin, his defense is, I didn't even pull the trigger, I didn't cock the weapon, but the prosecutor is saying, yes, you did pull the trigger, and it went all the way, and that's why the bullets came out, and that's why we have a victim who is dead. So it's going to be very interesting to seeing what happens from now up until trial. Like I said, a lot of times these cases plea out. Sometimes these cases get dismissed. If they plea out, it pleads out to a lower level offense, like an assault or a battery. So Alec Baldwin and his legal team will get together, and the prosecutor will get together and decide whether or not this case will plea out or eventually go to trial in front of a jury.
And Ben, how will this case, because it has so much attention there because of Alec Baldwin, how will this case influence movie sets going forward there with the use of live ammunition there and gun use?
Yes, that's what the prosecutor is saying. The prosecutor is saying that these live sets need to have better safety standards, and that Alec Baldwin, since he's the producer, he's the director, he's in charge, he's the boss of this whole set. So she's taking the responsibility to look over the set. So moving forward in Hollywood, in Arizona, in New Mexico, no matter where a film is filmed throughout the United States, this will put people on notice that you need to check the weapons, the guns, to make sure there's no live ammunition. And in this case, the big question is, how in the world did this live ammunition get in this weapon? And that's still a question that has not been answered. So throughout this United States, you're going to see heavier safety standards on guns and weapons on movie sets.
Yeah, so true, and it was a tragedy any way that you definitely look at there to lose a life there on the set while trying to film the movie there, and forever the families of the Hutchins will be forever changed there. But I want to also talk to you, Ben, there about going forward now. What is the next couple of steps look like for Alec Baldwin right now?
The next couple of steps is, in the future, he will have a court date. And at that court date, the judge could even set a bail meaning a bond for him to either have to post or he can actually go to jail. Because he's a celebrity and he has a lot of money in his bank account, most likely he can post any sort of bond, but a judge might just let him go free and be out on bond, meaning that he'll be out on the streets to do whatever he wants until his trial is set in the future. Eventually, a trial date will be set. His defense team will get prepared for trial. The prosecutor will get prepared for trial. And prior to trial, the prosecutor can offer Alec Baldwin a plea to say, hey, you can plead guilty to an offense to get this case done with and be sentenced. Or you have the option, like anybody in this world in the United States under the Constitution, to go to trial and have a jury decide whether or not you're innocent or guilty. So eventually, Alec Baldwin will either take a plea or get the case dismissed, or we might see a trial in the future in front of a jury of 12 people to decide whether or not Alec Baldwin is guilty of involuntary manslaughter or not.
And what you were saying earlier too, Ben, because of the celebrity status there and the amount of money that he has, there could be. I mean, what are some of the chances there that the plea deal happens there?
There's a high chance that a plea deal will happen. I doubt Alec Baldwin wants to sit in a trial for 2 weeks or more, listening to evidence. It doesn't look good for him. It doesn't show positive light on him. So a lot of times, especially celebrities, and when I represent celebrities or high-profile athletes, a lot of times they want to be done with this case. They want to plead guilty or get the case dismissed because they don't want this in the public eye even more. So Alec Baldwin's probably thinking about this. I do not want this in the public eye even more. So he's probably talking to his attorneys, either try to get a plea deal to a lesser charge, so that way he wants to do any jail time and get this done with. Because I'm for sure thinking he does not want to go to trial in a couple of months.
Yeah, definitely. And then last question to you, Ben. There, what can the family of the deceased cinematographer there? I mean, if it comes to a plea deal, I'm sure that they would feel like justice has not been served. But is there any more outlets that maybe they could look at, maybe not criminally but civilly, against Alec Baldwin?
Yes, my understanding is that they have filed a civil suit, and if there's a settlement in the civil suit, they would get money from Alec Baldwin, and Alec Baldwin would pay the family in a wrongful death lawsuit. So the family will get paid in a wrongful death lawsuit as far as the civil arena. In the criminal arena, if Alec Baldwin gets a lesser charge or gets the case dismissed, of course, the family won't feel justice in the criminal side of it, but at least they will have money. So no amount of money will ever bring their loved one back, but this amount of money can help the family move on and pay for funeral costs and other expenses they need in the future.
So true there. Ben Taylor, attorney and legal expert, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and helping us break down the top story here of the day for us. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mike.
No problem. You have a good one. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now. What we'll do is take our first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out to the East Coast right here because it is a really big topic that is on the minds of a lot of New Yorkers, even those in New Jersey, as well as drivers could face up to $23 a day congestion charge coming into the city in Manhattan. The city wants to charge a daily variable toll for vehicles entering or remaining within the central business district, defined as between 60th Street in Midtown Manhattan and Battery Park on Manhattan's southern tip here. And we have some lawmakers coming together to talk against that congestion tax. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Yet we're here this morning because New York City and the MTA are literally playing Russian roulette with their economy and are willing to stick it to all those hardworking commuters from Jersey, the outer boroughs, and the New York City suburbs, like the ones my friend Congressman Lawler represents, with their absurd $23 a day congestion tax. A plan that by the MTA's own admission won't reduce congestion and won't reduce pollution. In fact, it'll actually increase pollution and congestion, including right here in Fort Lee, New Jersey. And as the MTA put it, will disproportionately impact low-income drivers. More trucks and pollution here in the outer boroughs, more in north of 60th Street in Manhattan, more, of course, traffic where the congressman lives. And despite pleas from so many of us, including the congressman back when he was just running, back when he was in the state legislature, despite all these pleas, from taxi drivers to nurses to hardworking families, New York small businesses, the MTA plans to keep barreling ahead with zero indication they want to hit the brakes. So what do we do about it? What do we do with the MTA's plan to get all us to pay for their years of mismanagement and corruption? How do we stop this $23 a day, $5,000 a year tax that will wax commuters and our families like those that we represent? And remember, every nickel of it goes to the MTA. We share revenue here. The MTA wants to take and steal every single nickel of that $23, right? From not put a nickel in New Jersey Transit, not help where Mike lives, not help the Hudson Valley. Can you imagine a hardworking nurse or taxi driver having to pay $5,000 a year on top of the $17 they pay to go over the GW Bridge? If you add gas and parking, that's $20,000 a year. It's the ultimate MTA cash grab for an agency that's $2 billion, running $2 billion deficits or more, despite getting billions from the federal government. More than $15 billion during the pandemic, more than a couple $1 billion every year. I don't know what they've done with this money. I've said I think that we're out on an all-night bender. I'm not really sure. But the bottom line is they're so bureaucratic and such a mismanaged agency riddled with corruption that a judge described them as, quote, an orgy of overtime fraud. Literally, an orgy of overtime fraud. That's what a judge showed. Studies show they'll lose $500 million this year alone from fare skippers. They can't even force people to pay in the fares to use their transit systems. So that's why we're here today, Congressman Laura and I, to stand up for hardworking Jersey and New York drivers and commuters, for the nurses and the restaurant workers, with no other option but to drive, who will soon face this tax. We're announcing a new bipartisan federal legislation, the Anti-Congestion Tax Act, to help ensure New Jersey and New York drivers who commute into New York City are not hit with this regressive, punitive congestion tax. Our anti-congestion tax legislation, which the Congressman will talk further about in a minute, will freeze federal dollars sent each year to the MTA, which totals approximately $2 billion a year, if the agency decides to go forward with this $23 a year tax. The bipartisan anti-congestion tax will prohibit the U.S. Department of Transportation from awarding any capital investment grants to MTA projects in New York until drivers from Jersey and outer boroughs and New York crossings into Manhattan receive exemptions from any congestion tax. And it will amend the U.S. tax code to offer commuters a federal tax credit at the end of the year equal to the amount they paid in the congestion tax. It will protect both Jersey and New York drivers. The good news, in case some of you say, well, this can't be done. In 1985, Congressman Guy Molinari from Staten Island used the same idea to push New York to change its tolling practices on the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. He inserted a provision into federal tax funding bill that removed two-way tolling on the bridge and instituted one-way tolling going to Brooklyn and Staten Island. He got it done. We're going to get it done, working with our good friends Nicole Maliotakis, Congressman Jeff Van Drew. We're going to work together, all of us, to fight the congestion tax. There's nothing partisan about this. It's just what's good for our drivers, our commuters, our economies, and the New York, New Jersey regional economy, and the great community of Fort Lee. So it's why we're standing with the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce, with all those opposed, from families to our commuters, who say this is an absurd idea. Last point. Many of us live in a mass transit desert where there just aren't a lot of options for mass transit. The families have to drive, commuters have to drive. They have no other options. So let's tell the MTA, who thinks again that we're the ATM machine, MTA backwards, ATM, that's how they look at us. Let's tell them to stop this in its brakes. Let's work together cooperatively, like we always have, in the greatest country in the world. There's no reason we can't stand together and work together. Thank you. God bless you. Now let me introduce another great ally, a great fighter for New York families, my dear friend, Congressman Lawler.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got it? Yep.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in Fort Lee. I want to thank my colleague and good friend, Congressman Josh Gottheimer, for helping lead this effort here. He's been a champion against the congestion tax during his time in Congress, as I have when I was a member of the state legislature in New York. I introduced legislation during my tenure in the state assembly to ban congestion pricing in New York State and repeal it, because it is nothing more than a tax on suburban commuters, outer borough residents, and a money grab by the most poorly managed authority in the United States of America. The MTA is a disaster. It is corrupt, it is broken, and they need to be reformed, period. Kathy Hochul and the mayor of New York City need to pull back on this ridiculous plan that harms suburban commuters, that negatively impacts our economy, and that hurts working class and middle class families all across the region. We have cops, we have firefighters, we have nurses who commute into New York City, and they have to drive because they don't have good mass transit options. This is going to add over $5,000 a year to the average commuter coming into Midtown Manhattan, on top of the excessive tolls that they already pay to cross the George Washington Bridge or our other tunnels and bridges to get into New York City. It's outrageous, and it has to stop. As the congressman alluded to, we are not an ATM for the MTA. In Rockland County, where I live, where I represent, we pay $40 million more a year in taxes than services we receive. Again, $40 million more in taxes than services we receive. It is totally unacceptable. I have talked many times about the need, frankly, for the Rockland County and maybe Orange County and other counties in New York that are part of the MTA region, that are underrepresented, that have a quarter of a vote on the MTA board, to consider pulling out of the MTA. This has to stop. We are not the piggy bank for the MTA to pay for their bloated and mismanaged operational budget. This is not going to do anything to stop congestion. You want to deal with congestion? Start looking at Uber and Lyft. You want to deal with congestion? Start looking about the fact that you've put, tables and restaurants on streets. All right, that has caused congestion a lot more than the people in Rockland County commuting to work. So if we want to get real about tackling congestion, then let's look at our infrastructure. Let's look at the fact that we need to invest in mass transit options in Rockland, in Bergen, in Westchester, in Orange County, in Putnam County. That's what we need to focus on if we want to make it a possibility for people to commute into the city using mass transit. But to just add a toll is going to do nothing but shift where congestion is. It will shift it to Fort Lee. It'll shift it to the Bronx. It'll shift it to Queens. People will park there and they'll come in other ways. And those are low-income communities that are being hurt by congestion in their communities. You have areas with high asthma rates. You think shifting congestion into those communities is good? from a health perspective, this plan is an absolute joke and it needs to be dead on arrival. And that's why we are introducing this bipartisan legislation to say to the MTA, if you are going to move forward with this, to say to Kathy Hochul, if you are going to move forward with this, then you don't need our federal dollars anymore. Exactly. And don't ask for it, because you're not getting one damn cent of it. And I will say this, I will not stop until this plan is dead. Because my constituents, the people in the suburbs of New York City, who already pay among the highest property taxes in America, Rockland and Westchester County, 1 and 2. Bergen's not far behind, but Rockland and Westchester are 1 and 2. This is unacceptable, and we won't stand for it.
Excellent.
So we have fought this at the state level, and I said when I ran for Congress, and since I've been elected, I will do everything in my power to kill this and kill it for good. And I want to thank my colleague and friend Josh Gottheimer, Congressman Gottheimer, for helping lead the charge here. As he mentioned, we're going to work with our colleagues, Nicole Maliotakis, Jeff Van Drew, and so many others who agree with us that this is totally unacceptable. And we will push back, and we will get this done, and New York will have a choice. Either take the federal dollars, or you're on your own. That's your choice. So to Kathy Hochul, if you want to move forward and you want to be fair to the residents of New York and New Jersey who commute into the city to work, to provide for their families, then work with us and end congestion pricing today. So thank you to Congressman Gottheimer. Happy to be here and happy to work with him to get this done.
Excellent. Excellent, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great job.
Look, I think at the end of the day, the power of the purse is always important for New York, especially. You see it every day where the governor and the mayor are talking about the need for federal dollars. The MTA has been so mismanaged for years, billions of dollars. And by the way, in addition to the money they've received from the federal government and the state, the MTA has borrowing authority. And the MTA has borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and incurred so much debt and bloat and mismanagement. And they have not invested those dollars in critical infrastructure projects in the suburbs, in the outer boroughs that are needed. So from my vantage point, this is very, very simple. If the MTA wants to move forward with this plan, if the governor wants to move forward with this plan to tax suburban commuters, then they will get no more federal dollars.
I'd also add one thing.
No, I don't, and I think this will collapse underneath. Congestion pricing has never worked anywhere in the world that it has been tried, and it's not going to work here because at the end of the day, this is not about congestion and it's not about reducing congestion. It's about a money grab.
I'd also add one thing. People are outraged, right? I mean, the amount of people that talk to all of us, to our elected officials, about how angry they are about this coming, with what they have to pay already, and the fact is they have no other choice for a lot of people. They have to drive, right? So you're talking about massive amounts of money that they suddenly are facing. And then you add to it the businesses. The small businesses who are struggling to come back in New York City, right? You know how many are calling us and saying you got to stop this because we're scared that people aren't going to come into the city. We're already facing hard times. They're not going to suddenly add $23 to the bill, right? To come to New York City, to shop, to go see a show, to go to dinner, right? I mean, you imagine the nurse has to come. But then you got a lot of people who will say, listen, I just can't afford to go. Right, so whether it's from Mike's district, from my district, from Fort Lee, wherever you're facing, like they just won't go. And I don't know why Kathy Hochul and the mayor haven't woken up and said, I can't believe how many people are coming out against this. That's why I think also it'll collapse. Our governor in New Jersey has made it very clear how outraged he is by this as well, because of what it'll mean for our families, for our commuters. And so that's why I think ultimately as well it will collapse. Yeah, so if they decide to go forward, you know, we as part of our responsibility in Congress, we appropriate resources to the MTA, to Jersey Transit, to others. If they decide to move forward, right, with this congestion tax, they obviously are going to make a decision. It's up to them that they don't want our federal dollars anymore, right? Because if they're going to steal more money from our families, the idea that they're also going to try to take the federal tax dollars people pay is outrageous. So they'll lose their federal subsidies that they get every single year. Billions of dollars that the MTA gets every single year. And as well, the legislation will enable Jersey, New York families, those who would have to pay a congestion tax, to get tax credits as well. So it'll protect families, and it'll stick it to the MTA, and maybe they'll wake up and start managing their agency properly instead of the complete disaster they've been running for years.
Well, I reject the premise of the fact that they would be benefiting from more monies. The MTA has had more money for years, and they have squandered it at every turn. It is the most poorly managed authority in the country, bar none. It's not even close. And from my vantage point, they have not done what they need to do to invest in critical infrastructure upgrades within the city or Metro North. Working with New Jersey Transit for the stations that are in Rockland and Orange County, Long Island Railroad. This has been a disaster. And like I said, this is not about congestion. This is such a misnomer. This is a money grab. And every time, when I introduced my bill to kill it in the state legislature, the response I got from so many of my colleagues was, well, then how are we going to get money? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Here's an idea. Stop allowing people to jump the turnstiles and not pay their fares. Exactly. How about we start there? How about we start with the fact that you have revenue coming in, you have borrowing authority, you have state funding, you have federal funding. Maybe start to manage your budget appropriately. Why does it cost the MTA so much more to lay 1 mile of subway track than anywhere else in the world? 7 times greater. Why? So this, to me, is a very simple concept. Get your house in order. Get your authority running correctly, and use the funds that you already have at your disposal to do your job. And if you can't do that, then maybe we should look at dissolving the MTA and creating a new authority that actually knows how to function. That's a great answer.
So we've been in regular discussions with the Department of Transportation, including the Secretary, for the last several years, including pushing to make sure they do the complete study, the full study, to understand the impact. By the MTA's own submission to the Department of Transportation, they admit, as Mike just said, it doesn't actually help fix congestion, right? So they call it for congestion pricing. It actually will lead to more congestion. By their own admission, more trucks will arrive here in Fort Lee, more pollution for the families here. This mayor and council run an unbelievable city, a tight city. They don't want to hurt their families here with more traffic, more congestion. The MTA admits it. The MTA also admits that it's going to hurt lower income families. It'll push more traffic to the outer boroughs, more trucks to the outer boroughs, more pollution to the outer boroughs, right? So and you're going to get more backup north of 60th Street. So they, by their own admission to the federal government, have said the problem. So we're pushing the federal government, the Highway Authority, to do a full, complete study to understand how disastrous this will actually be on the Northeast.
And the other point I want to make is this will negatively impact interstate commerce. This bridge crossing right here is a jugular vein for the Northeast economy, all right? And like the Tappan Zee Bridge just north of it, it's critical for the flow of traffic. It will clog this artery up tremendously, because you're going to prevent people from going down into the city. They're going to be getting off into the Bronx, into other parts, into Fort Lee. It is going to create a disaster for this area. And that, to me, is unacceptable. It's unacceptable across the board.
Totally. There's a question there? Yeah. Their governor, our governor. Sorry.
I have testified many times before the MTA on this. I have spoken to MTA board members directly. I've written the governor. I've talked to the governor's people about this. We are going to be very direct with the governor as this legislation gets introduced. And, you know, she and her people are going to be coming to the federal government for more money, for more resources. New York is facing a $6 billion budget deficit over the next 5 years projected. New York State needs the federal government, very clearly, when it comes to federal funds. And this, to me, is critical. If you want federal dollars, you need to kill this plan immediately.
And by the way, we're expecting the MTA chairman to come testify to Congress. I want to understand where all the money went. Yep. Right? We gave them billions of dollars during the pandemic and billions every year. Where'd the money go? Right? On this all-night bender, they blew all this cash. I want to understand they've had all this mismanagement, all this fraud, right, that's been proven. So where did all the money go? And so I think we should get to the bottom of that in this process.
And by the way, frankly, the governor should come too. If she's so confident that this plan is palpable, she should come down to Washington and explain to us why this plan is so important and how it's going to work. And the other thing I would say is this. During COVID, when the MTA was facing a projected budget deficit, the MTA said they were going to eliminate west of Hudson rail service. Eliminate, not curtail, eliminate west of Hudson rail service. So if you are going to even propose the concept of eliminating west of Hudson rail service, then I can tell you for sure, Rockland County, Orange County, and I'm sure New Jersey Transit as part of this, and the residents here, we're not paying one damn dime to the MTA for them to continue to operate the way they do, if they even would consider eliminating west of Hudson rail service.
As lovely as it is out here, we're going to wrap it up. Yeah. Yeah.
You're hoping that it will stop the congestion crisis, right? No guarantees there, but if it doesn't, the additional money that New York is not going to get, you're hoping to help the people be affected by the congestion crisis? Is that what I understand?
Oh, you're saying the right, so the legislation, there's two parts. One, it'll take away their resources at the MTA if they treat us like their piggy bank, like they continue to do. And then if they decide to go ahead, the legislation will also, to your point, give tax credits to New York and New Jersey families who have to pay the congestion tax for that extra dollars they're paying in a congestion fee. So literally, you get a tax credit. You know, there's tax credits in every year when you file taxes. You get tax credits. There's child tax credits and other tax credits. This would be a tax credit that you would get for what you've paid in congestion taxes all year long, right? So to help make sure we protect the families, the commuters, the hard work.
All right, that was from earlier today in New Jersey. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, we do have another live feed here just coming to our newsroom right here. This is in St. Petersburg, Florida, of a manatee rescue happening right now, where it appears to have cold stress in Bayboro Harbor near the USF St. Pete campus. Citizen reported it to crews, and crews are evaluating right now in the water. And looks like they have put it now onto the boat there. And hopefully we'll seek it to rehabilitation there. So we'll continue to give you updates here when we get them right here on Live Now from Fox. So let's get going a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you out to Springfield, Illinois right now, where two Illinois paramedics accused of killing a patient are expected that appeared in court earlier today after facing first-degree murder charges following the death of a man in their care last month. Let's listen right here to Ben Crump and other attorneys speaking right now.
Because we want to make sure that this family get whole justice, not just partial justice, just like we did with the family of George Floyd and the family of Ahmaud Arbery. Not piecemeal justice, but whole justice. We want to make sure we have criminal culpability and civil accountability. Why should black people be only afforded partial justice? No, Earl was a whole person, and we demand whole justice. It is, I want to acknowledge Dr. Carla Campbell Jackson, the first vice president from Bloomington, who is Teresa's ride or die, and she said that this is a state matter. That's why we're here at the state NAACP. And, you know, Bob Hilliard, in many ways, this is a national matter. I was talking to many members of the media from New York and Chicago about this matter and the uniqueness of it. The reason this is going to be one of the largest cases in America is not just because of that video, but really because of what happened on that video. You see, tragically in America, we've seen a pattern, a pervasive pattern of police not have the same respect, the same consideration, the same professionalism extended to people of color, especially black men. I mean, they don't extend the humanity to black men, and we saw it with so many tragedies that have become hashtags in America, whether it's George Floyd, or whether it's Ahmaud Arbery, whether it's Laquan McDonald here in Illinois, but so many, President Haley, and it's just so tragic that now this pattern seems to be spilling over to the first responders, to the EMT, because when you look at that video, the reason it's so shocking is because they offer Earl no consideration. I mean, from the moment they get there, I mean, it's like it's a hostile encounter. And it's not like Earl is threatening them or making them feel in fear. He is down there screaming out for help. I mean, Rose Baby was saying, help me, help me, help me. He called 911. He wanted help. The police understood that he was crying out for help. But these EMT workers, no consideration. They gave him no professionalism, no humanity when they just threatened him really from the first interaction. I'm not dealing with this. I'm not going to carry him. I mean, you're a first responder. You're a healthcare professional. In your title, it denotes that you're supposed to care first and foremost about a person's health. Yes. But when you look at that video, they don't ever seem to care about his health. Not from the moment they first encounter him to the moment when they slam him down on the stretcher, face down, and then when they strap him in and then they make sure it's extra tight, Attorney O'Neill. I mean, it's barbaric.
Yes.
I mean, we talk about Martin Luther King and having respect for our fellow human beings because they are human beings. And they treated Earl so inhumanely. So inhumanely. I have never in my life seen where a person is put face down on the stretcher. And we lay people, we're not healthcare professionals. And so these healthcare professionals, they knew better. And you think if you know better, you should do better. But I guess they said Earl didn't matter. Well, Earl matters. Black Lives Matter. And we're going to make sure they are never going to be able to forget the name of Earl Moore Jr. Never. 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 So you're going to hear from the family, but first I want to introduce you all to a man who's been fighting with me all across the country on a lot of different matters for the dignity and respect of all people. We filed our lawsuit this morning. He's going to go into some of the particulars of the lawsuit because you all understand not only do Earl have a right to hold his killers responsible in the court of law, but the 7th Amendment also gives Earl's mother and sisters the right to have their 7th Amendment rights guaranteed, that they can bring a wrongful death case. And that's what we intend to do because we ain't gonna let them get away with telling black people you can have one or the other. No, no. We want equal justice under the law. Yes. We gonna make the American promise liberty and justice for all. Well, that means Earl Moore too. And yeah, before I bring Attorney Cox up, because we all turn to a higher court than any man court, we want to ask for prayer from Dr. William Rosser to lead us in a word.
Thank you, Attorney Cronk. Let us pray. Now, matchless God, we thank you for allowing us to assemble together. And even as it's a sad or not so good occasion, we know that you are a God of justice, that you pour down justice and you let it rain on the just and the unjust. So today we ask that you comfort this family. We ask that you give power to those who will step forward on their behalf. And God, we even ask for mercy for his perpetrators. We thank you that we can come to you in times like these. Yes, Lord. So God, thank you for hearing our prayer on today. Bless our city and unite it, not just around this issue, but any issue that pops up, yes, so that we can be one nation under God. It is in the name of Jesus the Christ that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Rosser.
Thank you, sir.
Attorney Bob Hilliard hails from Corpus Christi, Texas. We represent the families who lost loved ones in the tragedy dealing with Travis Scott concert in Astro World. We also represented many individuals who were victims of banking while black. He is a great lawyer, but he's an even better human being, and I'm proud to call him my brother, Attorney Bob Hilliard.
Good afternoon. I just want to spend a few minutes on part of the lawsuit that was filed today, and what I want to focus on and have us think about is what Earl Moore was going through during the transportation to the hospital. As soon as he was laid prone, face down, and cinched as tight as he could physically be cinched, his fate was sealed. He was not suffering from a life-threatening medical condition. He was suffering from a medical condition. The life-threatening part was during the transportation. And Earl Moore didn't die immediately. He didn't die suddenly. Asphyxiation, and there's many experts who talk about the terror that's involved in the physiological process of asphyxiation. It's as if you're being buried alive. You know, Ben Crump mentioned George Floyd. George Floyd died of asphyxiation. It took 8 minutes with a knee on his neck. This was almost a 3.5-minute ambulance ride to the hospital where Earl, who was conscious but couldn't talk, slowly suffocated. And under the law in Illinois, his conscious pain and suffering, when he couldn't tell them he couldn't breathe. You know, we heard George Floyd say, "I can't breathe." I promise you that Earl Moore was screaming that out inside of his head as he laid cinched to that gurney. And that asphyxiation is part of this lawsuit. It's part of the damages, not just for the loss of a son and the loss of a brother, but it's for him, for a man who was a manager at a McDonald's, who was so loved by his customers that they all came and spoke at his funeral, who simply was a good man who had a medical issue when those EMS showed up. And for them to strap him in that tight on an incline gurney, which the evidence in this case will also be the incline of the gurney changes your windpipe. And his fate at that point was sealed. By the time he got to the hospital, there was no saving the life of this good man. And this lawsuit will be about Earl and about Earl's pain and suffering and his mental anguish, and not just about the families whose pain and suffering is unimaginable. I'm going to pass it on to the family member to speak to you, but I wanted everyone to remember that Earl truly did, for those 3 minutes as his life faded away, suffered unimaginably. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you very much, Attorney Hilliard. You know, to underscore this tragedy, this happened a few days before Christmas. And so you can imagine what Christmas was like for Earl Moore's family, for his sisters, for his mother, for this community. You can only imagine. And as we come into this new year, we really have to speak truth to power about what's going on in America. I mean, we're only, 17, 18 days into the new year, and you look at the number of people of color, especially black people, Attorney Cameron, who are being killed. We're working with Keenan Anderson's family out in Los Angeles, who said they trying to George Floyd me. And then while he was handcuffed, President Haley, and shackled, the police tased him 7 times, leading to his death. And then you think about what's going on in Memphis, Tennessee with Tyree Nichols, where the community is being braced that when the video comes out, that it's going to be shocking. And you put that against EMT workers now. EMT workers, these were not law enforcement people who can use necessary force. So what were they doing? I mean, have we gotten this just inconsiderate and inhumane in America, where first responders don't extend humanity to black people? I mean, we have to understand the seriousness of Earl Moore Jr.'s case. It is unique and unlike any case that I'm aware of currently in America. And it's going to set a precedent. And that precedent, based on the court actions of Attorney Hilliard and our legal team and the state attorney, is going to send a message far beyond December 18th. It's either going to send a message that says it's okay to treat black people like this, marginalized minorities, or it's going to send a message that the precedent is that we hold you accountable for taking life, whether it's black life, white life, brown life, red life, it doesn't matter. And so, as you hear from his sister, Shatara, and her daughter, this little angel, a star right, just know that the tears of black people are just as important as the tears of white people. And we have to continue to remind them that we love our children and our brothers just as much as anybody else loves their children.
Some of you are going to be seeing our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
You will see that black tears are equal to white tears.
Okay, hi, my name is Shatara Moore. I'm Earl Moore's sister. Since my brother was killed, it feels like a piece of me is gone with him. Siblings are usually the people in life that understand each other's best. His joy was my joy, and his pain was also mine. And his pain was also mine.
Take your time.
His pain ended, but mine hasn't ended since he left. Earl was like anyone else. He had a struggle, but he was working through them for the family, for our family's sake. He deserved help and empathy. Instead, he was met with brutal restraints and deprived of the ability to breathe. I hope that these people are punished to the fullest extent of the law for torturing and killing my brother.
Stand right in the center and talk louder, Star.
My name's Star Wright, and I am Earl Moore's niece. I would like to say this to him right now. Earl Moore is my uncle, and I miss him, and I love him so much.
No, you're going to do fine. And now and this is going to be real hard because, you know, she brought Earl into this world, and she never thought that Earl would leave this earth before her. So Miss Rose is going to try to bare her soul to talk about her only son.
I just want y'all to know I love my son, and I miss my son. And I wish I can get him back, but I know I can't. But anyway, losing a child is a pain like no other in existence. We don't even have a word for it. Saying that my heart is broken doesn't begin to explain what this grief feels like. My son was clearly struggling, and he needed help. He needed emergency medical attention. Instead, these workers treated him like he wasn't even human. They tied him down like some kind of animal and killed him. My baby suffocated because of their actions and then their interaction. The workers that killed Earl must be held accountable for his death. Our family will grieve Earl for the rest of our lives. And we hope by standing here today and by pursuing justice, we can help prevent any other family from experiencing this kind of horrible loss. I want y'all to know I really, really miss my son. I really miss him. I love Earl so much. He was taken from me at a young age. 35 is young.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And like he said, I should have never had to bury my son. Never.
Never.
they treated my son like he was an animal. He was human.
Yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't wish this on nobody. Nobody. That's enough.
Before we take your questions, we have a question for society. And this is the question that Rose continued to ask from day one. Why did they treat my son like this? Why? We have to answer that as society. A lot of us suspect we know why. But why is the question. Attorney Hilliard and Attorney O'Neill and us, we're going to grapple with that in the lawsuit and the discovery. I figure we're going to find all manners of things, Bob Hilliard, Sam Cameron. We're going to find all kind of things that are the assassination of character of black people once they assassinate us. They're going to try to talk about Earl. They're going to say everything, call him everything but a child of God. They're going to try to say, I would imagine, Bob, they're going to try to say crazy stuff like they were in fear of their life. That he was a threat to them. But y'all look at that video for yourselves. You don't need Judge Jennifer Hightower or nobody to interpret it for you. You look at that video for yourself and you judge the actions of Earl Moore and the actions of his killer. And we as a society have to speak to why. Why did this happen? And what are we going to do, as Dr. Martin Luther King often spoke of, the beloved community, to make sure that it never happens again. And with that, we will take as many of your questions as we can. Attorney Hill, you want to join me? I figure that most of them are going to be for now you know. Yes, sir.
Can you explain what you're seeking in terms of damages against the doctor here?
Yeah, the full extent of his life. It's immeasurable. What Earl meant to Rose and his sisters, it's immeasurable. And we want a jury to consider their loss, but as Attorney Hilliard said, and he can go into even more detail, it's going to be about the last moments of Earl's life on this earth. I thought that was an incredibly powerful analogy when you think about George Floyd screaming out saying, "I can't breathe," what Earl would have said had he had voice.
There are different plaintiffs in this lawsuit. There's the estate of Earl Moore, and under the law of Illinois, the estate represents Earl during the time of this conduct. It represents Earl to recover for his mental anguish and his conscious pain and suffering as he asphyxiated and died. There's the mom's claim for the loss of her son and the love that is no longer available to her. And then there's the siblings' claim. So the way that the trial will unfold is the jury will listen to the stories of each family member, listen to the expert and medical testimony of Earl's slow and silent and terrorizing death, and then they'll determine value based on the facts.
Does the complaint seek a specific dollar amount?
It's unspecified.
And could you explain the theory of the legal liability against the ambulance company?
Yes. So the ambulance company has been sued as well, Life Care, failure to train, failure to monitor, failure to evaluate and terminate if you have employees that are below the standard of care. One thing that we have learned since the press has gotten a hold of this story is this story is already in the paramedic periodicals around the country. One of our experts in California has read about it, and so what this lawsuit is also doing is it's making those companies evaluate and in the right circumstances change their conduct. Because too often you have a woman or a man who should not be in this job. And if you haven't seen the video, if you haven't seen that paramedic in the room where she looks at Earl, who's in medical distress and needs attention, and what does she do? She calls him a piece of... That's the label that she decides this man she doesn't know deserves before she even, as a professional, understands the extent of his medical problems. You know, and race, in my view, is the thread of this whole thing. When you see her and listen to how she says that, and the scorn in her face and the scorn in her eyes, you know, we've all seen it before. We all know it without it being defined for us.
Let me say this before we get to your question. In the statement that Tara read, that was on behalf of all the sisters, and the entire family of Earl Moore want to thank State Attorney Dan Wright for bringing charges for what we all know was a crime. And that's important because it's about full justice. And so we don't ever want to fail to acknowledge people who step up and do the right thing. And so thank you to the prosecutors in this county. Yes, sir.
Mr. Clark, you talked to the uniqueness of this case. It was unlike any case in America. Can you fill in the blanks there? Why?
You know, as Attorney Hilliard was just saying, and I know Attorney O'Neill and I kept talking about it, that these are healthcare responders. And you would think if anybody is going to be focused on their first objective, being to try to make sure that his health is stable, you would think that would be healthcare professionals. And you have a flurry of different issues. We understand that this was a private healthcare company. And so you want to make sure that healthcare providers are going to make it paramount, regardless of the person is black or white or what have you, that they want to extend humanity. And that's what this is about. What makes it so unique is that we've heard a lot about police officers not extending professionalism and consideration and humanity to black and brown people. You know, this is the first time I've seen captured on video where you see first responders on the scene not caring about the health of marginalized people of color, namely this black man named Earl Moore.
And when you say first responders, you're talking about EMS?
Yes, EMS.
And I'll just add to that quickly. You know, civil lawsuits sometimes can promote change, but to a company like LifeStar, it's just about money. It's just about their insurance. It may not do what needs to be done in regards to change and justice. But when the criminal charges were filed, when it's the life and liberty of the perpetrators and not just their employer's insurance company, I think that's what makes this unique and so important. When individuals realize when they come into a house as a paramedic that their conduct is going to be evaluated and they're to do no harm, and if they cause a death when Earl was going to be alive during that trip, then I really believe that's the uniqueness of this litigation in a lot of ways, is the criminal charges and the civil case will go hand in hand because it's very similar conduct.
Would you?
Yes.
Should EMS workers be required to have body cameras? In Illinois, police are required. Does this mean that we should now start pushing, the public should now pushing for that?
As well as cameras inside the ambulance, because the female paramedic was the one that was in the back with Earl. And unless her conduct changed 180 degrees during that ride, you know, as he died, you know, she did not perform any life-saving medical event on him. She sat there, and I promise you, if she's consistent with who she was during that time in the house on video, Earl's last few minutes while he was conscious, what he was hearing from her was not going to be something that you would want to wish on anybody.
Now, and to be clear, if her con
Looks like then we lose portions of that audio there of that news conference there, but the two paramedics there accused of killing this patient in transport last month went to a preliminary hearing today, and now a lawsuit has been filed as well from Ben Crump. You're watching Live Now from Fox. As always, we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. Bringing you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. We always bring you the top feeds coming in to our newsroom. And, of course, breaking news when it happens. We've got you covered right here as always. Next story, we're going to take you back out to Illinois for another news conference. This one really a roundtable on criminal justice reform. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Are not exactly interchangeable words. Historically speaking, bail is sort of the process of releasing a defendant who has been charged with a crime, whereas bond is the promises that and the agreement that that defendant has to make to be released. Thinking of it in that sort of concept kind of helps begin to frame this conversation when we talk about money bond and bailable offenses, because they are distinct and they are different, and we need to keep that in mind as we kind of go forward so that everybody kind of is speaking the same language. Historically speaking, the idea of bond or bail can be traced back, if you follow the string long enough, all the way back to the 13th century and the Norman conquest of England. I'm not going to go that far back in time because we don't have that much time. But I want you to understand that this is something that's very well rooted in English common law, which of course is what we brought over when we became our own country. For a very long time, the idea was that if somebody had committed offense, that there was going to be somebody who promised to make sure that that person would appear. That was the idea of a surety way back in the day. Over time, especially over here, that sort of translated into different promises or different ways to ensure a person's appearance before the court. And in fact, for a very long time, That was kind of the only consideration that was in place. There have been 3 major eras of bond reform in the United States, all of which happened or began in the 20th century. The first era was when bond systems bail and bond systems went to more increased financial considerations about putting some money or some property or some other sort of surety up to say, all right, if you don't come to court, you're going to forfeit this. The idea being that if you have to pay some money and then you're going to try to skip out on court, then you're going to lose this, and the financial incentive would encourage you to show up. Interestingly, during this time, this is when in Illinois we abolished bail bondsmen. A lot of people don't realize this, but Illinois hasn't had bail bondsmen since the 60s. If you go to other states, you can see folks that will post bail for you, and then if you watch the wrong reality TV shows, they will hunt you down, right? That doesn't happen here in Illinois, and it hasn't happened for more than 50 years. Illinois abolished it and put in place kind of what can be colloquially called a 10% system. In most cases, whatever your monetary bond was, and this is the system that exists now because the Supreme Court has put it in place, you have to post 10% of the deposit. So if your bond is $10,000, you must post $1,000 to be freed. With some exceptions. I'm not going to get into all of them because, again, we don't have all of that time. There was a second reform that sort of happened in the 80s, particularly when the federal government introduced the idea of public safety in the bond consideration. For a very long time, the only purpose of bond was to ensure that the defendant would come back to court and face whatever they were charged with. Public safety kind of became a movement in the 70s and the 80s, and then the federal government came out with a new law that sort of said, you can now consider this. The Supreme Court said that's constitutional, and the states began to adopt a lot of these public safety considerations. And so now, the second reform movement considers both the defendant's the defendant's willingness to come back to court, as well as a public safety component, which survives today. Nowadays, we're kind of in the third era of bond reform, and that's where this act kind of is on the cusp of. The third era really focused and has focused more on the idea of looking at evidence-based risk and programming, excuse me, evidence-based outcomes, and are we effectively reaching our goals? This has led to the increased use of risk assessments, which is something Illinois has used for quite a while now, as well as the movement to abolish cash bail, because the idea is that it's not meeting the goals that bail and bonds should meet. And so this sort of sets up on where we're at. This is that third stage, and that's kind of where the Safety Act has fallen into place. Andrea was right. This is one of the most drastic, or one of the most comprehensive steps forward that we've seen. There have been movements to abolish cash bail in other states. New York and New Jersey come to mind. They are different than what we've done here in Illinois, and I'll let the panelists next to me explain. That kind of explains where we've come from and where we are going forward.
Excellent, thank you. That set the table in the words that we were using for each other. So, are there gentlemen here? Feel free to include some other things in your remarks, but I'll maybe launch you with a little bit of a question for your first comments, which goes to the community impact of both approaches. Which side you support, and what you feel makes that the better option for your community. I think that's good to start, if you would, Bob.
Sure. So 4 years ago, when I was the president of the Illinois States Attorneys Association, and there's 102 of us, 102 counties in Illinois, we were asked to weigh in on the idea of an in or out system, of a system where we were getting rid of cash bail. And as president, the association agreed that we were not opposed to the concept of eliminating cash bail as long as we had a very strong preventive detention statute. And when the Safety Act was passed 2 years ago in January of 2021, in the Pretrial Fairness Act, it was my feeling and the feeling of many states attorneys that we didn't get that strong preventive detention statute. A lot of that has been changed with the amendment that was recently passed in December. But personally, I can tell you this, because I've been doing this for 37 years. The cash bail system is not a perfect system, and I can list off many cases where people were charged with serious offenses, judges were concerned about the threat to the community, and would set bond at $2 million or $3 million, and that defendant came up with the money, and they posted, and they got out. And the idea of setting such a high bond was to protect the community. So in those cases, the community is not being protected. If you eliminate cash bond, and judges have two options, really three options, I guess, detain someone, release them with conditions, or just release them on a recognizance. It's important that judges have the ability to detain people that are either not likely to show up in court or truly are a threat to the community. And I know Jonathan talked about how that danger to the community has kind of evolved, but the Illinois Supreme Court has weighed in on that as well and said that it is a consideration that should be considered. And I think it's, look, we've all experienced an increase in violent crime. I mean, we see it on TV every single night. So it is top of mind when people talk about bail and elimination of cash bail. But I think that's what everyone has to understand is there's two purposes: to make sure defendants are going to show up in court and protection of the community. And just in conclusion for this question, I mean, my own feeling is judges should have discretion. And I've been a big proponent of that. If we're going to eliminate bond, cash bond, let judges make that determination after they hear the evidence and they hear things about the defendant and facts about the case. They're in the best position, not the General Assembly.
Thank you. I think for those of you sort of learning your civic things today, it's interesting to know that even the other side is not necessarily opposed to changes. I feel like if all you're consuming is like a wash of information, you might not even realize there's a little bit of subtlety here, which I hope we can dig into in follow-ups today. Sharon, why is it better for the community to move forward?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, first of all. And I don't feel great going past these two, going after these two. Jonathan is the best dressed man in the state of Illinois. Suits are also always perfect. I've known him for quite a while. I've never seen him at a 9. It's always a 10. And the voice on State's Attorney Berlin, just of my dreams. I wish I had it. With that said, you know, there are three reasons why we've supported this. You know, it's the Cook County Public Defender's Office, but also in the advocacy community. The first is, and I think State's Attorney Berlin talked about it, is that using access to money as a deciding factor, determining factor, and whether somebody is going to be in or out of jail often produces illogical results. So whether you're talking about what State's Attorney Berlin is talking about, where you have people where a person who a judge has determined to be a risk, and that person has the money to bond out, or you're talking about the scenario where folks like me often talk about, where a person is stuck in jail because they don't have the money to bond out, not because they've been deemed to be too risky. Whichever one you're talking about, this current system produces quite illogical results. So it is paramount that we are making change, and I'm excited that we have gone past the point where we're thinking that the current system is working and that there's not a need for change. So we're in a good place in the sense that we are going to move forward. But I think the second thing the second thing I think about, which is often not talked about because it's a little complicated. It's not something you can slap on the cover of the Tribune, is that the current system, before the changes to the bond system, was often incredibly confusing and often incredibly contradictory. So when many people think about the Pretrial Fairness Act or the Safety Act, they think about just the end of cash bond, as if, you know, this bill is like one page and just ends cash bond and it just goes home. It actually doesn't do that. What it does is a full-scale kind of facelift of all the laws when it comes to making decisions about whether somebody should be in or out of jail, and then what happens afterwards when we're talking about violations and things of that nature. So there was a strong need to update these laws, and this is what this act did, and there will be back and forth particularly about particular functions, but there was a significant need to fix the suite of laws that was just really, really, really problematic. And I think the third thing, and typically advocates think about this, not so much stakeholders, is the massive extraction of wealth that the cash bond system takes away from communities. So there was a study done by Loyola University that found in a 6-month span about $31 million have been pulled out of communities. Now, that's really important because that's money that goes to people's livelihoods. When we're talking about paying rent, when we're talking about doing the things people need to do to survive, that money is really, really, really important. And as a public defender, I've often talked to families, right? Because the funny thing about it, it's not often the accused person that's paying that bond. It's actually often a family member. It's actually often a mother or a grandmother or a sister or a partner that's paying that bond. So that extraction of money from communities that can barely deserve it has a gigantic impact, not just from a fairness perspective, but from a safety perspective. When you pull money out of communities, when you pull money out of families, you make them destitute. You contribute to that poverty. Well, then people make decisions that we just don't love, right? So there was a vast, vast need for us to be able to make these decisions without this extraction of money. And I'm really excited that we have the opportunity to talk about the details. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you've both maybe alluded to this, but my publication covers judges. We care a lot about judges and the work they're doing. So I would like to hear more about what does and doesn't this either allow judges to do in terms of their discretion, what does it put on their plate in terms of how they have to consider cases, make decisions, what responsibilities do they get, what privileges do they get, and which ones are missing in maybe some of your arguments?
I can start. So the amendment to the Pretrial Fairness Act passed in December really broadened the categories of offenses where judges can detain defendants under the dangerousness standard. It also changed the definition of willful risk of flight. What actually constitutes a willful risk of flight, someone who may not show up in court. So for those cases that fit into the category of a detainable offense, the prosecutor, in order to seek detention, has to file a petition seeking detention, and that has to be done within 21 days of somebody being charged. And then there's a hearing. And at that hearing, the judge will consider all of the factors. So all of the facts of the case, a person's history, threat to the community, threat to the victim, threat to a person or persons. The judges now can consider if somebody has missed court before, whether they just missed court once or whether there's a pattern of missing court, which could be.
That roundtable going on in Illinois. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have the very latest on Alec Baldwin to be charged with manslaughter in the movie set shooting.
live now from Fox. Take a look at your screen and this body camera video. So prosecutors announcing not too long ago here that actor Alec Baldwin and a weapons specialist will be charged with involuntary manslaughter in the fatal shooting of a cinematographer who was killed in 2021 on a New Mexico movie set. Santa Fe District Attorney Mary Carmack Altwies issued a statement announcing the charges against Baldwin and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who supervised weapons on the set. Helnia Hutchins died shortly after being wounded during rehearsals for the Western movie Rust at a ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. This was back on October 21st of 2021. We have covered it since, and we've been covering this breaking news here. So I do want to bring in an expert to help break it down. Randy Zellin, a criminal defense attorney and adjunct professor of law at Cornell Law. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. I know this is all breaking right now.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So were you surprised at all to see this involuntary manslaughter charge?
Legally, as far as a courtroom is concerned, yes. As far as the court of public opinion is concerned, unfortunately, no. And what we all need to recognize, and I think one of the great values to your show is the educational aspect of what goes on in a criminal case. It is one thing to be negligent civilly. It is another thing to be negligent or to be reckless criminally. And of course, the difference is a matter of your liberty. And the law does not view the level of being wrong in a civil case the same way it does in a criminal case. In a criminal case, your wrongdoing has to be so morally blameworthy when you don't do it intentionally. And again, Mr. Baldwin is not being charged with intentional homicide. He is being charged with essentially closing his eyes. I know that what I'm doing is likely to kill someone, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. That's recklessness. And when you have recklessness and someone dies, that's involuntary manslaughter. But it's got to be such a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do. It's got to be so morally wrong. That's the difference between criminal wrongdoing and suing someone civilly.
And what stuck out to me is that there are two different possibilities here. So the jury isn't just going to say if he is guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but I believe there are two different possibilities that they have. Are you aware of what those are and I guess why that's the case?
In all likelihood, there will be a charge of the involuntary manslaughter, which is the reckless conduct, the more serious conduct. That's where essentially you close your eyes. I don't care what happens. I know it's more likely than not that what I'm going to do is going to kill someone, but I'll close my eyes because I don't care and someone dies. That's the reckless standard. Then you have the negligent standard, which is, it's not that I closed my eyes so I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there and I just chose not to see it. With negligence, I didn't see it, but a reasonable person would have seen it. So it's not as serious as the reckless standard, but it's still a homicide. So with the negligence, it's I didn't see it, I should have seen it, a reasonable person would have seen it, and my behavior was so outrageous, was so morally wrong that I should be charged criminally.
Do you think this is actually going to have an impact on Alec Baldwin? Could he possibly do jail time as a result of this?
He absolutely could do jail time. Does that mean he will do jail time even if he's convicted? More often than not, there's not a mandatory minimum jail sentence associated with these kinds of criminal conduct. Certainly, when someone dies, is it a far stretch for a judge from the standpoint of deterrence, from the standpoint of punishment? Is it a stretch for a judge to send someone to jail? Absolutely not. Depending on whether or not Mr. Baldwin pleads guilty as opposed to being convicted after trial, that will certainly have an impact on a trial court, whether or not the district attorney's office decides to engage in plea negotiations and offers Mr. Baldwin something less and he chooses to take it. There's so much that's going to go on here, probably starting with a motion to dismiss the criminal charges. Again, if I were Mr. Baldwin's attorney, my arguments are going to be, A, this is a civil wrong. It's not a criminal wrong. My behavior does not rise to the level of being so outrageous, so shocking, so morally wrong that I should be charged criminally, nor did I close my eyes to something that was going to happen and lead to someone's death. I certainly had no reason of even knowing that this would happen. And this is where you have the issue of the expert. See, the expert may be Alec Baldwin's saving grace, because that's what we call a superseding intervening cause. It was the expert who should have made sure that there were blanks in that gun. And that may remove all of the criminal liability from Mr. Baldwin, because before that gun got into his hand, the expert was charged with the obligation of making sure that no one would get hurt.
And so after all of this happened, we actually did hear from Alec Baldwin. He made comments about exactly what happened and said that he wasn't at fault. Do you think making comments after something like this could actually hurt him in his defense?
It is always a problem for a defendant or a potential defendant to open his or her mouth in the context of a criminal proceeding. I think that we have to cut Mr. Baldwin a little bit of slack, because I dare say at the time he made those comments, he probably was not even contemplating for one moment that he would be charged criminally. And it may very well be that whatever he said is part of his defense. But if he said something inconsistent with what his defense could be, if he gives or gave the prosecution an angle to go down and investigate because of what he said, then certainly that is a problem. And that's why we as criminal defense attorneys tell clients, shut your mouth.
And on that same note, would you be surprised if we now hear from Alec Baldwin again making comments after these charges are announced?
I sure as hell hope not. Any comments should come from his criminal defense counsel. And of course, there are rules, there are ethical rules when it comes to an attorney speaking out about a pending matter. And just as a matter of smart lawyering, you want to be very careful about what you say in an active case. Listen, when you have a sufficient level of experience and security in what you do you look to, I don't want to say infect a potential jury panel, because that's a negative connotation, but do you want to educate a potential juror as to what your defense is going to be? Listen, you do it from the moment you get engaged, if it's appropriate, particularly in a high-profile case.
Do you think this is going to serve as a precedent for future cases when it comes to celebrities? Because you always hear that celebrities get off easier than just the regular people like you and I. But do you think this is going to set a precedent?
Well, I will gently push back, because my experience has been, and I've represented more than one high-profile client in my time, celebrities actually tend to be treated worse. Celebrities have the advantage of having the financial resources to hire the biggest, the best, and the brightest. But in terms of how they are treated, oftentimes because of their celebrity status and someone looking to put a notch on his or her belt as a prosecutor or law enforcement, or a judge concerned about being too lenient, it's actually celebrities, and history shows us that celebrities actually get treated more harshly in terms of how they're prosecuted, the manner and mechanism of the prosecution, and also the potential as far as the sentence goes, for that very reason, which is I do not want to be perceived as cutting a celebrity a slack. We see celebrities charged oftentimes where a regular citizen probably would not have been charged. And I would respectfully submit that this may be one of those cases where this was an accident. And if it weren't Alec Baldwin, if it was someone else, that someone else may never have been charged.
No, that's interesting, because I've obviously never been a criminal defense attorney. So to hear that, you know, celebrities are treated a little more harshly, I guess you could say, that's good knowledge to have. So one of the potential punishments for involuntary manslaughter is a $5,000 fine. Do we know where that money goes? If it goes to the state, if it goes to the family, is that clear?
Generally speaking, money goes in three directions in a criminal case. There's restitution, which is designed to make the victim whole. Then there is forfeiture, which is designed to take the profit out of crime and goes to the government. And fines, generally speaking, also go to the court system. So in all likelihood, if there was a conviction, a fine imposed does not go to the victim. Now, of course, oftentimes in the context of a case like this, in an effort to get a better resolution for the client, there certainly can be a conversation about restitution as part of any negotiated plea bargain. Having said that, there is, as I understand it, already a parallel civil case. So compensation from the standpoint of wrongdoing, from the standpoint of out-of-pocket losses, from the standpoint of pain and suffering to the family, pain and suffering to the victim. And by the way, I know I sound very cold, calculated, and clinical as we talk about this case, but let's not lose sight of the fact, and I never lose sight of the fact, that someone lost her life. Unfortunately, by what I do for a living, I do have to speak this way, but believe me, it's not lost on me that someone died and that there are children, there's family, there's a husband who no longer has a mother, a spouse, a daughter. So believe me, it's horrifying, but strictly on the question of a fine, yeah, that money does not go to the victim. That money goes to funding the court being able to keep the lights on.
Do you think this civil case, because as we've mentioned, there's a criminal case, there's a civil one, do they influence each other? Does the civil case influence the criminal one and vice versa?
Absolutely. What happens here, that the civil case will provide free discovery for the criminal defendant. And by the same token, the criminal defendant at some point will probably move for a stay. In fact, the prosecution might move for a stay of the civil proceeding for the very reason that the prosecution doesn't want discovery given away that could impact the criminal case. And a criminal defendant can't adequately defend himself in the civil case. The defendant can't appear for a deposition, can't turn over documents which potentially might be incriminating. So what we will probably see is that the civil case will be put on a shelf until the criminal case is resolved.
And right now on your screen, what you're seeing is that body camera video that was released showing the aftermath. Now that we do have a criminal case here, do you think it was strange? Are you surprised at all that they did release this body camera video?
It's always difficult in a vacuum, and hindsight is clearly 2020. Again, at the time that this was released, there may not have been the specter or the prospect of a criminal proceeding. And then, of course, to the extent that that body cam was in the hands of law enforcement, again, the officer, law enforcement, the local law enforcement people may not have thought that there was necessarily going to be a criminal prosecution. And even so, they may have chosen to release it from the standpoint of transparency. And again, this notion that celebrities get treated better, turn it over, disclose it, let the world see what's going on.
What's next in your experience here for Alec Baldwin?
There will be an appearance. In all likelihood, that first appearance in court will be something called an arraignment, where Mr. Baldwin is advised of the charges. He will enter a plea of not guilty. And then at that point, depending on that particular jurisdiction's criminal procedure, criminal procedure law, there may be a preliminary hearing where Mr. Baldwin has the right to challenge the proof and for a judge to determine whether or not there is reasonable cause. In other words, more likely than not, that he committed the crime. To the extent that there is a grand jury process in that jurisdiction, then there will be an indictment, or the case could proceed directly to trial once the judge determines that there is sufficient evidence for the case to go to trial. And of course, we'll all be interested in seeing whether or not there'll be an arrest warrant issued, or whether or not Mr. Baldwin will be permitted to voluntarily appear and surrender himself, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I dare say he will be released on bond.
And that's what I was going to ask. Do you think it's going to be a quick, okay, we just take a photo, he pays, and he's out? Do you think he could actually sit in jail for a little bit while we're waiting for, let's say, the arraignment?
No, his strongest arguments are going to be both to law enforcement, to the district attorney's office, and to a judge, which is, look, if I was going to go anywhere, I'd be long gone. I've been here, I've been open, I've been notorious. He's probably had lawyers working back channel for quite a period of time. So there's no concern about him being a flight risk. There's no concern that he's a danger to the community. So I'm confident in saying that his surrender will be worked out. There'll be a date and time where he will either appear at a police precinct to have his photographs taken, to be fingerprinted, and then be brought over to court, or perhaps he could surrender directly to the court. And at that point, he will be arraigned and he will go home.
So now that I know that celebrities, it appears, at least in your experience, are treated just a little more harshly, do celebrities tend to, and I don't know if you can answer this, go on trial quicker than, let's say, your average folk, or does it just kind of depend on the situation?
It absolutely depends on the situation. And as I said earlier, the advantage that a celebrity is going to have is simply the financial resources to put together a team of lawyers, a team of investigators, a team of experts. And the speed of a trial from the defense standpoint is simply a matter of, how am I going to get the best result? Am I going to get the best result by trying to catch the prosecution unprepared, in which case I want a very quick trial? In most cases, that's not the case. Prosecutors are prepared. They have their own resources, their own team. So a trial will go forward when everyone is ready for that trial to go forward.
And do you think, just again, based on your experience, that this will go to trial, or are we talking about a potential plea agreement? Because we know that one of the people who is charged, not with involuntary manslaughter, but a lesser charge, has already taken a plea deal, it appears. Is it likely that we're going to see a plea deal offered and taken by Alec Baldwin so this whole thing doesn't go to trial?
I think it would be irresponsible for anyone to weigh in on whether or not Mr. Baldwin is going to take a plea or he's going to go to trial. We don't know nearly enough about the proof. We don't know nearly enough about Mr. Baldwin's appetite to prolong this and to remain in the spotlight over this and to subject himself to the exposure of what could happen if, in fact, he is convicted. Right now, we will have to wait and see what the evidence actually is. I think there'll probably be a quicker move towards motion practice, where if I am Mr. Baldwin's attorney, I'm going to be moving quickly for discovery, and I'm going to be moving equally quickly to dismiss the indictment, arguing, look, this was a tragic accident. This was not a crime. And there will be case law, I can assure you, to back Mr. Baldwin up, that there is a sea change of a difference between an accident, a civil wrong, and a homicide, which Mr. Baldwin has been charged with. And listen, the evidence will dictate Mr. Baldwin's next path. His appetite for risk will dictate his next path, and his comfort that he will not second guess himself. In other words, if he takes a plea, will he second guess himself that he should have gone to trial? And if he goes to trial and he's not successful, will he second guess himself that he should have resolved the case?
And some great insight there for sure. My last question for you: New Mexico's Office of the Medical Investigator determined that the shooting was an accident once they completed the autopsy. Will that have any effect in your experience on a criminal case, that you have the medical investigator saying it was an accident?
Well, imagine the cross-examination of the medical examiner. Sir or ma'am, isn't it true that you determined this to be an accident? Yes, I did. No further questions. Remember, reasonable doubt is simply anytime someone needs to make an important decision in his or her life, do you have enough information to make that decision? If I go to the cardiologist today and the cardiologist tells me that I need open heart surgery, if I can schedule that surgery, I don't need any more information. I do not have a reasonable doubt. Conversely, if I say to the doctor, listen, I appreciate where you're coming from, but I want a second opinion, that means I do need more information. That's a reasonable doubt. You have a medical examiner weighing in This is his or her responsibility to determine cause of death, manner of death, and to weigh in on what's going on here. This is a state expert, and that medical examiner wrote accident. That's built-in reasonable doubt.
All right, Randy Zellen, a lot of great information there. Is there anything else that you do want to add about all of this before I let you go?
I just think that it's so worthwhile, so important that we are able to educate your viewers, and you provide such a great service by allowing people to become part of the process, at least from the standpoint of understanding the law, understanding the nuances of the law, and having the opportunity to be educated on what really goes on in the courtroom and in the events leading up to the courtroom.
And I appreciate your insight on that, because that definitely helps to educate our viewers. So we do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you.
And that live look right now, it continues right outside of Alec Baldwin's apartment there in New York. We haven't seen any emotion right now of Alec Baldwin. We'll keep an eye on it for you right here on Live Now from Fox, as always. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today as we bring you top stories and headlines and, of course, breaking news as it happens here. And we do have some big news revolving around the Supreme Court here, just coming down in this last hour, that the Supreme Court says it has been unable to identify by a preponderance of the evidence who leaked the Dobbs opinion last year. So let's break it down here for you right here on Live Now from Fox as we show you the shot there of the Supreme Court here. As the Supreme Court has said today that it has not determined who leaked a draft of the court's opinion overturning abortion rights, but that the investigation continues. 8 months after Politico published its explosive leak detailing the draft of Justice Samuel Alito's opinion that overturned Roe v. Wade, the court said its investigative team has to date been unable to identify a person responsible by a preponderance of the evidence. Never before had an entire opinion made its way to the public before the court was ready to announce it. Chief Justice John Roberts ordered an investigation the next day into what he termed an egregious breach of trust. Investigators conducted 126 formal interviews of 97 employees, all of whom denied disclosing the opinion, the court said. The investigation concluded that it is unlikely that the court's information technology systems were improperly accessed by a person outside of the court following an examination of the court's computers, networks, printers, and available call and text logs. The risk of both deliberate and accidental disclosures of court-sensitive information grew with the coronavirus pandemic and shift to working from home, the report said. Investigators are continuing to review and process some electronic data and has been collecting, and few other inquiries remain pending, the report said as well. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back. We now take you out to the Pentagon, a briefing right here on Live Now from Fox.
Capabilities the Ukrainians need to defend their homeland against Russian aggression. The Secretary looks forward to meeting with defense leaders from approximately 50 nations that comprise this important group dedicated to Ukraine's self-defense. And finally, you might have seen that the Secretary in his bilateral meeting this morning also said a few words about this, but on behalf of the department, would just like to echo the Secretary's sorrow and offer our deepest condolences over the helicopter crash near Kyiv that took the lives of more than a dozen people, including Ukraine's Interior Minister Denis Monastersky. And with that, I will take your questions. I'll turn over to Tara Kopp.
Okay, two. First, yesterday the Coast Guard put out a tweet on a Russian intelligence ship operating off the coast of Hawaii. Is the department concerned about this? Has there been any sort of communication with the ship? And, you know, this is a fairly routine. There are Russian spy ships that end up on the U.S. coastline frequently, but is there a bigger concern now because of the Ukraine war?
Well, you know, I can't say, I can't speak to why the Russians are sailing this ship right now. It's kind of precarious timing, but I would say that the Coast Guard is monitoring this Russian vessel that's we believe is an intelligence gathering vessel, but is operating in international and open waters. We haven't seen any unsafe or unprofessional behavior, and we expect that the Russians will operate within the region in accordance with international law. But for any, in terms of interaction with the vessel itself, I would direct you to the Coast Guard.
Okay, and second, different topic. The Germans have indicated they're hesitant to provide tanks to Ukraine unless the U.S. also provides Abrams. Where are we on those discussions, and what is the likelihood that, you know, Abrams would be sent in order to, I guess, work alongside the Germans on this?
Well, we're going to have a readout from the Secretary's meeting with his counterpart, Minister of Defense Pistorius, later today. But in terms of the conversations, I think you saw Dr. Call really speak to this yesterday. The Abrams are it's more of a sustainment issue. I mean, this is a tank that is requires jet fuel, whereas the Leopard and the Challenger, it's a different engine. They require diesel. It's a little bit easier to maintain. They can maneuver across large portions of territory before they need to refuel. The maintenance and the high cost that it would take to maintain an Abrams is just. It just doesn't make sense to provide that to the Ukrainians at this moment. As you know, we've provided the Bradleys. We're seeing other nations step up and continue to provide equipment and material to Ukraine that they can. Ultimately, this is Germany's decision. It's their sovereign decision on what security assistance they will provide. So we won't be able to speak to them, but I think that we are certainly doing what we can to support Ukraine in what they need. Yeah, Warren.
On the same topic, a senior defense official said yesterday, traveling with the Secretary, that they're optimistic that they will make progress on Germany with tanks by the end of the week, and yet a senior administration official here tells us Germany's not budging and demands tank for tanks. Are you optimistic that you will see progress by the end of the week with Germany? Do you believe that's going to happen, or is it less optimistic at this point?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball here to say what will or won't happen by the end of the week. The Secretary had a productive conversation with his counterpart. The contact group is meeting tomorrow, so I'll leave any further announcements from other countries and other nations and partners and allies to them. But again, we are thankful for what Germany has been able to contribute already. They sent infantry fighting vehicles and a Patriot missile battery system to Ukraine. And we're continuing to work with other partners and allies around the world to see what else can be provided to Ukraine. And that's the whole point of tomorrow's meeting. Yeah. And then, sorry, I'll come to this one.
Thanks. I have two questions. The first one, so Ukraine's Defense Minister Reznikov said that Ukraine could use U.S. weapons to attack Russia's occupied Crimea. Is that concerning to the U.S.?
I mean, Crimea is part of Ukraine. We've long held that position. We've said that is, we certainly support the Ukrainians taking back their territory by any means that they can, and whatever weapons they are using. So, again, we have not shied away from stating that fact from the very beginning.
Okay.
Sorry, did you want to?
Yes, secondly, so the U.S. has requested to send munitions from its stockpiles in both Israel and South Korea. Why?
Well, again, I mean, we are supplying Ukraine pretty regularly with different ammunitions, materials, capabilities, and equipment. And part of that is making sure that we can do so quickly. And we have been working with ROC and Israel when it comes to withdrawing from our stocks and communicating that with them. But that doesn't mean it impacts our readiness. That doesn't impact our capabilities to protect Americans here at home or abroad. And so we feel confident on what we have been able to withdraw and what we have been able to get to the Ukrainians.
So is the U.S. looking to send those munitions from its stockpiles in other countries because there's a lack of stockpile here in the U.S.?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Secretary has always said we're not going to drop below our readiness levels, but we also have to pull from different stockpiles from all around the world. That doesn't mean that, everything is here in the United States or everything is in the EUCOM AOR. We have to go to other sources, other places, to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs and to also be able to backfill our own stocks and work on backfilling partners and allies. I'm going to go to the phones and then I'll come over here. Joe Gould, Defense News.
Thanks, Sabrina. With the Secretary pressing to have transfers of Leopard 2s to Ukraine, obviously countries are going to have to decide for themselves and make their own announcements. But is it the Secretary's objective to have a pool of countries that currently operate the Leo donating that tank and parts and related training?
Well, there are dozens of countries that have the Leopard tanks. I think that the Secretary's objective here is to secure and work with our partners and allies to get Ukraine the capabilities and the requests that it has for what it needs on the battlefield. That's why the contact group is so important. Again, tomorrow it's meeting for the 8th time, and what you see when the contact groups wrap up is usually some announcements from other nations, including the United States, on other capabilities and commitments to Ukraine. But again, Germany is just one of many countries that has the capability to provide the Leopard tanks. There are other nations out there that have also been discussed providing other tanks, and so I'll leave it to them to speak to at the contact group tomorrow. I'm going to take one more from the phone, and then I'll come back into the room. Alex Horton, Washington Post. Alex, are you there?
Sabrina, thanks.
We can hear you.
Hey, it's asked and answered, so thanks.
Great. Oh, sorry. Great. Thanks. Okay. I'll come in the room. Yes, Jenny.
Thank you. I have a question on the redeployment of tactical nuclear weapons into South Korea. Yesterday, the U.S. Center for Strategic Studies pointed out that South Korea's anxiety over extended deterrence is growing, arguing that the two countries, U.S. and South Korea, needed to review mock exercise in preparations for the possibility of redeploying low-level nuclear weapons to South Korea at some point in the future. How does the Pentagon view the possibility of deploying tactical nuclear weapons in South Korea?
Well, we've been committed and said this for a while that we support the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We've seen North Korea continue to engage in destabilizing tests in the last few months, but our commitment to ROC remains ironclad. We are going to continue to conduct exercises with them as we do on routine, and not just with ROC, but we've done trilateral exercises before. But our commitment, our hope is that there is a complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Recently, North Korea declared itself a nuclear power state, and China failed to stop North Korea's nuclear development. Secretary Austin visited South Korea next week. will he discuss these nuclear issues during his visit? And so,
So yes, as you mentioned, he is traveling next week, or I'm sorry, not next week, the following week. You know, I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary and what he plans to say on that trip, but certainly an opportunity to deepen ties within the region. But as we get closer to that trip, I'll have more to read out then. But I think what you will hear from the Secretary, that should be of no surprise, is just our deep commitment to South Korea and our commitment to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and our commitment to, you know, continuing to have our forces in that AOR. But nothing for you today to preview on that trip.
Thank you.
Great. Yes.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Yeah.
Does the U.S. intend to make its own announcement about a new aid package as part of the contact group meeting this week? And if so, should we suppose that it's going to track with earlier aid packages and have, you know, armored vehicles or equipment that allow the Ukrainians to like shoot and move on the battlefield, similar to what Dr. Call described yesterday?
I feel like you've seen some of the reporting that I've seen out there. I'll be completely frank with you. I have nothing to announce here today. We should expect another security package coming soon, but still nothing to announce from this podium at this moment. Not going to get ahead of also what's in that package, but we know that the Ukrainians have continued to ask for, one of their main priorities is more armored vehicles, air defense systems. And so each package, as you've seen, sort of matches some of their biggest needs and requests. And so I'd expect with the next package, you'd see something like that. Yeah, great. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't think we've met before.
No, Laura Haim from French TV.
Hi,
I'm
nice to
following
meet you.
what's happening in Ukraine. Thank you so much to take my question.
Sure.
What is your answer to President Zelensky and the Ukrainians who are asking repeatedly for F-16?
So Ukrainians have asked for many, many things. With every aid package that we assemble and put together, we are in close contact with our Ukrainian counterparts. Again, we are providing them what we think they are capable of operating, maintaining, and sustaining. The F-16s is a very complicated system, so we have been, very careful and assessing what they need on the battlefield right now, and I think you'll see that in the next package that's coming soon. Yeah, Rio.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up on North Korea.
Of course.
Does the Pentagon still assess North Korea is ready to conduct a nuclear test at any moment?
Our assessment hasn't changed since last summer. We've been we continue to monitor what is happening over there in North Korea, and standing by if there should be such a test. I think they have shown that they are willing to do a test at any time, and we will be ready to, of course, work with our partners and allies in the region in any response.
Do you see any particular reason why North Korea has not done a nuclear test, despite the fact that the preparations seems to be completed more than a half year ago?
I don't know that I can get in the head of North Korean leaders there. You'd have to ask them why they have not done the test. I have no reason to indicate either way of a reason. Great, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
So the Turkish foreign minister was in Washington, D.C. yesterday, and he said that the Greek government is militarizing islands in the Aegean Sea with the help of the United States and deploying U.S. armored vehicles on some of these islands. First of all, can the Department of Defense either confirm or deny this?
I would have to look into that. I'm not aware of some of this reporting that you're mentioning, so I'm happy to take that question.
Does the United States believe that those islands that Ankara is claiming that should remain demilitarized?
Well, we're not seeking to see a conflict in that region. These are NATO allies that we work with frequently. So I'm not going to speak to that and speak to an opinion of a different country here from this podium. What I can say is that we'll continue to work with our allies in the region. We have troops stationed very close by, but happy to take your first question on that.
Just last one
Sure.
question then. Can then the Department of Defense say for sure that are there any U.S. armored vehicles, personnel, any U.S. equipment that is belonging to the U.S. military on any islands in the Aegean Sea?
Well, I think you just asked that question in your first question. I'll take that question, so I'd have to get back to you.
Right.
No, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I just don't have an answer for you from here at this time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. My question
question about U.S.-Japan Security Consultative Committee, so-called 2+2, held last Wednesday. The joint statement issued after the meeting didn't mention the need to revise the guidelines for U.S.-Japan Defense Cooperation, which provides a framework of laws and missions of U.S.-Japan alliance. What would be the U.S. position on whether it's necessary to revise these guidelines for U.S.-Japan defense cooperation after Japan changed its strategic documents last year?
Well, we were very pleased and welcomed the defense strategy that Japan recently announced just before the visit here in the United States. We welcome the release of their national security documents, and we see that as an opportunity to build on the strong alliance that bolsters regional deterrence there. And, you know, the announcements that were made at the 2+2 just last week, I think highlight that. We have no plans to update the defense guidelines at this time, but, you know, as you saw last week, it's a very deep alliance that we have with Japan, and looking forward to working with them in the future. Great, I'm gonna go to the phones and then I'll come back. Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hi, Sabrina. Thanks for doing this. I have two questions. One is about the combined arm training in Germany. Is that training going to incorporate these new tanks from Britain and any other countries that may be donating them, as well as the Bradleys? And then my second question is on longer range munitions. Is that something that is still off the table?
In terms of your first question, our European allies and partners have been doing their own training when it comes to training Ukrainian troops. So our combined arms training is right now just focused on the Bradleys. I don't anticipate that it would incorporate other tanks or other equipment at this time. But if that changes, you know, I'd be happy to follow up with you. And then in terms of long-range capabilities, I mean, we've provided the Patriot, as you've seen. We've provided Ukrainians with a layered defense of air capabilities from short to long range. And the Ukrainians are using those well. They're using them effectively, and especially when the Patriot is in country, they'll be able to knit those together to create a very highly defensible air that I think they're doing so effectively as they are right now. But with the Patriot, there will be an added capability that can help protect major cities and innocent civilians in this war. I'm going to take one more question from the phone. Howard Altman.
Yes, thanks. I have a question and I have a request. The question is, the Wagner Group claims that it has captured the town of Klishchivka, which is about 5 miles south of Bakhmut. Can you confirm that and tell me how that might affect the defense of Bakhmut and Soledar? And then I have a request.
I'm sorry, Howard, you sort of, or for me at least, cut out on what city or town did you mention that was specifically captured?
It's Klishchivka. It's a small town about 5 miles south of Bakhmut.
I see. Okay. I don't have an update on specifically on that town, but what I can say is that we're still continuing to see intense fighting on both sides from the Ukrainians and Russians in and around Bakhmut and Soledar. It is blocks to kilometers every day that continue to change hands. But the Ukrainians are not giving up their fight, and neither are the Russians. They're really dug into the ground right now, to the battlefield. And right now, we know that the weather in Ukraine, it is icy, it is wintry, so the roads or the ground is a bit more frozen over, which allows for vehicles to move around a bit more with more maneuverability. But again, this is a grinding fight that we're seeing in the east, and I don't have really more to update you on that. It just continues to be a grinding fight. I'll take one more from the phone here. Jeff Shogel, Task and Purpose.
Can the Pentagon do something about providing communications for those of us who are not in the building during the time that the PBR is closed. I mean, you got a budget of $800 billion. Is there any way to find some money under the couch or something to provide, secure communications so that we can participate in briefings going forward?
Jeff, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I know that we are doing some updates to this lovely Pentagon briefing room, and we'll follow up with you offline on that. I'll come back into the room. Yeah, Brandy.
Thanks, Sabrina. I have a follow-up on Ukraine and then a question on a new topic.
Okay.
On Ukraine, did Dr. Call meet with, or was Secretary Austin supposed to meet with any of the Ukrainian officials, the internal ministers who perished in the helicopter crash? And did that affect the contact group meeting in any way?
I'm not aware that it affected the contact group. I mean, the contact group was going forward, but of course we offer our deepest condolences. As we've seen the reports that more than a dozen people were killed and many more injured, so I wouldn't be able to say anything more than that.
Thank you. And then this is sort of a two-in-one. Politico reported that Pentagon officials and officials from other agencies are attending an event hosted by NASA right now, I think this week, on their ongoing UAP investigations. And they reported that DoD's Aero office has partnered with Enigma Labs, a startup that uses machine learning to make sense of UFO data. And so can you tell us who from the Pentagon is attending that NASA event, and what does DoD aim to get out of this new partnership with Enigma Labs?
I would have to take that question. I'm sorry, I don't have the answers for you on that one, so I'll take that and get back to you. Yeah, over here.
Hi. I have a question on Ukraine and a Japan question.
Okay.
Earlier this week, the Netherlands announced that they're also sending a Patriot battery, so that makes 3. Is going to the contact group meeting tomorrow, is the U.S. going to be scouring, trying to get other operators to donate more batteries? And how is that discussion focusing on training, as the U.S. worked out with the Netherlands to provide more training inside the U.S.?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of the discussions. They're happening tomorrow, as you just mentioned. I think we welcome any additional commitment when it comes to giving Ukraine more air defense capability from any country or any partner. And so in terms of the training and whether our teams would train on a Patriot battery provided by the Netherlands, I just don't have an answer for you on that. Many countries do conduct their own training, as we've seen from the beginning of this war. So I think what the Secretary is looking for tomorrow is further commitments from other partners and allies to help Ukraine, and that is up to those sovereign states to decide what commitments they can give. But of course, we know that air capability is one of them, or air defense is one of them.
Do you know if the 3 committed ones are all the same variant?
I don't know.
Okay. And on Japan, in the meetings last week, we had heard about the new Marine regiment in Okinawa.
Yep.
At the same time, the Air Force has pulled out its F-15 unit in Kadena. Do you know if that came up in the discussions, the future of the U.S. air presence in Okinawa?
I don't know that came up, but I think that you saw last week the deep commitment that we have to the region, and part of that was discussed in the Secretary's meeting and the Secretary of State's meeting at the Department of State. So that does not impact the relationship or the readiness or the threat in that region. Yeah.
Thanks. I just had a quick follow-up on an earlier question about the combined arms training with Ukrainians in Europe. I'm not sure anybody from the podium has confirmed whether that's begun or not.
It has begun.
It has begun.
Yeah.
You can confirm that?
Yep, it has begun. It's about 500 to 600 Ukrainians that are being trained in Grafenwehr, and that I believe started this weekend, just this past weekend. Yes.
Yeah. So on long-range munitions, you mentioned Patriots in your answer. So Patriots are surface-to-air defensive missiles. But can you confirm that longer-range surface-to-surface missiles with more offensive capabilities are on the table or off the table?
Well, I'm not going to confirm anything. We haven't taken, as these contact groups and as these presidential drawdown authorities packages come together, nothing is on or off the table. It's a discussion that we have here at the department and across the interagency to determine what the Ukrainians need and to also maintain our own readiness. So I just don't have anything further to add at that point.
And also on Crimea, you say you didn't specifically mention that United States, because the story is coming out, that United States and Ukraine are discussing a potential Ukrainian plan for taking on Crimea. But you said, okay, Crimea is a part of Ukraine, and generically United States supports Ukraine taking back its territory. Specifically, is there any kind of U.S. advice with respect to launching an offensive on Crimea to take back the territory from Russians?
Are you asking if the Ukrainians are consulting with us?
If you give your advice, endorse such an operation on Crimea?
Well, we don't dictate to the Ukrainians how to run their operations. That has been said by multiple people here at this department. The Ukrainians make the decisions about their operations and when they conduct them. Crimea is part of Ukraine. We've made that very clear from the beginning. If they decide to conduct an operation within Crimea, they're well in their bounds. That is a sovereign part of their country that was illegally invaded by Russia in 2014. They have every right to take that back.
And the United States is also ready to support that operation on that specific chunk of land.
I mean, what do you mean by support their operation? We're not on the ground. There are no boots on the ground there. So what do you mean?
Militarily, whatever capability needed to take that chunk of peninsula back from Russians, the United States is going to be there. Is that?
You have seen the United States be there for Ukraine, and this department has said that we will be with Ukraine for as long as it takes. If that includes an operation in Crimea, that is a sovereign part of their country, and they have every right to take that back. I'll take one more, and then we'll wrap up.
Thanks for doing this. Jared Zuma with Lawmaker. I just wanted to ask real quick on the subject of air defense batteries for Ukraine. It was reported last month that the U.S. would seek to source NASAMS from the Middle East. I'm just wondering if there's any deliberation in the department or any effort underway to source additional air defense assets from that region.
I wouldn't comment on where we're sourcing some of this. I mean, the NASAMS were part of our USAI package. So those go under contract and then get delivered into Ukraine. There are already 2 operating right now in Ukraine. I believe our commitment has been a total of 8. So I just wouldn't be able to comment any further on that.
And if I could just ask, the National Security Advisor was in Israel, I think probably still is at the moment, to discuss topping the agenda, the threats by Iran. Just wondering, it was mentioned previously that one of the issues that were going to be discussed was tactical differences with the Israelis on how to deal with the same strategic threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon. I'm wondering if you could tell us anything about those tactical differences and whether the department has been informed if there's been any progress from those discussions.
I would direct you to the White House, as you just mentioned. Mr. Sullivan is there now. I would direct you to the White House for further comment. Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Louis. Yeah, I'll take one more. Fine.
So at the previous briefing, General Ryder took a lot of questions about the back pay issue with COVID. Has there been any progress on that? And also, one question I think is, did the Secretary ever consider whether to enable back pay for service members who refuse to take the vaccine?
I mean, as a matter of policy, DOD is not reviewing or is not going to implement a policy of providing back pay to service members who are separated for refusing the vaccine. So nothing has changed since what General Ryder said on Tuesday.
But, there was quite a long period of time between the signing of the legislation and when the guidance eventually came out. So did the Secretary ever consider during that time whether to facilitate, as part of the review process, whether to enable back pay for service members?
Again, providing back pay for service members that were separated from the department for refusing to take the vaccine was not something that was under consideration, and that's not something that is our current policy. Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, do we have? Okay.
Just one last question on Crimea. What is the strategic significance of recapturing that for Ukraine?
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to ask the Ukrainians that. I mean, that's part of their country. It's a part of their country that was taken by Russia. So in terms of the significance that they see, I would direct you to them. But from an objective standpoint, I think it's pretty clear that recapturing part of their sovereign state is something that would send a huge message to Russia. Okay, great. Thank you all.
Okay, so there you have the latest update from today's Pentagon briefing. We are going to take a quick commercial break. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks so much for joining us. We want to show you this video that came in not too long ago of President Biden arriving in California, where he will be surveying some of the storm damage there along the Central Coast. He will also be speaking with business owners and residents who were impacted the most. You can see him after he arrived there speaking with Governor Gavin Newsom, as well as other state and local officials. He was also accompanied by the FEMA administrator as he prepares to go around and see some of this aftermath of the storms that hit California so hard. We want to play out some remarks that we have for you here from Representative Anna Eshoo from California. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Director that is really outstanding. So I delivered my message.
Do you think he was receptive to it?
Oh, yes, very much so. Very much so. He understands all of this very well. This is an individual that is seasoned and schooled in all of this. So his knowledge and understanding of these issues, Lori, it's nice to see you, is very deep and broad.
Would you have liked him to visit more inland areas, sort of like your district? I mean, because he's really going to be focused on this.
Oh, I think, I think every single one of us would like to have him all day in our districts. But I've known him for a long, long time, and I know that what I said to him matters to him. And so I would say mission accomplished.
You got some pretty big hugs from the president.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
What did he say to you, and what was that like?
Well, we were happy to see each other. Yeah. And when they were getting ready to get into Marine One, I said, Mr. President, I'm not coming with you. He said, I don't blame you. Yeah. So he has a good sense of humor. It's wonderful to see him.
Anything else you can ask the president at some point?
Well, I think if there are any snags, that we pick up the phone and call. Yeah. But he's on it, and my constituents need help. Californians need help. We're a nation state, and that the governor is here with him, that Senator Padilla is with him, and me here in our district in the heart of Silicon Valley. And I don't know if he realized that it was the heart of Silicon Valley here at Moffett Field. but I believe that this extraordinary and important help will be on its way soon.
Congresswoman, the last time we caught up, you were in the CCU Mountain, or the Santa Cruz Mountains for the CCU fire. Can you speak to the damage in the Santa Cruz Mountains?
Yeah, the CCU fires were absolutely devastating, and the people there have been subjected to so much. They've had, previous to this, these storms, they started out with landslides, then the drought, then the fires, homes lost, lives injured, personal economies wiped out, and now this all over again. So they need a great deal of help. And that help is forthcoming because Santa Cruz County is part of the National Disaster Declaration, and I'm very pleased that they were my constituents, but they always remain in my heart because we went through a great deal together.
Obviously, this has a lot to do with climate change and all of these factors.
And speaking of some of that storm damage, geologists and engineers are busy assessing some of that damage in California following the heavy rain that hit the state hard. This as President Biden, as you saw, just arrived in the Golden State to go ahead and look through some of that damage himself. Fox 2's Brooks Giroux has more.
With the kind of rainfall that we've had, it's just exactly what you'd expect.
They can be dangerous, oftentimes unpredictable. Landslides moving into homes, across roadways, or falling into the ocean.
At this point, we're in reaction mode.
In Santa Cruz County, geologists and engineers are busy assessing damage, looking for new hazards, and evaluating homes to see if they're safe.
We're kind of right now at the threshold where we're starting to see not just little blowouts and small landslides, but we're starting to see if some of the larger landslides start to move. And that's when it gets really scary out there.
California's Geological Survey found since December 30th, there have been 600 reported landslides statewide. Shallow ones can occur with a few inches of rain, but as the ground saturates deeper and deeper, large pieces of land can be on the move. The steeper the grade, the bigger the chance.
You're dealing with gravity that's trying to pull down that side of the mountain.
Problematic for public transportation systems, especially barriers like mountains and rivers. In Alameda County, trains were stopped near Niles Canyon twice for landslides this week. While engineers anticipate trouble spots and may use tools and techniques to prevent slides, no plan is perfect. Natural risks remain.
It's just something that has to be factored in, and it's a risk management issue.
The USGS has a map pinpointing hotspots and the level of risk statewide. Much like an earthquake, a landslide can happen without warning, just like in the Berkeley Hills, where a handful of homes were just red tagged.
You're pretty much at Mother Nature's mercy at that point. Your house is where it is, and the earth is what it is.
Geologists say it's important to know where the runoff from your property is going and try to control it. If you're on a hillside and hear creaking or cracking, trees falling, or roaring sounds, check it out immediately or consider leaving right away. Despite studies, terrain maps, and other monitoring, there can be hidden factors that could end in a sliding situation. Brooks Giroux, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Meanwhile, the string of tech industry layoffs continues this week as Microsoft announced plans to cut 5% of its workforce, laying off at least 10,000 workers. Fox 2's Jana Katsuyama has the latest on what's sparking the job cuts.
The string of tech industry layoffs continued Wednesday. Microsoft announced it plans to cut 5% of its workforce, laying off about 10,000 workers. Like many other tech companies, Microsoft had a hiring boom during the pandemic, expanding its workforce by 36%.
It was only a matter of time.
Professor Shoykot Chaudhry is director of the UC Haas Management, Entrepreneurship, and Technology program. He says what's happening in the tech sector has less to do with global economics and more to do with a correction after rapid growth.
it was growing at rates which are unsustainable now. Think about how many people they've hired over the last 3 years. Some companies as much as 30% of their workforce, which has joined.
Along with Microsoft cutting 10,000 positions, Amazon began notifying some 18,000 employees about cutbacks in the U.S., Canada, and Costa Rica locations. Twitter reportedly plans to lay off 50 more workers, according to the site Insider. Chaudhry says there are some differences for tech workers compared to the past .com bust.
Software and deployment of other technologies like that are what are pervading every single industry. So yes, these are very much, you're very much able to transfer those skills to other areas.
I know a few people who have been impacted. I'm not too worried because tech will always be needed.
Chaudhry says there also are opportunities for startups to still get money because venture capital funding remains strong. But he says people looking to pivot should know there is a difference in the pitch.
You'll have to have a business model which is a little bit more conservative or safe, which allows you to show a path towards profitability a little bit sooner.
Professor Chaudhry says the nation is seeing an historically low 3.5% unemployment rate, which means even though there is this rebalancing now, he says there still are jobs out there. In the newsroom, Janet Kasiyama, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And an update on Twitter's big garage sale. This iconic bluebird statue brought in $100,000. Twitter placed hundreds of items from their San Francisco office up for sale this week. This statue, though, was by far the highest priced item. And U.S. jobless claims for the last week fell to a 4-month low. 190,000 people filed new claims versus the estimate of more than 215,000. The number of people already collecting unemployment benefits rose by 17,000 to 1.65 million. Claims have stayed at levels consistent with a tight labor market, even as layoffs have picked up in the tech sector. And this past holiday season wasn't a blockbuster for retail sales. After sales surged 1 year ago, the 2022 season slowed more than expected, as higher borrowing costs and hot inflation made shoppers pull back on their spending. That's according to the National Retail Federation. Holiday sales for the combined November and December period rose 5.3% to over $936 billion. And we are going to step away here for another quick 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we continue to bring you top stories from around the country and around the world. We want to start with this story here. Today marks the day when the U.S. officially has run out of money to borrow unless Congress acts. The Treasury Secretary says she must now resort to extraordinary measures to keep paying the nation's bills while lawmakers figure out a deal to avoid a default. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
The U.S. is now borrowing nearly $31.4 trillion, hitting the top of the debt limit. The Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned Congress this day would come, and they need to raise the debt ceiling to avoid catastrophic default.
This is about economic stability versus economic chaos.
Raising the limit does not allow for new spending. It just gives the U.S. the ability to pay its current debts.
This is not about new initiatives or new opportunities. This is about meeting the obligations that this country has already made.
Some fiscal hawk Republicans see this as their chance to force deep spending cuts on President Biden and Democrats.
The debt ceiling is going to be a point of contention in our conference, but it's going to have to be one that we come together on. I, for one, will not sign a clean bill raising the debt limit.
The House is narrowly controlled by the GOP, so Speaker Kevin McCarthy cannot lose many members of his party. The White House says they are not open to negotiations. And experts say a default could lead to a stock market crash, recession, and mass layoffs.
Congress is not going to allow a default to occur because the results in the markets would be too cataclysmic.
In a letter to Congress, Secretary Yellen says she believes she can use extraordinary measures to keep paying the nation's debt until June. But by then, Congress will need to have a deal. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
The star of the 1990s sitcom Boy Meets World may be considering a run for Congress. Ben Savage filed a statement of organization with the Federal Elections Commission, registering as a Democratic candidate for California's 33rd House District. The seat is currently occupied by Congressman Adam Schiff, who's rumored to be running for Senate should Dianne Feinstein choose to retire. In a statement to Fox, Savage's representatives did not confirm or deny the actor was running for Congress, saying only that he was focused on his upcoming wedding and always looking for ways to give back and serve the community. And a bill introduced in the Arizona state legislature would ban schools from referring to students by their preferred pronouns unless parents consent to it. Fox's Irene Snyder spoke with an opponent and the state senator who introduced the bill.
Look, Senate Bill 1001 is about parental rights and student safety.
You know, I think this is a great signal that folks like Senator Kavanaugh are deeply unserious about taking care of issues that affect Arizonans every day.
Senator John Kavanaugh introducing Senate Bill 101 today, a bill that would require parental permission for teachers to use preferred gender pronouns in school if those pronouns don't align with the student's biological sex.
We as parents are very concerned about the schools not letting us know what the children's name is in the school.
This bill really introduces a problem, not because parents shouldn't be involved and not because parental support isn't important, but because having a little bit more freedom for a kid to express themselves can actually be really beneficial for the parent-child relationship.
Senator Kavanaugh says the bill is in the interest of the students and parents' well-being.
For schools to keep parents knowingly in the blind is dangerous for the student and disrespectful to parents. And my bill simply says schools have to adopt policies that would require parental permission before this occurs. And in addition, my bill protects school employees who have moral or religious objections to referring to people by pronouns or names that don't align with their biological sex.
Arizona State Director for Human Rights Campaign, Bridget Sharp, says the legislation is damaging, especially for vulnerable students.
There are a lot of kids out there that use different pronouns and use gender-affirming pronouns, and schools should be a place where they feel protected and good.
She adds there's already clear communication between schools and parents. calling this legislation a response to a made-up issue.
Lines of communication between, teachers, administration, students, and parents are already very much available and there. This just adds another layer to a situation where there's not a lot of understanding around pronouns.
And we have an update here for you out of Florida. Florida Representative Greg Steube is recovering today after falling off of a roof. The 44-year-old was taken to a Tampa area hospital yesterday. He was on his property when the fall happened. Florida's GOP vice chair says Steube is recovering well. And here is an example of the unusual dangers of social media. A medication critical to some diabetics is in short supply because of its popularity on TikTok, but it's being used for a totally different purpose. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner has this story.
Ozempic. It's a prescription drug used to treat patients with type 2 diabetes.
One of them was the hemoglobin A1C.
But doctors say it's also gone viral as a weight loss silver bullet.
It's as close to the magic weight loss as we have right now.
Some doctors are prescribing it to people to help shed pounds fast, even though they don't have diabetes.
I've never tried anything that has been this effective before.
TikTok videos touting Ozempic's miraculous weight loss effects have had more than 400 million views. The trend is so ubiquitous in Hollywood, it's become the butt of award show jokes. Elon Musk recently credited the drug with helping him shed 30 pounds. Pharmacists, though, say there's a dark side to off-label Ozempic use.
If you're a patient with diabetes and you need that medication to control your blood sugar, then you have a competition now with the people who are using it for weight loss.
Ozempic's manufacturer says it's flying off pharmacy shelves and acknowledges a supply shortage, but insists Novo Nordisk does not promote, suggest, or encourage off-label use of our medicines. Doctors are now warning of health risks related to Ozempic's misuse, including stomach pain and vomiting.
Patients who are taking these medications off-label for the wrong use, for let's say recreational purposes essentially, they're doing it at their own risk.
What's going to happen after that fact? You cannot be on a drug for the rest of your life.
Ozempic received FDA approval back in 2017. The company is now running its U.S. facilities 24 hours a day and has plans to build 3 new facilities to ramp up production. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
And here is a live look at your stocks for the day, down about 179 points in the red. We are going to take another quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look from New York City outside of Alec Baldwin's apartment. We have a live camera there as we continue to follow the latest developments. Following the news this morning that Baldwin was charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Helena Hutchins. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who was also on the film set of Rust, was also charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter as well. Baldwin's attorney called the charges a terrible miscarriage of justice in a statement. New Mexico First Judicial District Attorney announced the charges this morning, more than a year after Hutchins' tragic death. If Baldwin is convicted, he could be facing up to 18 months in prison. We do want to take you out to New York now. That's where the governor, Kathy Hochul, spoke earlier this morning on a couple of different topics, including the economy and revitalizing New York. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
East Harlem with an incredible announcement, a lot of energy in the room as we announced a $10 million award for downtown revitalization, which allows the community to invest in their public space, the facades of wonderful businesses we have downtown, to reimagine this fabulous community. So I was really proud to be here with our elected leaders and leaders from the community, and the best is yet to come for this vibrant, extraordinary community. So any questions?
Governor, your reaction to LaSalle nomination going down in the Senate, what are the next steps? Are you going to file suit?
You know, we're certainly weighing all of our options. I think yesterday was an opportunity for all New Yorkers to listen to an exceptionally qualified jurist who shares the values of New Yorkers, pro-choice, pro-labor, pro-LGBTQ. And we had a chance to see also what shapes his decisions based on his many years of experience running the largest appellate court in the country. So I thought he did an extraordinary job, and we're certainly looking at all of our options.
Regarding your own staff, do you feel as though you're going to make any change there? Are they giving you the best advice? Your secretary, did someone see this coming, or should they have?
In what regard?
Well, meaning that the Senate, clearly the votes were not counted ahead of time, and the Senate was signaling that they have a problem. It just seems like it could have been worked out.
I think if you look at the original composition of that committee before it was changed, there were enough votes to go forward. You'd have to question why there was unexpectedly 4 more votes added to that committee, 2 of which had firmly said they're against. So the votes were there before, but it is the prerogative of the governor to nominate from a group of 7 individuals who are only in that group if they're deemed highly qualified by an independent group, and that's been the practice since the 1970s. So there's nothing to do with staffing at all.
Governor, my question is about congestion pricing. I don't know if you realize this or not, but this morning, Congressmen Lawler from New York and Gottheimer from New Jersey are proposing legislation to prevent congestion pricing from going through. So my question is multi-pronged here for you. Number one, is there anything that's going to stop congestion pricing going through? Is today's news conference by them going to have any impact? And what is the status of congestion pricing? Is it actually going to happen, and if so, when?
It is moving on the path forward. We're not deterred by people holding press conferences, I assure you. Regardless of what happens in the House of Representatives, it would have to get through the United States Senate with Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. So we believe in congestion pricing, number one, to protect our environment. It's critical. And secondly, the congestion that we're experiencing in places like Manhattan are not sustainable. It becomes paralyzing, whether it's emergency vehicles or delivery trucks or the people who live there. But also it's also a source of funding so we can continue investing in what is the lifeblood of the New York City region, which is our MTAs. So we're moving forward. It's going through the legal process, but also their outreach to communities and listening to all the voices. But we're not deterred by the sideshows that may or may not be happening elsewhere.
But what's a realistic date here? Because we've been hearing for, gosh, I think it's over a year already that it was supposed to go into effect, possibly by the end of 2023 or definitely by the end of 2023.
Well, we didn't expect the federal government last spring to ask over 400 new questions. They have a right to do that, but we also have to be responsive to our partners in the federal government to make sure that the environmental impacts are properly conducted. We are now at the community involvement stage, so it is moving forward. I committed to this. It is on a track to move forward. It's important for this community.
So what's a realistic date?
I don't want to give a date right now. I can check and see what time the public outreach process will end. I mean, we can get back to you on that. But if I give a date, I want to make sure it's going to be the date that we hit. That's important. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm undeterred. They can do all the press conferences they want. It has no effect on me.
One quick one.
Okay. Governor, if you were to file a suit, are you concerned that like a protracted conflict with the Senate could get in the way of some of your major agenda items, like your housing plan or
No.
plan?
No. I did not say what course we're taking. I just said we're weighing all of our options. But I put forth an ambitious plan for the people of New York, and I believe that there's a lot of common interest between the executive and the legislative branch. More affordable housing, safer streets, funding for mental health, moving ahead some major infrastructure projects, tying the minimum wage to inflation so 900,000 more people have more money in their pockets. So we have a lot of shared priorities, and so nothing like this could detract from that. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you coming out today.
Okay, so there you have it, a nice and short meeting there with the New York governor. We are going to step away for our final break of this hour. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks for being with us. We want to begin this, as we approach this new hour, an update in the Anna Walsh investigation, something that we've continued to follow very closely. Well, as we know, yesterday, the husband of the Massachusetts missing woman appeared back in court. Anna Walsh has been missing since New Year's Day, and he has finally formally been charged with her murder. Brian Walsh allegedly made some very bizarre Google searches, some very disturbing Google searches, about 21 times before and after his wife Anna was killed. And those searches were just horrific. Things like how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing. Brian Walsh is accused of killing his wife, and officials believe they can prove it. Fox News correspondent Brian Yanes is in Quincy, Massachusetts today with those details.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh.
This morning, Brian Walsh stared blankly in court. Walsh shaking his head once as the prosecutor described a series of disturbing Google searches he allegedly made on his son's iPad the morning his wife Anna was last seen.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing.
Other Google searches included how to dispose of a dismembered body. Prosecutors say the searches began days before Anna's disappearance.
On December 27th, defendant Googled, what's the best state to divorce from a man?
grandbabies, and my daughters are tiny, and they should do a better job keeping these people off the street.
It's scary. My wife here, she works at a daycare. It just kind of feels, I don't know what exactly they did, but if that's true that they are child predators, you got to be worried for your kids and stuff right now, you know?
Surveillance video shows the escapees enter a secured parking lot at the Centene building, where police say they stole a 2009 gray Scion with Missouri temporary tags. They were wearing white thermal leggings, white boxers, baseball shorts, and white t-shirts. Police say if you see these inmates, you should not engage with them or confront them. You should immediately call 911. Reporting in St. Francis County, Ala Arabi, Fox 2 News.
You are watching Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate your company here. We are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll take you out to Minnesota, where the governor and other state legislature leaders spoke this afternoon. That's coming up in just 2 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to give a welcome to Secretary of Health and Human Services, Sarah, and I will say from a personal standpoint on this, a dear friend and a colleague for many years in the United States Congress, a champion on so many issues of children and families, and a champion with us and the folks you're going to hear from today of making sure that in Minnesota we trust women. We believe women are the ones who need to make their own health care and reproductive decisions, and access to affordable, safe abortion services is a critical part of that. Many of us on that morning of June 24th of this year, it was a day, especially those of us who are a little older, I guess theoretically knew could come, but then it was on the doorstep. It became at that point in time absolutely imperative that states take a lead, and as so many times, the leaders you see behind me stood up and have made that happen. Sometime a little later this afternoon, the Minnesota House of Representatives will pass incredible protections that women across Minnesota and across this country will know. Minnesota is a safe place for you. Minnesota is a place where we will lift you up, and we will lift up your decisions around your own health care and reproductive rights. We wish that we didn't have to be here. You're going to hear from from Speaker Hortman and Senator Dietzig to talk about, and each of these authors to talk about the need to codify this, because as we heard from Supreme Court justices during their confirmations that this was settled law, once the courts changed, access for women changed. Here in Minnesota, that threat will not be there. This will be codified into law, and we will move forward. So no further from me, because like so many things, this is a time and a space to listen to women and listen to the women who have made this case so strongly and are prepared to move Minnesota to that place where we can feel secure. I'll give it to my partner, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan.
Thank you, Governor. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Minnesota. Mr. Secretary, we're so grateful to have you back, and we ordered our very own January snowstorm just for you. But as Minnesotans know well, we are really good neighbors, snowstorm or no. We help get cars unstuck and shovel driveways. We deliver hot dishes, and we fight to protect our status as an island of access to abortion in the Midwest. Now, let's be clear, abortion is health care, period. The fight is not just about those of us who have grown up under the umbrella of protection of Roe v. Wade. This is about our daughters and our children, our LGBTQ+ youth, whose access to abortion and reproductive health care is increasingly at risk. Ultimately, this is an issue also about racial justice. It is about economic justice. And unfortunately, this fight is nothing new, and we have to keep naming it, and we have to keep calling it out, that it is unacceptable. I will tell you that as long as Governor Walz and I are in executive office, your access to reproductive health care and abortion will be preserved and protected, and I promise you that. But we also need to see that the PRO Act move forward to the governor's desk. This bill will strengthen the law's definition of reproductive care and ban any local governments from regulating your health care and taking your rights away. The PRO Act is one big step in making sure that my daughter and all of our children can grow up with the same rights that we had and that my mother had. We're grateful to have strong local, state, and federal partners in this fight with us. And a special thanks to the Secretary for recognizing the importance of this bill and the importance of this day. We hear you, Minnesota. We are fighting for you. We stand on the shoulders of so many people who came before us, and we can do this, and we're going to do this. And with that, I'd like to introduce to you our Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman.
I love this little step. Yep. Good afternoon. When the Dobbs decision was released, I was livid, and I was actually surprised with how angry I was. Many of us realized that Roe would be overturned before it happened. When Donald Trump was elected, when he started appointing people to the U.S. Supreme Court, during their confirmation hearings, definitely during oral argument, it was clear what was going to happen. The U.S. Supreme Court was going to overturn Roe and was going to strip away a right that had existed in the United States of America for nearly 50 years. Yet when they actually did that, I was beside myself with anger. I felt like I became a second-class citizen in my country overnight. If you don't have bodily autonomy, you don't have anything else. Seeing that crucial right stripped away was infuriating. So to be where we are today, taking up the Protect Reproductive Options Act on the House floor is an empowering moment for me, for my daughter, and for so many others. Minnesotans believe they should have the freedom to make their own health care decisions. And in the last election, they spoke very clearly on that point. They value reproductive freedom, and they oppose efforts to infringe upon that reproductive freedom. I want to express my gratitude to Secretary Becerra for being here with us today, and for the Biden administration for all the actions they have taken to protect this important reproductive freedom right across the country, and to help individuals who are seeking to exercise that right. Couldn't have a better partner in the executive branch with Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, and I'm especially grateful to Senate Majority Leader Kerry Dietzick and the Senate DFL Majority for their partnership with the PRO Act. Abortion is health care, period. DFLers stand with Minnesotans, and we will protect Minnesotans' reproductive freedom. Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to Senate Majority Leader Kerry Dietzick.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kerry Dietzick, Senate Majority Leader. I want to thank Secretary Becerra for being in Minnesota today and recognizing the important work we are doing here in Minnesota to protect reproductive freedom. I also want to thank the other Minnesota leaders up here behind me today who heard loud and clear the voices of Minnesotans on this issue. Senate DFLers knocked over 500,000 doors, and we heard how important this was to people across the state. People told us, parents told us, they did not want their children to grow up with fewer rights than they had. The PRO Act is about expanding rights and freedoms in Minnesota, not taking them away. We are going to do everything we can to ensure the passage of this bill so that our state can continue to be a safe haven for reproductive freedom. And again, thank you to all the leaders behind me for their work on this bill, and thank you to Secretary Becerra and the Biden administration for their partnership. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the House author, Carly Katiza-Watun.
Good afternoon, everyone. As all the speakers before me, I have some gratitude to share. So thank you to Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, Speaker Hortman, Majority Leader Dietzich, my Senate partner, Senator McEwen, and Senator Becerra for being here today. I am proud to be standing here on the precipice of history. On Sunday, we will reflect on the passage of Roe v. Wade, which guaranteed the right to bodily autonomy and reproductive freedom for almost 50 years. Luckily here in Minnesota, we have a similar court decision, Doe v. Gomez, that is protecting our rights here at home. Today, in passing the PRO Act, the Minnesota House will make sure that what happened to Roe does not happen here in Minnesota. My own family is a beautiful blend of adopted and biological children. My husband and I struggled through years of failed fertility treatments before adopting 3 kids in 2019. It was the day of the special session that year, in case anyone is counting. It was just 6 months after that we learned, to our amazement and surprise, that a 4th was on the way. I'm grateful that I live in a state where I had access and the legal right to fertility treatments. I am thankful that I live in a state where I had the authority and autonomy to build my family. I am committed to ensuring that every Minnesotan has that same freedom. Having an abortion is a deeply personal, difficult decision. It is not something that anyone takes lightly, and it's a position that we all hope to never find ourselves in. No one is pro-abortion, but the fact remains that abortions still happen, even where the practice is illegal. Abortion bans do not end abortions, they only end safe abortions. It is our duty to keep our constituents and our neighbors in Minnesota safe and ensure that future politicians do not have the power to take away the right to reproductive health care in Minnesota. Thank you. And I forgot to introduce Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Representative. I'm State Senator Jen McEwen. I am the lead author of the Protect Reproductive Options, or PRO Act, in the Minnesota State Senate. I represent the beautiful city of Duluth. Very proud to join all of you today, and I thank all of our partners and all of the people who have been so supportive in moving the PRO Act forward in that collaborations. So I'll be very brief. I think all of the important points have been said, but I will reiterate that over this past fall in the elections, Minnesotans told us again and again, out on the campaign trail, our neighbors, our family, talking in community, we heard that when it comes to making our reproductive health care decisions, we expect to be trusted to make those decisions for ourselves. The PRO Act does just that. It honors the complexity of those decisions, and it trusts Minnesotans to be their best advocate. And it provides hope to those who were devastated by the overturning of Roe v. Wade. I am honored to be the Senate sponsor of this legislation and to carry the voices of Minnesotans forward and codify the right to reproductive freedom in Minnesota. And next we have Hannah Stein to offer us some thoughts as well.
Thanks. That is it, guys. So I don't do this a lot. Be kind. Let's see if you think of it. My name's Hannah. I am a Minnesotan born and bred, ridiculously, obnoxiously proud of it. I'm here today to talk about how the right to reproductive health care has been so important to me and my family. I had an abortion when I was 22. I was at that time about as ready as any or most 22-year-olds to have a child, which is not very ready at all. I came out, I was just out of college, I had a really low-paying job. It was great, I was fine for a 22-year-old, but not for having and raising a child. And most importantly, I just wasn't ready yet to be a good and responsible parent. So I had an abortion, and that allowed me to build my home and a career and to grow up and to actually prepare to be a parent. So fast forward then 13 years, not quite that long, 13 years. At 35, I had another abortion. At that point, my partner and I had 4 children. They were young. In fact, we had a pair of 1-year-old twins. We were just mentally, physically, emotionally, we were just managing to get by. So I'm sure you can imagine how we felt at the prospect of having another pregnancy and another baby. So I again chose to have an abortion. And that was absolutely, for us, the right and responsible decision to make. So everyone who has an abortion has a similar story. They knew at some point that having a child at that time was a really bad idea. And if you knew their stories, you'd probably agree with them. But you know, this bill covers more than abortion rights. This gives Minnesotans the right to all reproductive health care. Like most of you, I've used contraception, I've had abortions, I've given birth, I've even used assisted reproductive technology. And all of this health care has been so crucial to my health and happiness and that of my family. And this bill protects all of it. The bill is saying Minnesotans get to make their own choices about when they use contraception, when they have abortions, when they have children. Minnesotans, individuals, you and me, not, no offense, some legislator who doesn't even know you, not a clergy member from a religion you may not even belong to. You will be making the decisions for you. And you may not make the same choices I made. And that's fine. You're going to be doing what's right for your family and you. And no one knows what that is better than you do. I am so excited for Minnesota today, honestly. I am so, so proud of our state and our people and our legislators and our governor, all of whom got together to protect us. It's amazing. Minnesota is called the North Star State. We will light up the path in the Midwest of giving people the right and freedom to make their own choices for themselves. And I can tell you, millions of Minnesotans and their families, like you and me, are going to lead better lives because of it. So congratulations to all of us.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for sharing and trusting us.
Okay, so that was the latest from Minnesota. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We have much more to get to. Be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we continue to follow all of these top stories for you. And right now, a lot of new details are coming out about Representative George Santos, a lot of new allegations as there are still more calls for him to resign, but he still says that he will not do so. Let's bring in now Jody Goldberg from our Fox 5 team, who's joining us live here on Live Now from Fox. Jody, there's a lot of new details here. What's the latest from what you're discovering this hour?
Accusations that he once performed as a drag queen, stole money from a U.S. veteran, and lied about his mother's whereabouts on 9/11. Everybody's just looking into it. A lot of buzz on Twitter, and he sounded off for the first time today in a while.
If you tried to call Congressman George Santos on Thursday,
this is the office of Congressman Nick Laloda.
You were transferred to the neighboring congressional district in Suffolk County.
There is no way to contact Mr. Santos at the moment.
The freshman congressman continues to communicate through Twitter. On Thursday morning, he refuted reports that he at one point performed drag in Brazil. I reached out to his ex-friend Ula. She sent us this picture from 2008, which she says shows Santos as a drag queen named Katara. Another tweet from Santos denies allegedly pocketing $3,000 from a fundraiser meant to help a New Jersey veteran with his dying service dog. He called that accusation shocking and insane.
To see that somebody like that could do something that dastardly could raise to such high position, that shouldn't be right. That shouldn't happen.
But the one thing Santos hasn't addressed, reports contradicting his original claims in his bio that his mom was in her office in the South Tower on 9/11. Documents from Immigration Services obtained by genealogy researcher Alex Calzareth show she was in Brazil.
She arrived in October of 1985 and was in the United States then up until June 1999. Then the documents indicate that she went back to Brazil. Her green card was stolen that same month that she got back to Brazil, and that presented problems for her to travel back to the United States.
We've been reaching out to Santos's press team over the last few days, and today someone got back to us saying they don't comment on campaign or personal matters.
Will you step down?
I will not.
So where is Santos since Congress isn't voting this week? According to a new Twitter account he made on Wednesday, he was at a Hindu temple and posted these pictures. We're told his visit was unannounced. Jody Goldberg, Fox 5 News.
And Jody, we saw some of those tweets come up there. Are there any other things that are being said from Santos' campaign at this time?
Nothing from his campaign at this time, and it's also, Lexi, important to note the awning on his Douglaston district office building still says Congressman Tom Suozzi, who was the former congressman before he took over this space when he was elected and then sworn in earlier this month. And there was a campaign launched by one of the local legislators called hashtag Where's George, being that he's not in Congress, or rather not voting this week in D.C. Not many people have spotted him. A lot of speculation as to where he is, what he's doing. But as you saw in my story, he was at a temple earlier this week, but no mention of where he's going to be. It's all kind of very quiet.
Yeah, Jody, it seems like every day there's new allegations coming out. So we appreciate this report bringing us up to date with the latest. Jody Goldberg from our Fox 5 team. Thanks so much.
Take care. Thank you.
And we do want to continue talking about this and take you out to
somebody who is speaking on behalf of the outrage
conference from today, where there was a veteran. You heard Jody also reference that in her story as well, who is speaking out about this alleged money that was taken by Santos from a GoFundMe page. Let's bring you that news conference here now on Live Now from Fox.
11, it can't get any worse. He lies about his income. He lies about where he went to school, where he worked. He lies about every item on his resume. And every day we say it can't get any worse. I'm here to say that this is the final straw. George Santos is accused of stealing $3,000 from the charity fundraiser of a service dog who was dying, and that service dog belonged to a United States military veteran. I spoke to that veteran this morning. Rich cannot be here, but he expresses his outrage for what happened. The dog had a tumor and needed money in order to get surgery, and George Santos said he could help raise money. He set up a GoFundMe. They raised $3,000, and George Santos disappeared. That dog ended up dying. And this veteran who already had PTSD from his time in the service is scarred for life. He is permanently scarred from what George Santos did to him. The worst part is that George Santos has no remorse. George Santos denies the allegation, except we have text messages to prove that he set up the fundraiser and he stole the funds. What George Santos has done is unforgivable. So many of George Santos's lies are outrageous. They evoke anger and frustration and loathing. But what George Santos has done to take advantage of a veteran suffering from PTSD who relied on this service dog, stealing the money and eventually this dog dying without treatment, it is the worst thing that George Santos has done, and I think the worst thing that I've seen anyone do in public life or in life in general. He has scarred that veteran for life. What is far scarier is George Santos is now one of 435 people tasked with taking care of our veterans in this country. There are 16.5 million veterans in this country, and our veterans need major help. Our veterans need help with medical care. Too many veterans take their own lives and need help coping with PTSD. We need to do a better job of pipelining veterans back into jobs when they transition to civilian life. And George Santos now has an opportunity as a member of the House of Representatives not only to vote on Veterans Affairs, but to vote on a declaration of war and sending our men and women overseas in a time of crisis. How are we, as people of good conscience, expecting George Santos to care for our heroes in uniform if he took advantage of one before he entered public life? It is a scary thought that George Santos has the ability to take care of our men and women in uniform who take care of us. Speaker McCarthy, what more do you have to see out of George Santos before you say enough is enough? Speaker McCarthy, I ask you, I plead of you, do you believe that George Santos should be responsible for our heroes in uniform? How much worse does it have to get? And to all Republicans of good conscience, what more do you have to see? When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. George Santos has proven to be a liar and a fraud and a con man. But what he's proven through this action is that he is morally bankrupt as a human being. So we're here, of course, to condemn what George Santos has done. But more importantly, we also want to spotlight that while George Santos took $3,000 from this veteran service dog's charity fundraiser, that dog eventually died. But our veterans need more help. Our veterans need help with service dogs, and those service dogs and those charities need help. And that's why we've launched a charity fundraiser to benefit Paws of War here on Long Island. We started a GoFundMe with the goal of raising $3,000, the exact amount that George Santos stole from the Veterans Fundraiser for his service dog, and we aim to raise $3,000 for Paws of War. We spoke to Paws of War yesterday. They are excited to be the beneficiary of this charity drive. We set a $3,000 goal. Of course, we want to exceed this goal, so we'll put the link on our Facebook page, and of course we encourage everyone to share the link. George Santos did something that's unforgivable. The way we can make it right is to help a veteran in need. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mitch Furman, again, who's a Vietnam combat veteran, a leader in the veteran community here in the 3rd District, and is speaking on behalf of veterans locally who are just outraged and speechless at what George Santos has done. And Mitch, I'll invite you up.
Thank you. Good morning. 20 veterans a day commit suicide in this country. 20 veterans a day commit suicide in this country. Service dogs are just one way that we can help prevent that from happening. I'm thankful that this particular veteran did not find that the way out, as so many do. I'm grateful that he has a new dog. He mourns that dog. Many people that are pet owners know that animals become part of your family. When they're a service dog, multiply that by 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. It's a life ring when you're drowning in the ocean. What George Santos did here is despicable. What he's done all along seems despicable. I'm not sure what straw will break the camel's back, but I too call for McCarthy to man up, stand up, speak up, and do something to expel George Santos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. And I'll leave it with this. We can argue that George Santos lacks the merits to serve in Congress, and that argument is strong. He lacks the political background.
Okay, so that was part of that latest news conference there on Representative Santos. We will bring you the rest of it here later on Live Now from Fox, but we do want to switch gears here and bring you out to another story that we're also following, and that is that starting this week, U.S. military veterans can now access emergency-free mental health care, and this is something that will be able to help cover all costs for any veterans who might be experiencing a suicidal crisis. Let's go out now to Fox's Madison Scarpino, who is live in Memphis. Madison, I'm sure this is going to have a very big impact in helping a lot of people.
Is completely free for vets, whether or not they're enrolled in the VA's health care. And people who are involved say that this new policy change will save lives.
Access to care is so difficult, but to be able to open up that aperture and say, come, get help anywhere, anytime, is a game changer. It's just a win-win all the way around for not just the veteran, for the family, but for the entire community to now be able to support those who've served our country. Access to care is so difficult.
Under the new policy, any veteran in a suicidal crisis gets up to 30 days of inpatient care and up to 90 days of outpatient care. And it could help up to 9 million veterans who aren't enrolled in VA. Anthony Hassan runs a national nonprofit mental health system for vets and their families. He says as a mental health officer for the Air Force, he saw just how much accessible mental health care can help struggling veterans. Tens of thousands of veterans live in Tennessee's Shelby County. The Memphis area nonprofit Alpha Omega provides social services for disabled and homeless vets. And Kevin Farrell is the certified peer recovery specialist. Farrell was badly hurt during his time in the Army in the 80s and thought he might lose his legs, and he says he faced depression afterwards. Farrell now dedicates his life to other veterans who are hurting.
Pressing issue with veterans, and we're talking stemming from the Vietnam era to present time. So you're looking at possibly 50 and 60 years of an untreated illness, festering, to say, hey, they got this program going on. And then you get into the financial issues, and then they say, well, if it's not costing nothing, okay, I'll try it.
Farrell and other veterans are concerned about the next steps for vets after the 90 days of outpatient care. Veterans in crisis can dial 988 followed by 1 to quickly get support anytime. Back to you, Lexi.
All right, some really important information there. Thank you so much. Fox's Madison Scarpino live from Memphis, Tennessee.
Thanks.
Okay, and we do want to continue moving along here with some other stories that we are following on Live Now from Fox. But before we get to some of those, we do have to take another quick 2-minute break. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We want to now take you out to Florida, where Governor DeSantis today spoke in Fort Myers about more aid that is coming to victims from Hurricane Ian. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
We did response, but that we would be working with the legislature to do even more as quickly as possible. So they were able to do a big relief package in December. I think we were in Fort Myers Beach when we signed that into law. And then just yesterday, we were able to award $100 million to fix and renourish the beaches that were affected, including, I think, $23 million in Lee County for beach renourishment for the erosion. And he actually had a lot of erosion on the east coast of Florida. There's a bunch of other stuff from that is going and is going to make a huge difference. So I just want to thank the legislature for answering our call. And thanks to, we have our emergency management director, Kevin Guthrie, is here for working to get money out very quickly. And I'll have something to say about that in a minute. We're joined here today by a lot of folks involved in education. Marshall Bauer, President CEO, Lee County Public Schools Foundation. Barbara Evans, President, Champions for Learning. Jennifer Vine, President, Education Foundation of Sarasota. Heather Needley, Chair of DeSoto Education Foundation, and Dr. Teresa Crawford, Hardy Education Foundation Board Chair. We're also joined by Michelle Huke, an intervention specialist with the Sanibel School, who's going to talk, and Barbara Morgan, whose home we were in front of right here today. And we've been able to do, I think, some innovative things to help with the recovery efforts, partially because we have the will to do it. We have a lot of, I think our view in Florida is we're not just going to wait for other people to make it happen. Sometimes people just say, wait for the federal government to do everything. Well, we know that doesn't work when you do that. I mean, just think about what we're doing in the Florida Keys to help stop a lot of the stuff that's happening there. The Coast Guard's doing a lot. They don't have enough resources, so we're filling the gap. We're helping out. We got our boats out there. We got reconnaissance. And we know the Cuban government is sending some of these boats, and there is human smuggling. So it's a problem even beyond just Florida and what would happen when people come. So that's just the way we think. We want to be doing things. But part of the reason we're able to do that is because we have resources at our disposal because the state is in very good fiscal health. We have the largest budget surplus we've ever had in the state of Florida, and that is not by accident. It's because we've outperformed the country when it comes to our economy. Our unemployment rate's lower. New business formations, we're #1. Net migration, we're #1. All these different things we're #1 in, and so that translates into more economic activity. You have a lot of ability to have these surpluses. And also, you see with our fiscal health, with our debt, we have one of the lowest debt per capita ratios in the entire country. We have about $20 billion in debt, but our economy is over $1 trillion. We'd be the 13th largest economy if we were our own country. And if you look at the debt per capita that each Floridian would owe, if you broke it out, it'd be about $767 to service Florida's debt for every Floridian. Now, what does that mean? Well, the federal government is $31 trillion in debt, and if you apportion that to each individual American to pay it off, would be about $92,000 per American. And so we're in very good fiscal shape. I mean, honestly, there's an argument sometimes you want to do even more debt than we have because sometimes these projects are cheaper when we had the really low interest rates. But that's neither here nor there. We've retired a lot and we'll continue to be good. So because of that, you can have great emergency response, you can have all that, but if you don't have resources, then you got to beg other people to be able to do all this. And so we've been able to step up from the state, put our money where our mouth is, and we have a lot of people in this state and really through the country who've chipped in with things like the Florida Disaster Fund so that you can help people through that. And that's raised over $60 million since the hurricane hit, which is really, really phenomenal. So today, we have a couple things to announce, but one of the things that I said when I became governor and I told the emergency management department, I was like, you know, when these things hit, it seems like it's just like red tape just starts to grind everything down. And I understand there's rules and stuff, and not that you're never going to have any type of regulations on some of this stuff, because there is money at stake. But I was like, we got to move faster. I want to get money out. And so today, just since the storm has hit, so it's been about 112 days, the Florida Division of Emergency Management has obligated more than $500 million in funding, so $500 million. And people say, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, I can tell you there's been no major hurricane in Florida's history where up to this point, 112 days after, even $1 had been obligated. And so this is something that is going at a much better pace. It's something that we set out to do, and I'm glad it is making a difference that we're able to do. And Kevin's got a lot more in the hopper that's going to be coming out very quickly. So we're going to end up having done $1 billion or $2 billion before even 1 cent went out for Irma and Michael and some of these other storms. And so I think time is money. I think the quicker, I think having money on the target today is better than having slightly more money on it a year from now. I think that's just the reality. So we're really happy. So by surpassing $500 million in obligations for Hurricane Ian, we have now qualified for $100 million in hazard mitigation grant program funding. So that will help Southwest Florida invest in more long-term projects. And I can tell you, some of the things that have been done since Charlie worked. And you see some of the buildings, some of the things that they did to make it more resilient really did make a difference. And so there'll be more money coming from that. We also said we're not going to just sit on our hands when people need housing. And yes, there's hotels and all that stuff immediately, and people stay with friends and all that. But as it gets longer, you need to have more semi-permanent solutions. And so sometimes they'll want to do kind of our like mobile home cities where people all live there. We found that most homeowners who've had significant damage would rather have that trailer on their property so they can continue to work and bring their homes back. And so we wanted to play a role in this. This is typically FEMA's mission. And I think for every storm, has any state ever done what we're doing? I don't believe so. Well, certainly Florida's never done this. And so you kind of go, people need the trailers, and then it's all about when's FEMA going to do, when's FEMA going to do it. Well, we launched our own program. And so FEMA is still doing, but we've been able to get out in front and get more trailers. And so FEMA has deployed about 80 travel trailers. The state has deployed 140, but we have a lot more in the